Now I be don't bite me. Killer don't out, ignite my horns and glow. Little vet rubber bullet through your buttonhole. You're making me uncomfortable. Slumber, down my cavalry. Sandman points you down to me. As might make the rest is atrophy. Accordingly, I got a quota. I do smoke rings, no hot rollers. Brought your forecast and a shovel. Bubbles buried in this jungle. Bubbles buried in this jungle. Bubbles buried in this jungle. Polar jungle, frozen butters. All my sculptures look so pleasant. Those one day go, yes, your boss. Security turn green, cause I never lost. Fuck everything over up the guard. Left pen through my index, push pause. No, you can't talk, I'm smearing me. Don't have shit locked, I hear the proof. Ready for me, learning about amusing me. Look if I ever let a bitch get used to me. Look if I ever let a bitch get used to me. Look if I ever let a bitch get used to me.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Monday. It's Monday News Day, folks. It's Monday News Day. It is August 26th, 2024. My eyesight is obviously bad, as you guys know. This is the part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news right now. In between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button for all the parasocialists out there, for those of you who are new, you are dressed right out of 1999 today. That's right, baby. That's the whole point. As you are here in the presence of HasanAbi Piker, number 16 on Rolling Stone's most influential content creator list. Okay. Folks. Woo! Straight up, you need to do more viewer calls and shit. That's the best VRN episode yet. Dude, I know. I'm a little worried because like Will's not on it. Cutie's not on it. I'll be honest with you. I think that's one of the funniest VRN episodes we've ever done. It's one of the best paywalled episodes we've ever done. But like, I'm fearful that because people don't know what Crash Dummies is, they're gonna be like, they're not gonna fucking watch it, you know. But like, I really want to pump it. I really want to juice it because it is fucking awesome. It is fucking awesome. There's also a surprise in there as well. Because there was a dude who was like real homophobic and Austin went crazy. So, bro, I just watched that Nick Merckx video about you yesterday and I wanted the legit video game myself. Nick Merckx made a video about me. Oh, hell yeah. I would love to watch that. That'll be sick. Anyway, we'll get into all of that. Obviously, we'll get into all of that, but Chav Vice with Crash Dummies would be crazy. Yeah. This is actually my favorite. Like, it's one of my favorite episodes we've done so far. It was fucking sick. Love the boys, Pat and Mike. They're fucking hilarious. I'm so glad I reached out to them. And I was like, dude, I'm a big fan. We should make it happen. And I think I caught them like, they're already blowing up right now. But I think I caught them like before they like truly took it to the next level. Like, it probably would have been harder to mark my words, okay? It would have been harder to get them on the stream as a first introduction if we were doing this like 3 months, 4 months down the line, because they're blowing the fuck up. The Nick Merckx videos about the streaming is harder than a 9 to 5 bullshit. Oh, okay, whatever. So, they're hilarious. My episode with them is going to be released on Wednesday. I can't wait for that one. That one I laughed the most. Out of any podcast appearance I've ever done, that is the one that I've laughed the fucking most. Okay? It was hilarious. Okay. But yeah, let's do personal news, obviously. End of the broadcast yesterday to go to a place called Hatchet Hall. It was my parents' wedding anniversary, so obviously we had to celebrate. You know, had a little family dinner. Let me tell you, it was mid. Okay, first and foremost, I was very disappointed. I think it's like a Michelin star restaurant too, and my brother really wanted us to go there. He thought it was like a great place. He liked the ambiance and the vibes. The food was not great. Food was not that good. It was kind of shocking. It was a very extremely rare Murat L. Because he's a gourmand. Like, he literally is. It's not even like a Brace Belden joke. Like, he actually is a gourmand. But like, he is, you know, he has excellent taste, but it was decent. You know what I mean? It was decent. But for me, like, if we're going to a fucking place, we're gonna go out and, you know, we're gonna have steaks and whatever. Like, it's supposed to be, in my opinion, it's supposed to be excellent, right? It has a Michelin star. Show us how you cook. Dog, I'm not a chicken, but I know how to fucking whip up eggs. I'm not a chef, but let me tell you, okay, this thing has been on top of some fucking decadent dining experiences, okay? All around the motherfucking world, as a matter of fact. So I know a little thing or two. I'm a big boy. I'm a spiritually fat person, okay? This mouth has had some experiences, okay? I know what the fuck I'm talking about. I'm just giving you guys an honest opinion. What does being a chicken have to do with whipping up eggs? Just don't worry about it. It is an analogy. Very excited to see the socialist but eats at Michelin restaurants think pieces. Yeah, I mean, people will do that forever till the day I die, I think, but it don't really matter to me. So it's right down the street from me, and I agree, overrated. Yeah, it was a bit overrated. Like, I hate to say that. Because, like, I know the fucking work that goes into this shit. Oh, Wikipedia says their star got yanked in 2023. That makes sense. Okay. Michelin stars are overrated? Depends. Depends. But I just, like I said, a restaurant is like super fucking hard. Do you see Bad Empanada made a video about you at the DNC? What did he do? Did he call me a Zionist, a CIA agent? Love that guy. No, I'm kidding. He probably didn't do that. I think he likes me. Based on the title, yes. Basically, yes, for the KAMALA is brass sticker. He got duped for the 1 second sticker that I had on. God damn. I love that brother, but he's nuts. Yeah, I know. He's the most insane. It's so funny. No, dude, he included disclaimer. No, he likes me. It's just, but he's also like an insane person. You so badly did not want to put that sticker on. You were just being nice. Yeah, exactly. I was not a fan of putting the sticker on, but like, I can't, you know, I had to play ball with the I've had it ladies. I love them. So anyway, folks, personal news wise, we went to Hatchet Hall. It was all right. How do you deal with the protein gas? I work as a housekeeper at a hospital, so I normally plane it on whatever trash I'm lugging around. I don't fart that much. Like, my digestive tract is like so well regulated, like, not the flex, but I think it's like one of the best things. One of like my genuine skills is that, like, I poop twice in the morning, one before coffee, one after I fire off the coffee before I work out. And then like for the rest of the day, I'm good. Very rarely do I ever have like issues. Even when I travel, I can like still maintain that same poop schedule. And like, I don't really fart too much either. So, yeah. It's crazy flex for real. Yeah, I pooped twice. I'm a burper. I think it just comes out of here. I'm farting with my mouth. But I do have a really, you know, I mean, I have a crazy fucking well-regulated diet. So I think that might be the reason. You might need to like change your protein sources. Okay, so anyway, last night, did the dinner, did the din. I've been watching a new docu, like the docu half fictional series that Netflix came out on Wyatt Earp. I love those fucking things because it makes you feel like you're learning something. That is because they like literally have academics on that like talk about these historical events. Like they have historians on, but then they also like film it in a very cool way. My favorite was obviously the Ottoman Empire one with Fatih Sultan Mehmet. High key recommend it. Like definitely recommend that one. But the Wyatt Earp one is great for watching with your family. Like I've been watching it with my mom and dad. But yeah, after the dinner we came back, we watched it a little bit, and then I fell asleep while we were watching it because I just pass out by like 10:30 usually. But yeah, woke up early in the morning. Where's the Ottoman Empire one? It's the Ottoman Empire one is on Netflix as well. BE has a text on his video if you want to read. I know this gets auto mod because long. I do not care if you like Hasan Piker, and I'm well aware that he doesn't tell people who to vote for in his support of Palestinians. The point of view is that this moment does not cause what? What's the second part? Damn, you got auto modded. This is really not that far removed. It can only be allowed to happen due to the sort of blind spot I am discussing here, that even someone like him occasionally memifies these genociders. A great example of it, hence me using him as a one here. That I even need to put a disclaimer here is due to the fact that so many people are obsessive, obnoxious internet personality fans who are going to see this and immediately get enraged and spend hours complaining that I use the blah blah blah. Okay, dude, you wrote way too much. I don't care. Wow, man, are you okay? Looking extra stressed since the DNC? Wait, what? No, I'm not at all. I'm in a fucking great mood. Hi guys, I'm going to Iran tomorrow. I'll give you on the ground reporting when the missiles start to fly. Thank you, chatter. Let us know. Michael put you in C tier in his boxing tier list. I am not like a very good boxer, but does that mean could I fight Michael Reeves? Yes.
S tier is you'll definitely beat them. C is they'll kick your ass.
Oh.
I definitely lose to Hasan. His like raw.
Yeah, bro. He just
beats the shit out of me.
Yeah. What?
Boxing, right?
C tier means like C tier means I could beat him. Reeves would truck you. You're out of your mind. Like if he was a professional boxer at his size, it's a little different. But he's not a professional boxer. He's a decent boxer, but he's an amateur boxer. So you're out of your fucking mind if you think that like that would be a real fight. Like. Insane. Anyway, yeah, I was on the Rolling Stone most influential creators of 2024 list, even though I don't think I made the cut for the photo. Oh, I did. I'm right underneath Kai Cenat's massive head. That's cool. I didn't even see that one. But yeah, we'll talk about that as well. Anyway, woke up early this morning, worked out, had a convo with Rolling Stones about something else, about the DNC in general. They're writing an article, I believe, and I'm here. I'm ready to go. I'm ready to rip it. Okay. I'm actually in a great mood overall. Had a great workout this morning. Felt fantastic about it. Very excited to suck the day's dick. You know what I mean? But yeah, I'm on the 25 most influential creators of 2024 on the rollingstone.com. We'll take a look at that as well. From TikTok mainstays to Instagram stars, they're streaming heavyweights and YouTube legends. Here is this year's biggest players. We'll take a look at that as well. I didn't like the quote that they put on there, but it is what it is. Stop appearing in my nightmares, bro. You were scaring my dog and she was crying. That's crazy. But some of my goats were on there, like the Omar Hertz show. So I'm very stoked on that one. Check out Jackass Peter Santinello make poverty content in Kensington with a community advocate who went there without any Narcan. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's going on with Peter. He used to make such like thoughtful, considerate content in terms of like a lot of these underserved communities. I hope that he's not, I hope that he has not like changed for the worse. But yeah, we got thank you Themasius for the playlist. What's your favorite Rolling Stones song? I don't fucking know. Hasan, I had a dream I met you, but you smell like hot dogs. That's crazy. Okay. We'll blast off and we'll get started. There's not much more personal news to cover, honestly. Uncle Sam Raid, hey yo, Majority Report today. Hope you had a good stream. Okay. Where is it? All right, let's blast the frig off. Do you think Trump has lost his orange glow? He has. He absolutely has. Okay. Do you ever miss your Whoop? Notice you switched over to your Apple Watch. No, the Whoop gave me too much sleep anxiety. Okay. Yeah, I saw the bomb left said it looks fire. Monday, Newsday. Rolling Stone called me one of the most Rolling Stone's most influential broadcaster is live talking polls tightening in key states. Trump is complaining. Trump complains about debates. What else? Israel X Lebanon. RFK Jr. stays being weird. Hogwatch. Then Chinese God of War. Wukong later. Twitch.tv/HasanAbi. Okay. I gotta sneeze. Oh my God. Oh, that was a lot. Big sneeze. Big sneeze. Bless you. Thank you, chat. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Have you ever finished a game before? Yeah, I finished In Your Mom, which was a bit of a game to me. Not a game to her, though. Fucking got on, brother. Good for her. I'm about to defend my PhD dissertation, and I plagiarized you a couple times. I hope you don't mind. It's about the carnivalesque socialism. Okay, I like it. Always plagiarize me. Are you in the New York Times article? No, it's the guy who interviewed me is still potentially working on another one specifically about me and the DNC and stuff. I don't think it's that the one that you're sending me. The one that you're sending me is his earlier piece that he wrote, and it got pumped out before he even interviewed me. If a weeb for America is a marabou, what is a weeb for China? It's a cinnaboo. What do you mean? Cinnaboo. Are there cinnaboos now? I feel like Wukong is going to create cinnaboos, which is great. Sino, like Sino boo. All right, folks, we're blasting off. Let the people know. Like this. Retweet it. There happens is Wulong. You become a Shinobu the second you discover Dynasty Warriors. Wukong visuals are batshit crazy in a good way. Yeah, no, it's fucking sick, dude. I really like Wukong. I really, really like it so far. And I also especially like it because it's literally... No, dude, this is literally the article that he said he was going to publish when we were talking. He wrote this earlier before talking to me, okay? I'm telling you already because, oh my God. Why do I deal with chatters like this, okay? I know. You keep making gay news. What is this? Into more. Hasan Parker loves being an armpit influencer. That's crazy. It's no secret that Hasan Parker, left-wing content creator and extremely popular Twitch streamer, has a massive gay following to the point that his armpits are about as famous as he is now. Okay, I'm not going to lie. I thought that this used to be my peak, okay? Both in terms of physique and the way that I looked. But honestly, my style has gotten significantly better, partially because I'm like actually, you know, much more financially secure now. So I can like buy things instead of like, you know, play catch up. But I think I look better than this now for sure. I used to say like my peak is like 2016 or whatever, or 2017, but honestly, maybe no. Himbo to Dilf Journey. When asked if he'd be a top or bottom, he reconsidered. You know what? I rescind that statement. I would Troy Sivan. So you like twinks? Bears of Vanco Press like a true journalist. I guess he's a top, so maybe not. So there you have it. Not only can the gays count on a steamy stream of armpit content, the Piker Savant fanfics are practically writing themselves. You need more paparazzi carpet shots or whatever, more shots that want to use from events. Yeah, but I don't go to events. Like I get invited to events, but I don't go to events because I'm too busy working. So I can't get new like professional Getty content out. No man reaches their peak until 36. Yeah, maybe. My husband is watching your stream all the time. DNC was the most I've watched. Crazy time. Anyway, I'm also following. Hi, the fart burp and your mom jokes I witnessed in these 10 minutes makes me wonder the percentage of your followers, men versus women. No hate. I think on my YouTube it's like 40% women, but on Twitch it's like 24% women, right? Or was it 23%, 24%? It's low, which is, it's actually really, it's huge for Twitch. Which by the way, ironically enough, we have to do a census soon. It's August is almost over, and every August we usually do a census. 24% women is massive for Twitch. Obviously, that's like significantly larger in terms of having like a female audience than like female content creators in general. So but we haven't done it yet. You should swap out your personal news for dude time. We're strictly for farts and piss jokes. Thank you. That's what I do already. Thank you for recognizing it. That is basically what I do. Also is asking 100% clear room. I have slept in the living room to avoid his rank ass farts. Wait, what? Legit just asked my husband at what point your mom jokes stopped being funny, and he said literally never, but you usually don't say them in front of women. Yeah. Former woman hated it and became a man. 10-10 recommend. Breaking Brass summer has ended. Okay, this is a ridiculous thing to pull. Okay, I know James Raywald made a socialist video. Everybody needs to calm down. Are you doing the census today? Just got here? No, I won't do it today. I'll probably do it like sometime this week. Just saw the gay accent clip. Oh, here.
You might be the exception, bro.
No.
You might be the exception, bro.
Here, this is from the pod. It's incredible. So like one thing that the Crash Dummies podcast does is like they literally ask their audience a question. Like what's this? One of the questions was like, what's a sensation that feels sexual? What's a sensual sensation that's not sexual? Right? Like that's one of the questions that we asked, or they asked their audience for their podcast, which is going to be out on Wednesday, right? And then they literally called them live. Okay, they called them live, the people, and then they just like make fun of them and stuff, right? But I wanted their audience. I wanted to basically have like me and Austin. I wanted to have me and Austin talk to their community this way. So
You might be the exception, bro.
No, I'm gay. That's why.
Oh, you should have said that first.
See, that's what I'm saying. See, it would have all made sense.
Yeah, you fooled me with that one, bro. Hey, you don't have the gay accent. How come you don't have the gay accent?
No, I get it. No, I understand.
They said you might be the exception.
go watch the latest Fear and collab with Crash Dummies pod. Your laughter reaching eagle screech hysterics gives me life. Dude, if you like watching me laugh, you'll see a lot of that this episode, and you'll see even more. You'll see even more on
guilty pleasure you have.
The guilty pleasure I have, bruh, I love giving it. I say my booty hole hairs, but it really be my balls. Like I love like giving my balls like twisting them up and giving them braids and like some like locks and stuff like that. Like,
bro.
Yeah, I just want to.
No, I'm gay. That's why.
Oh, you should have said that first.
Oh. You did not hang up on him.
All right, what's it?
But yeah, this is the episode. It's out. I don't think it's doing that well because, of course, as a half Nigerian from Omaha, Nebraska, there's an interesting amount of Nigerians in Nebraska. Do not slander us. Kool-Aid was invented in our state. Did you film a paywall episode? Yeah. Bro, it just got posted. Give it time. For me, listen, it was a great episode. It was a great episode. I think the juxtaposition of like having Cutie and Austin would have been great. I'm going to post it on my IG story. I'm going to pump it. Why ad reads now? They voted on it, and the cooperative decided that we want to do ads. When I say 9K in 2 hours is not that good, chat, I'm talking about it in comparison to like performance of other videos in the first 2 hours. Okay, come on. Let the fucking content creator do analytics. Anyway, a big selling point for me is that you guys didn't do ads. Like, it's cool, I keep listening, but it kind of fucks up the flow. Yeah, well, you know. Co-op was a mistake. Please implement a dictatorship to remove ads. You got it. We're done. We're done. I'm going back to the authoritarian style of governance. Would you be interested in talking to my homie running for state rep in PA? Probably not. No disrespect. How far did you get in Wukong? Beat the first mini boss and died to the second mini boss, and I had to go get dinner. So dude, I don't care, man. What the fuck? Like, all 8 of Bad Empanadas crossover fans are coming in here to fucking chirp at me. Like, it don't matter, okay? I don't care. Please. It's gonna be all right, dude. We're gonna survive. We're gonna be okay. American cultural imperialism knows no bounds. I know. I saw this, and I love it. Guys in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, now imitating the aesthetics and lifestyle of 90s South Central LA Latino gang members. They even have the contemporaneous vehicles. Bro, this is Saudi Arabia's attempt to also participate in the global Latina belt, okay? This is them actively moving into the Latino belt, okay? Obviously, as you guys know, Egypt is a part of the global Latina belt. Japan is a part of it in recent years, and Vietnam has always been a part of it. Thailand has always been a part of it. I'm not even going to talk about, you know, obviously Pinoy Gang. Pinoy Gang has never not been a part of the global Latina belt. It's the, like, Filipinos are the most Mexican country out there outside of Mexico. But overall, Saudi Arabia is relatively new in their formation, in their, like, allegiance. Like, a lot of people talk about, you know, first world, second world nations, third world nations, like the non-affiliated nations and that sort of thing. But, like, Saudi Arabia has never actually been a part of the global Latina belt, but it seems like they are now making inroads, you know? So that's what's going on here.
أول التفاصيل في التحفة الفنية اللي قدامكم تشوفونها اللي هو الدركسون. طبعا تقدر تضيف فيه تفاصيل زي ما انتم شايفين. الستوك راح يكون معانا قطعة واحدة. الشيء الثاني راح يكون معانا الكفر والجنط. الجنط
Like,
راح
this is a pretty strong contender. Like, Saudi Arabia's geopolitical positioning and also allegiances with American, like, and allegiances with the United States of America, and it's like posturing in the region as an island for American imperialism has made it very difficult for them to, like, be a part of the Latina belt, I think. But this is a strong case. Like, this is probably the strongest case I've ever seen in terms of, like, moving in that direction. Like, I'm not gonna lie, this is, like, this right here is pretty active.
بأسيام أقل. الأسيام الكثيرة هذه إضافة من إضافة تعديلات الدراجة. حلو. الكفر راح يكون لون واحد باللون الأبيض بدون الكتابات هذه. برضو هذه إضافة من إضافات تعديل الدراجة. طبعا بعض الإضافة زي ما انتم شايفين إضافة اللي هي المخمل تقدر تضيف عليها مرتبة جلد.
This is like so much care and consideration put into this. Is crazy.
نقطة من بحر من بعض الإضافات في المرتبة. نيجي للإضافة اللي هو الياي الخاص بالسيكل بنفس ياي السيارة. إذا فكيته راح ينزل معاك السيكل. طبعا المسمار هذا راح يكون امان بين الياي والحديده عشان يحافظ على وقفه السيكل. طبعا هذه بعض التفاصيل والاضافات اللي تزيد من جماليه الدراجه تقدر تضيفها على الدراجه. طبعا عندكم الدركسون برضو هذا زينه. عندكم المرايات اضافه برضو. عندكم الوردات تنحط على الكفرات الأمامية أو الخلفية وزي.
Anyway, where does the global bell start and stop? I mean, it's basically, this is like a real phenomena. Obviously, this is like a real thing. It's just in the global south, many nations, either non-aligned or even aligned, have they're just Latino. Like it's just hard to describe vibe culture wise. Like they're just Latino. Like I don't really know how else to explain it. They just are. Attitude wise, vibes wise, aura wise, like people are just like representatives of Chicano culture sometimes, you know what I mean? Like that's how it is. This is the updated worldwide Latina belt map, complete with not only one but two belts. White enemy nations. Latina Security Council standard Latina belt. Yeah. Yeah, no, this makes sense. Observer states winter Latina belt. I don't know about the winter Latina belt. I feel like this is a little crazy. You know what I mean? But standard Latina belt nations are obviously like, you know, pretty. I mean, it's right here, you know. Like Turkey's introduction to the Latina belt was actually pretty interesting. It's one of those countries that actually was not even supposed to be, like, it was because of its NATO alignment. It was almost considered to be a white enemy nation. But the only reason why it was introduced is because of Turkish telenovelas. Like, Turkish telenovelas made Turkey change its status from an observer nation, a white enemy nation, to an observer nation, to directly being a part of the standard Latina belt. Because, like, in many Latino households, you will see aunties watching Turkish telenovelas. Like, so because Turkish telenovelas is such an important cultural export of the nation state. It has played a formative role in Turkish soft power, obviously, and it has basically become one of the firm committed standard Latina belt nations. My mom used to watch Firiha. Yeah, dude, it's like a lot of people don't know this, but Turkish dramas, Turkish soaps go fucking nutty. Like, literally, they go nutty in all of these countries. Every single one of them. Turkish telenovelas go crazy, okay? In the Arab world. For those of you who don't know, they're like 500 episodes per season. Every episode is like 3 hours long. I don't even know how they film it. Like, sometimes I feel like there's not enough time in the world, like, to actually be able to pump out this much content. And it's crazy. They're super popping in the Balkans too. So, you know. Are Mexicans Turkish? Yes. I mean, that's a classic, dude. What kind of question is that? Carnitas? Hello? Any nation that has shawarma, doner, with the exception of fucking Greeks, which make gyros, and that's very different, and a subpar product. Every nation that has the spinny meat that you slice off with a knife is Turkish in origin. That's just how it works. I don't make the rules, except for the fact that I made up that one. Okay, no, not carnitas. Sorry, al pastor. I fucked it up. Not the Greeks. 100% my mother-in-law. My mother-in-law finds Spanish telenovelas raunchy, but Turkish ones classy. Lamau. That's what I'm saying. Anyway, socialism in a nutshell. Okay, bro. Jesus Christ. Whenever James Raybould makes a fucking video, I don't have to have like 1,000 of you send it to me. You know what I mean? Like, I saw it. I got it. I'll cover it. Okay, calm down. We'll get to it eventually. All right, let's do one last blast off for this. For all the haters out there and the lovers alike, let the people know we're live. We are alive. And let's get started. Okay. Tacos de trompo? What the fuck? Thinking about my favorite unmuted mic moment. Oh, we'll do that after when we're talking about the Trump mic phenomena. Actually, you know, we might dive into that one first and foremost, right? Where is it? Oh, so yeah, I got Rolling Stone. Rolling Stone ranks Hasan the Hun as number 15 most influential creator of 2024. Hasan Piker has gained legions of fans from his multi-hour streams, expletive-laced, sometimes controversial breakdowns of current political events. Here's the full list. We have the full list right here. I retweeted that earlier today. And we'll obviously cover that article. But yeah, Rolling Stones, they put out a list, 25 most influential creators of 2024. And I was on this list. When we decided that our second annual most influential creators list would be ranked, we had to grapple with a highly subjective question. What does it mean to have influence? It's not just about who's getting sponsorships. It's about having people look up to you. Follow and comment on your posts. Engage with and share your content. And truly care what you have to say, for better or for worse. To pick our list, the Rolling Stone staff debated. Asked creators across the spectrum from fashion to comedy, food, travel to nominate their favorites. And reviewed data from Creator IQ, an enterprise influencer marketing platform that tracks the hard numbers. After going through more than 500 individual nominees, evaluating them based on engagement rate, growth, and peer interaction, follower count, and our own gut feelings about each one, we present 2024's most influential creators. Now, I don't really know a lot of the people on here. There's a lot of TikTokers out here. Like most of these content creators are TikTokers, I think. Some of you guys might know. I'm shocked that Speed wasn't on it. Like, I think that was a bit of a snub. I think RDC is like far too high up on the list. Like number 19 is crazy. I mean, these guys are, maybe I am personally a little biased, but I do think that it's like wild. What is it? Reed Weeby? What did he say? RDC is huge, bro. That's what I'm saying. I think it's too high up. I think RDC World should be like closer. Like, like it shouldn't be 19. It should be in the top 10 is what I'm saying. As in it's too low. It's like ranked too low. As in the number should be lower on the list. Tony Bravo, TikTok, LA-based beauty creator. My goats, Omar Hirsch show got a shout out on this list. It made me very happy. Love those boys. They're actually going through some very hard times right now. Obviously they are documenting their daily experiences during genocide, which is so crazy. And they haven't been able to, they haven't really been able to put out that much content. I talked to them. They're wonderful people. Omar Sharid and Mohammed Harzallah are both 19. We're two friends who had just started university where Israel's bombing of Gaza began last October. After months of violence, the duo began documenting their daily routine in the war zone in April. Within 3 months, they amassed more than 1.6 million Instagram followers. Sharid and Harzallah have shared a perspective that no other media outlet would be able to offer, recording the smallest details of how civilians adapt and survive. They figure out a way to fucking work out, make protein, like make high protein foods. And I love them. One of them, they are they're great. I mean, they're just kids. They're just teenagers, man. They're fucking regular ass teenagers who happen to be experiencing a fucking genocide. That's what's so crazy about it. I specifically talked to Omar quite a bit. He once drew me as well. I think I showed you guys before. Let me see if I can pull it up real quick. Hold on. There it is. I will enlist in the Coconut Army. That's my archive. I don't know why it's like. Why does it skip like random shit? Oh, here it is. Let me show you here. This is just the straight up. No, nothing. It's not. Nothing is leaking. Chat. Calm down. But yeah, they're wonderful dudes. How's the non-Houthi shiploader guy doing? I'm not sure. I don't talk to him as much. I thought Muslim people don't believe in drawing people, or am I being stupid? Brother, I'm going to take what you just said as a sincere lack of knowledge, okay? Normally, this would be considered a microaggression, okay? Normally, this would be considered a microaggression. Let me tell you something, okay? But it's fine, you know? This is one of those moments. This is an educational moment for you, okay? Nobody, and I mean nobody on the planet, okay, follows the rules of any particular religion to a T. So in a moment like this, okay, in a moment like this, you should consider, do Christians, because I suspect you are one, or like even if you're an atheist, you're like probably an American, right? No, I was told by a Muslim friend. That's why I asked to learn. Thank you. Okay, great. So here's the thing. No, he's not wrong. He's not wrong. Technically, in the original rules of Islam, you are not supposed to be drawing not only the Prophet Muhammad, you can't draw that still to this day, and people do take that very seriously, but you're not supposed to draw human beings. That's true. Okay? Having said that, there's not any representational art in Islam. But having said that, also, men are not supposed to wear gold, for example. But many Muslim men do. It doesn't really matter. What do I mean by this? Okay, what do I mean by this? He's not wrong. Strict Sharia doesn't allow it. It doesn't fucking matter, because most people's experience with religion is deeply personal, and not a single person actually fucking follows every rule to a T. So if you can't comprehend it, like if you don't know enough about Islam or the practicers of Islam, the followers of Islam, then think about it in the same exact way from your own personal experience with Christianity, right? The laws of Allah don't matter. No, the interpretation of said laws are very different for every single human being. So think about it always. This is something that I try to explain to people. If you don't know a certain culture, if you don't understand a certain culture that's far away, that you've only seen on television or whatever, try to think about it in the same exact framework that you think about your own culture. Because most people are very similar. So in terms of like Christianity, for example, you're not supposed to eat shellfish, but everybody does, right? Everybody does. It would be akin, for me, it would be akin to asking you, like, you know, if I never knew anything about like America, if I grew up in Turkey, and I was like, wait, you guys don't eat any shellfish, right? Like, it's religious, right? Like, it's against your religion. It would be as silly as asking a question like that. Most people do not follow these rules because they're arbitrary, they're silly, and also, you know, most people don't even fucking know it in general. Okay? It was during early Islam, and it was an advice, not a command. Otherwise, Muslim Shia art would be highly controversial. These days is frowned upon, but the worry at the early stage is to go against, yes, exactly. The reasoning for it was to go against paganist traditions, because in the region, there was a lot of paganist traditions, specifically, I guess, like idolatry, right? Like there were a lot of like religious idols, and they wanted to fucking nip that in the bud. Don't call them silly. I mean, it's a silly rule overall, I think. That's my own personal opinion on it. It's not silly to ask people those questions. It's completely fine. It's how you ask those questions. Yeah, that's why I didn't yell at that person, and I fucking explained it to him. Another one is like not listening to music. You know what I mean? All right, let's continue. Even rules in the Quran are still obviously not fully followed. Just like rules in Christianity are not fully followed. So if you don't know a culture, just think about it from your own framework and be like, well, a lot of Christians don't follow a lot of the rules in Christianity. So I suspect the similar thing happens in Islam as well. That's it. Anyway, number 16, my GOAT, Wisdom. Nigerian American fashion creator dubbed the best dressed guy on TikTok by Vogue. There was a lot of friends of mine on here. Like, this is a crazy string of content creators. You got Omar Hertz, you got Wisdom, who I love as well. And then, boom, at number 15, HasanAbi Piker. Hasan Piker 33 has gained legions of fans from his multi-hour streams, expletive lace, sometimes controversial breakdowns of current political events, satirical comments he made about Representative Dan Crenshaw managed to piss off both sides, and won him collabs with everyone from AOC to Valkyrie. I've always been of the mindset if a person online is showing positive values, then that's a pretty positive way of trying to get others to copy that behavior, he says. That's what I try to do. Now, this was like a 30-minute interview I gave to them, and that's the one quote that they picked from it. But what I was trying to say in this video, or in this interview, was basically that I think there's a lot of cynicism online. I think there's a lot of people showcasing bad behavior, or maybe even like sometimes making fun of marginalized communities and whatnot. And my goal is to show people that it is cool to actually be understanding of marginalized communities and not to bully people. You know, not to bully people and like lead by showing, by experiencing, by being the person that I think others should also be like. That's why the top of the hour ad break is important, because it breaks people's minds, where I show you that at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. And I remind you that it's, even if it's a lead by example, exactly, where I tell you that there's a 3-minute ad break. And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. You get 1 free Prime subscription a month. Here is the 3-minute ad break now. Okay. Sir, your clock is broken. I know. Jake Shane, Octopus Lover, is number 14. Don't know who this guy is. Drewski's at number 13. Plastique Tiara. I'm a content creator before a drag queen. At number 11, they put an Italian man on here, which made this entire list awful, in my opinion. Okay. This, I call into question the veracity. Okay, I call in the question whether or not this is a compromised list or not. It makes me feel like it's a compromised list, because when you put an Italian man up here so high, it's like our boy Melon got 11th place. Theo Vaughn at 10th place. Wide-reaching viewership speaks to his comedic authority, but the self-declared white trash creator, 44, which I did not know he was 44 until like yesterday, by the way, which is crazy. Crazy to me that like he is 44 years old. He does not look 44 at all. Keith Lee, my GOAT, TikTok's preeminent food critic. Keith Lee, he's phenomenal. I don't know who Alex Earl is, but it seems like she's popping. Pokimane at number 7. Number 6, Alan Chicken Ciao. Don't know who this guy is either. Duke Dennis at number 5. The Glaze Must End. Number 4, Nara Smith. Number 3, Mr. Beast. Kind of controversial to slot him in here right now, but hey, you know, you got to do what you got to. I mean, it is true. He is still a very influential person. Number 2, Rhett and Link. This was kind of shocking to me. I didn't know they were popping like that still, but I guess they are. And also, number 1 is Kai Cenat, which makes sense. I probably would have put Speed on here as well. I think he's like one of the most influential. But yeah. Tulsi Gabbard endorses Donald Trump for president. Wow, color me surprised. You're not going to worship a photo, so it's fine. What are you talking about? But yeah, that's it. All right, let's move on. What is this? My wife loves Alex Earl. She also dates former University of Miami wide receiver and current wide receiver for the Dolphins, Braxton Berrios. What is this, bro? Oh my God. Why would you send this to me, chatters? What the fuck is wrong with you? We got to get to the news, my man. No thoughts, just Dua Lipa twerking. She's also getting canceled right now. For what? Not throwing it back hard enough? Like, what do you mean? Or not? I mean, she is. So I don't even know. How can someone with this video be canceled? Like, Alex Earl made some racist comments. Oh, she got exposed for racist tweets and using the N-word. Oh, okay. She trademarked her braces comments to strike people down talking about it. What braces? Wait, what? I thought you were talking about Dua Lipa. I was like, she will never be canceled. Like, she posts a video like this, it's over. You know what I mean? She copyrighted her saying the N-word to avoid. Wait, what? What the fuck? Not Dua Lipa. We're talking about Alex Earl, chat. This lady. Apparently she was like, apparently a famous white woman on TikTok, okay, says some racist ass shit in the past, which is probably the least shocking thing of all time. Okay. That's what the fuck is I'm finding out about. She copyrighted it and sending lawyers after people who talk about it. So apparently Alex Earl's lawyers have trademarked her racist I don't know if this is real, man. This seems insane. To prevent people from discussing them online, I find it so confusing how differently people react to racism scandals depending on how likable they consider the influencer to be. With Brooke, she was rightfully called out by so many people. She has permanently damaged her image to a lot of fans, myself included. I don't doubt that she will have a decent amount of supporters. However, it seems like a lot of people held her responsible. But with Alex, it feels like everything is always being swept under the rug. Let's not forget she was posting MAGA content in 2020. If people hate Brooke so much for posting MAGA content in 2016, why do they not keep the same energy with Alex, who did way more recently? Also, Brooke at least attempted to give a half-assed apology video, whereas Alex only made a comment on TikTok along the lines of, guys, I know Trump is not cool. I don't support him anymore. Not the exact words, but something like that. Very unserious. It just seems like people pick and choose who they want to hold accountable. The reason so many influencers feel comfortable being racist is because they know they can get away with it. I just wish Alex's supporters would at least try to hold her accountable, similar to how the cancel community and others have been doing with Brooke. Is real. She has sent a couple podcasts cease and desist. Yeah, I don't know who the fuck this person is, but you can't really do that. Like, there's no, like, that's not like a real thing that you can do. Millionaire Gen Z influencer Alex Earl under fire after alleged post with racial slurs resurface. Like, how can't you do that if you do commentary? No, you just can't do that. Like, you can't fucking DMCA people for like things that you've said. Apparently she was 13 when she made the post. That's also crazy. Like, why didn't she just say, I was fucking 13? Like, that makes it so much more, like, it's ridiculous that a 13-year-old with their baby ass is just fucking being racist, okay? Like, it says a lot about how, like, social conditioning works, okay? But, like, how the fuck is a baby on social media saying the N-word, like, you dumbass baby? The fuck's wrong with you? Brooke was 13, not Alex. Bro, these people are not more influential than you. Why are you accepting this slander? I'm just happy to be acknowledged, honestly. I don't really give a shit if I'm, like, lower on the rankings than other people. Who cares, bro? Honestly. Live your life. I'm pretty sure I heard this other stuff about 2019, was in 2019 about Alex. Alex Earl's social media hit by claim she used the N-word 10 years ago. Decades-old post resurfaced this week. yeah, she would be, if it's 10 years ago and if she's 23 years old, that would literally mean that she was fucking 13. Okay? That is what that means. For the record. Like, it's not just like, oh, 10 years ago it was a different time or whatever, but it's like, obviously it was still unacceptable back then. It's just that, you know, she was fucking 13 years old, bro. What the fuck? It's wild that she's sending lawyers after people instead of being like, I was 13, guys. Like, screenshots published on Reddit in 2022 purport to show user Alex Earl answering questions in formally Q&A style. In response to one anonymous question from June 25th, 2014 that asked, why did you say bye-bye Annie? Alex Earl purportedly responded, take a joke, N-word. Another question from June 28th, 2014, which vaguely asked with who, presumably a follow-up to a previous inquiry, she responded, my N-word. If Earl published those posts, she would have been 13 years old at the time. What the fuck? I'm not sure you can even consent to allow platforms to save your data at that age. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know who this woman is, but like this is a ridiculous story that she is objectively making more ridiculous by reacting this way. Okay? What does accountable even mean here? What are we going to do? Memory wipe her teenage years? I don't fucking know. It's like, it's one of these situations where I just like literally don't care about this person at all. And now the only thing I know about them is that they said the N-word when they were 13. Okay. And it's like, yeah, okay. It's just weird. It's just a weird circumstance. Cause it's like, okay, sure. When she was 13, she said the N-word. Like, what do we do? Just take responsibility. Be like, yeah, it was fucked up. Like, I don't get it. You might take a hit. Some people are going to be like, yeah, I don't fuck with you anymore. Lol, bro, you have to be the most one-sided political commentator in existence. Dog, I'm a political commentator. What the fuck do you mean? What do you want me to do? Be like, Nazis, on the other hand, have some valid opinions? Like, what are you talking about? Of course I'm fucking one-sided. Everyone is one-sided, stupid. You're also one-sided. Okay? The only difference is I at least admit that I'm biased. Okay? I tell you what my biases are. No one is one-sided. Okay, man. So which one is it? Is no one is one-sided, or am I one-sided but I'm the only one? How'd that work? Bro forgot his previous comment. How does this work? Anyway, let's continue. It's understandable for her age, but still not cool. Black people don't get to experience childhood without being exposed to racial slurs. We should stop normalizing the white kid rite of passage to the N-word online. No, there is no rite of passage. Like, I'm simply stating that, like, at a certain point, it's like, what are you supposed to do? You know what I mean? You got to look at, like, people's experiences, what they've said, and what they say now. If she's still saying it, well, that's different. You know what I mean? Like, I just don't know. I don't know what you're supposed to do in the situation. Like, they're doing it on their own, buddy. We aren't raising these kids. Yeah. After black people, the next most N-word using demographic is white children 13-ish and under. It's not shocking. Yeah. You will never make me not think it's fucking funny. You can get mad at me. You can write think pieces. You can do TikTok videos. But like getting upset that a most likely racist white woman was racist when she was 13 because she said the N-word is like, okay. This is the least shocking event. This is literally not a man bites dog, but a dog bites man moment. You know what I mean? Alert the presses. That's crazy. What's next, bro? Are you gonna say like a dude that like a Latino dude that grew up in fucking East LA said the N-word? Oh my God, bro, stop. Whoa, 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 whoa. Stop the presses. This is crazy. Anyway. Call the police. Yeah, dude with the Edgar cuz said the N-word. Halt. Okay. So the iDubbbz back in 2010. Yeah, like iDubbbz is a great example of someone who like, you know, did the maximum amount of racism you could do in that field, and then like, you know, openly recognized that it was horrific and made amends, like took ownership over it, changed. He changed privately first, and then he publicly actually came out and made a statement and stuff. And that was 2017, not 2010. What are you guys talking about? iDubbbz N-word defense video? No, that's what I'm saying. Like he literally did something worse. And it was a N-word with a hard R too. Like I'm saying he literally did something worse and he took ownership over it and changed and like recognized it. Like he did the maximum amount. Like that's what I'm saying. So like it's entirely dependent on like who, and he was much older. He wasn't fucking 13. Damn, black and brown kids have to endure when white kids say this. Wow. I mean, yeah, it's shitty as fuck. This doesn't change that dynamic at all. Anyway, this is a very stupid conversation. I should have never even opened it up. I just like I don't care. I'm sorry. Like I genuinely don't. I'm 33 years old, man. Like we got more important things to discuss here, okay? Like for example, how would you feel if someone told you were Brad from Echelon Insights? 36% says offended, 24% say confused, and only 20% say delighted, with another 20% unsure. It seems like Brad's summer is over. Just kidding. All right, let's move on. Brad's summer will never end. We're moving on to Brad autumn. Okay, so Trump is now officially hitting the battleground states as Harris sees boost after the DNC. Let's take a look at what's going on. Obviously, there's constant polls coming out. We got 70 days until D-Day, okay? Or E-Day. E-Day. Election Day. 70 days out. A lot can change in 70 days. But we are going to be looking at the polls, obviously. Let's take a look.
The race for the White House as the Trump team packs its schedule this week with events in battleground states and Vice President Harris enjoying a post-convention boost along with a healthy war chest, raising more than $500 million in just over a month. Selena Wang is at the White House now with the latest. Good morning, Selena.
Good morning, Gio. In just over a month, Vice President Harris has completely upended this election. She's gaining ground over Donald Trump in the polls and in her fundraising. To counter her rise, Donald Trump is stepping up his campaigning, blitzing through battleground states this week. This morning, Donald Trump preparing to storm the battleground states that will decide this election. The former president struggling to define his opponent, rallying supporters later today in Michigan before hitting Wisconsin and Pennsylvania later this week, hoping his new endorsement from independent candidate Robert F. Kennedy Jr. will give him a boost, with Vice President Harris erasing his lead in the polls.
He has a lot of votes that he could have gotten. I think he's going to have a huge influence.
The former Democrat now suspending his campaign that was in part fueled by conspiracy theories around vaccines and COVID.
We talked about not about the things that separate us because we don't agree on everything, but on the values and the issues that bind us together.
Trump.
Bro, this dude literally called him a sociopath like a month ago, okay, on television. RFK is such a deeply unserious person. I think it's hilarious. I love him, okay? Isn't suspending or campaigning in exchange for a cabinet position a crime? No, dude, it is not a crime. Why do people think this is a crime? I'm so shocked that people... Like, no, it is not a crime. Are you guys, like, not American or something? Like, what the fuck's going on? It is specifically somewhat... It's something that, like, it is how... It's how things work in the primaries, especially. Like, it happens all the time. You know? The things that sound illegal but aren't for 500... I don't really know. I don't really know. Does it even sound illegal? Maybe my brain is like so broken from covering American politics because you said it was one time. I don't have the clip, but I swear to God you did. I never said it was a crime. I said the exact opposite. People have been claiming that it's a crime nonstop in my chat for some weird reason. I don't know why. Did you know RFK's son is a HasanAbi head? I do. I did know that. Yes. I was shocked to find out. I don't know if it's a misinformation campaign or what, but there's posts on social media claiming this. What is this? What is this? Code 599, promise of an appointment by candidate. Whoever being a candidate directly or indirectly promises or pledges the appointment or the use of his influence or support for the appointment of any other person or any public private position of employment for the purpose of procuring support in his candidacy shall be fined. Yeah, I don't think anyone has ever used this statute. I didn't even know this existed. Like, literally, this is like half of the cabinet appointments would be in jail if this was like applied seriously. I've never heard of this. I did not know this. And it's from what is it? Is it from 1948 originally? Imagine ordering donuts so poorly that they start trying to replace you with a brainworms guy. I know. This is the 2024 ticket, says Benny Johnson. Yeah. The way this law doesn't even recognize women holding office, I mean, you just say they're being appointed on merit and no one questions it. The bar to prove guilt on that would be so high. Yeah. Relevant WAPO. Yes. Yes, Donald Trump can announce whom he would appoint. Dylan Matthews of Vox, among others, has suggested it might be illegal for Trump to announce his would-be cabinet. Trump can rest easy. He can announce his choices, and there's no good legal argument otherwise. As Mitu Gulati and I pointed out in a paper entitled, Mr. Presidential Candidate, whom would you nominate? The relevant statute is ambiguous, and more importantly, applying the statute to a public promise like this one would run afoul of the First Amendment. Yeah, this doesn't make sense. Historically, people do this shit in the primaries all the fucking time. Like, it just doesn't make any sense. I've never heard, in my experience, covering politics, like, I've never heard of someone applying this statute seriously to any kind of candidate whatsoever. As we note in our article, there's a textual ambiguity in the statute. The trigger for the statute is procuring support in his candidacy. Is this trigger procuring support from the public for his candidacy, or instead procuring support from the potential nominee, or perhaps the potential nominee's associates for his candidacy? Like, there's a shit ton of weird laws out there, man. Not all of them are applied evenly. Not all of them are applied at all, as a matter of fact. This is one of those things where it's like, I don't think people apply this at all. People don't consider this at all. It's only a fine anyways, not jail time. Look up US Code 600. That one's slightly different, but a lot more applicable. Yeah, like in Texas, it's illegal to own more than 6 dildos. Yeah, there's like really funny fucking laws like that. It doesn't really matter. I don't know if you know this, but like historically speaking, people have routinely dropped out in an effort to get quid pro quo cabinet positions. Pete Buttigieg, for example, our transportation secretary, straight up got that job because he dropped out. I'm like, I didn't even know this law existed, but I don't think this is a thing that has ever been applied. Now, liberal media and libbed up courts that hate our beautiful president, who is still the current president and will be running for his 3rd term now, our shadow president with his shadow cabinet, they want to take him out. They want to take him out because he's standing in the way of all of those who want the corporate tax rate to be even lowered, okay? For all of those who want the top marginal tax rate to be even lowered because it's far too high, okay? People like myself, that is. You know, they might come after him because the deep state's coming after him because he's standing in the way, right? They might try to like get super libbed up and use this for the first time ever. I think it's a mistake. They probably should let this one go, considering that it will only reaffirm that people are unjustifiably tackling this issue when there is a million other like overt displays of the same exact quid pro quo type shit happening on the Democratic Party as well, and also throughout American political history. So, you know, it's dumb. All right, let's continue.
Ramping up his campaigning to counter Harris's rise, her campaign reporting they've raised more than $500 million in just over a month, with the most donations pouring in the hour after her acceptance speech at the Democratic National Convention on Thursday night. Harris striking a moderate tone, trying to appeal to independents.
I will never waver in defense of America's security and ideals, because in the enduring struggle between democracy and tyranny, I know where I stand and I know where the United States belongs.
God damn.
As part of his new offensive, Trump trying to strike a new tone on one of his biggest vulnerabilities, abortion, writing over the weekend that his administration would be great for women and their reproductive rights. This after months of boasting that his picks to the Supreme Court helped overturn Roe v. Wade. His running mate, Senator J.D. Vance, now committing that Trump would not sign a federal abortion ban, something Trump has repeatedly waffled on.
Would he veto it?
Well, I think it'd be very clear he would not support it. I mean, he said that explicitly. Yeah, I mean, if you're not supporting it as the President of the United States, you fundamentally have to veto it.
So he would veto a federal abortion ban?
I think he would.
In response, the Harris campaign says the women of America cannot trust what Donald Trump and J.D. Vance say because they've already seen what Donald Trump and J.D. Vance have done.
I mean, how is this any different than literally Democrats saying that, like, this is, oh my God, this is the perfect mirror image of the Democrats trying to retriangulate their positions on immigration by capitulating to right-wing framing and pushing for a right-wing border bill, right? How is that any different? Doors open. Anyway. Like, this is the exact same thing playing out on the issue of immigration. Okay? That's it. It's literally the flip-flop. No Republicans believe that, like, Democrats are actually going to control immigration. Okay? Just like no Democrats believe that Republicans are going to be less restrictive on abortion. Like, they own it. That's their problem. They did that shit. So it doesn't make any fucking sense that they actively try to change the dynamic. abortion is more of an ingrained issue in GOP politics than immigration is in Dem politics. I don't think you've ever talked to Republicans in the way that they analyze the Democratic Party on immigration. It absolutely, bad day to be a Zin. Yeah, I'm sucking it down, dude. Lip pillows all day. It's always a bad day at the HasanAbi broadcast to be a Zin. It's been a wish-wash since forever. Not in the way that most Americans analyze it. Even in the last election cycle, think about it, dude. Last election cycle, Democrats were pro-immigration. That was in 2020. It wasn't that long ago. It's crazy.
Trump ripped away women's freedoms in all 50 states by overturning Roe.
Harris is also getting back on the trail this week with a bus tour through battleground Georgia, but she's also focused on debate preparation ahead of her first face-off with Donald Trump on ABC News on September 10th. Sade?
Okay, so with just over 2 weeks.
This is devastating. Donald Trump's campaign is casting doubt on whether or not there is going to be a September debate. I'm actually kind of upset. If Trump does this, he is washed, brother. Let me tell you something. This is devastating for many different reasons. One, I'm going to go pee real quick, but I'm going to tell you right now, he better not fucking.
Until their critical
face-to-face
face-to-face showdown. It now seems former President Trump and Vice President Harris's campaign this morning have reached a brand new stalemate of sorts over exactly how the debate will go down. Trump going on a brand new social media tear, as Kamala Harris's team is now making the case for debate microphones to stay on the whole time. Lucky for us, we've got CNN's Elena Trine and Priscilla Alvarez, who have the new reporting on what each side is saying. All right, Elena, I want to go to you first. What is the latest from Team Trump?
Right. Well, you're exactly right, Omar, because it does seem like the Trump campaign and the Harris campaign have reached somewhat of an impasse as it relates to the debate rules for that ABC debate on September 10th. Part of that is about the microphones being muted. Remember, back in June for that June 27 CNN debate between Trump and Biden, there were a whole host of different rules that they had agreed to, including having the microphones be turned off when one of the candidates was not speaking. The Trump campaign, we're told, still wants that rule to be in place. However, the Harris campaign is now saying this is a new candidate. We are a different campaign, and we want the mics to be on for the extent of the debate. So there's some behind the scenes back and forth over this. I do want to read for you what we heard from Jason Miller. He's a senior Trump campaign advisor on all of this. He said, quote, "Enough with the games. We accepted the ABC debate under the exact same terms as the CNN debate. The Harris camp, after having already agreed to the CNN rules, asked for a seated debate with notes and opening statements." Of course, I'll have you have Priscilla fact check some of that. And then he added, "We said no changes to the agreed upon rules." Now, all of this also comes, I'd like to note, as the former president himself kind of posted on social media yesterday, throwing doubt into whether or not he may actually try to pull out of this debate. He wrote, quote, "Why would I do the debate against Kamala Harris on that network?" He said that as he continued to, he said he was watching the Sunday show yesterday on ABC, was slamming some of the key people at the network. So all of this kind of throwing questions into what exactly is this ABC debate going to look like. But I do just want to add, Omar, that, this isn't entirely surprising.
Harris team thinks Trump's people haven't told him about the hot mic dispute. Scott MacFarlane, CBS's news congressional correspondent, says new VP Harris campaign statement about whether there should be a mute button at the September 10th presidential debate. "We have told ABC and other networks seeking to host a possible October debate that we believe both candidates' mics should be live throughout the full broadcast. Our understanding is that Trump's handlers prefer the muted microphone because they don't think their candidate can act presidential for 90 minutes on his own." They're not wrong. Remember what I told you on the last debate? I told you, no, muted isn't better for Harris. Fuck no. I'm telling you right now. No, it's because when the last time Joe Biden and Trump went toe-to-toe, they didn't have muted mics. And hot mic was really bad for Trump because he just kept talking over, and it looked ridiculous. It kind of at certain points looked like he was being so aggressive to an old man. Okay? The reality is, in an unmuted mic situation, either way, it doesn't matter. Either way, it doesn't matter, but a muted mic makes him seem more professional. An unmuted mic with a hot mic will absolutely make him look unhinged and probably racist too. If he has unmuted hot mic moments where he just like slips up and just says something so unhinged because like Kamala Harris triggers him, that will play very poorly. Because remember, one of Trump's biggest weaknesses is that he is demonstrably engaging in a clown show every time. Now that works well in his rallies, but those guys are obviously not enough to win a general election. Okay? He needs to pick up people, or he needs to instill confidence that this is a different Trump. He hasn't done that so far, but a lot of people are going to watch him at this debate. There will be more than 50 million people watching this upcoming debate. It's a massive moment for Donald Trump to change the dynamic. So, if he is unmuted, okay? If he is unmuted, he could basically prove once again that he is unchanged, okay? And that he is absolutely nutty. That he is still the very same chaotic person that people don't like. If he comes across as racist, for example, in that conversation, when like Kamala Harris is like saying something and then he cuts in and like disputes whether she's really a black woman or not, or something even worse than that, who knows? That would genuinely be harmful for his for any number of different ways in which they're trying to appeal and trying to like piece back for like Republicans that used to vote for Donald Trump in the suburbs that now think he's weird and gross. Okay? Trump is going to say the N-word before this election is over. You mean nuclear? If he follows her around like he did Hillary, it's over. So that's the thing. Trump was able to dunk on Hillary because Hillary was genuinely less likable than Kamala Harris, because Hillary Clinton is, Epstein affiliate, representation of the old guard. Donald Trump was an anti-establishment candidate with more moderate positions on war, right? And didn't have a lot of the baggage that like other Republicans did. Hillary Clinton was hated and despised for years and years before she even got to that point. Whereas Kamala Harris is not. And there is not a lot of time to build enough oppo on Kamala Harris. Not to mention the Clintons created the Rust Belt with NAFTA. Yeah. So anti-establishment law, chat. I'm not saying Trump is actually anti-establishment. That would be fucking delusional. I'm simply stating that he presented himself as such, and there's a lot of staying power to that even nowadays with the unaffiliated, uninitiated. People like Theo Vaughn, for example, still think like, oh, well, you're not a part of the establishment, sir. They still say shit like that. It's so funny to also still claim that when he was the president. You can't be anti-establishment when you were leading the establishment for 4 years. My family members still repeat that he's not a politician line. That guy's crazy. I know. So you have to understand that, right? Our understanding is that Trump's handlers prefer the muted microphone because they don't think their candidate can act presidential for 90 minutes on his own. We suspect Trump's team has not even told their boss about this dispute because it would be too embarrassing to admit they don't think he can handle himself against Vice President Harris without the benefit of a mute button. This is actually pretty solid. Like this is cutting in a way that will piss off Donald Trump. Like, I can't believe that this is what the election cycle has come to, which is like appealing to the thin-skinned, narcissistic tendencies of one candidate over the other. but it's a solid play in my opinion. And I do like they're belittling him. They're they're poking the bear. They're baiting him. It's basically akin to the crowd size conversation, right? It's like, obviously, who gives a shit? But there is one guy who does, and one guy who won't let it go, and one guy who will actually consistently talk about crowd sizes. Do you understand what I'm saying? You get him talking and he takes himself down, basically. Yeah. So, yeah, here is Megaphonics. I have your link, my man. I got it. I'm going to play it now. Thinking about my favorite unmuted mic moment from the third debate in 2020.
We have a lot more questions to get to. So let's hear from the vice president. I have a number more questions.
I don't know where he comes from. I don't know where he comes up with these numbers. Queens. $100 trillion.
Queens. It's not even that good of a link, Megaphonics. Wait, I am dumb. I thought the muted mics were to prevent people from steamrolling over one another. Yes. The reason why they did the muted mic situation, this is straight co-op. Trump is not going to talk about crowd sizes with Kamala. He's just going to talk about the border. I don't know what liberals are saying. No, dude. He's not going to talk about fucking crowd sizes with Kamala Harris on the debate. That's a separate conversation that plays along the same thing that I'm saying, that like the Kamala Harris campaign is belittling Trump in ways that Trump cares about. If they call him an authoritarian or a dictator, that doesn't, like, he doesn't give a shit about that. His base doesn't give a shit about that. That's not going to move the needle, because that, like, presenting him as a scary person, it plays well to certain aspects of the base, like the broader electorate, but portraying him as a scary person is something that he takes advantage of. He wants to be a scary person. He wants to make the libs be fearful of him. That negatively polarizes a lot of people who also hate liberals to go and say, well, I like that. But when you actually call it, when you actually humiliate him, you deflate him. Okay? When his ego takes a hit, that's something he cares about. And you end up handicapping his campaign, because instead of fucking talking about the border, he starts talking about crowd sizes. Do you understand? I'm not saying they're going to talk about crowd sizes at the debate, but this way of talking about the upcoming debate and saying Trump can't control himself, how humiliating, how embarrassing for him, I think is another thing. Like putting him at odds with his staffers, okay? Putting him at odds with his staffers is a good move, because it is another instance where Trump will go out and regularly talk about how his staffers tell him not to make personal attacks against Kamala, right? Like he does that all the time. That plays well to his base, like his hyper-focused, locked-in MAGA cult. That plays well to the base, for sure. But that doesn't play well to the additional people that he's trying to bring to his side, okay? Because all those people think he's a clown. Like people that formerly were, Republican Party voters that maybe are thinking about not voting, or maybe are thinking about even voting for the Democrats, right? And that is the calculation that they're making. That is the calculation that Joe Biden made. I don't think that, if I'm conducting a broader analysis on what demographics the Kamala Harris campaign is seeking to activate, I don't think that's a smart idea. I think that it's better to push for a more progressive message, stay on that front. Obviously, still hyper-focus on Trump being silly and chaotic, sure, at times, depending on which suburb you're presenting yourself to. If you're talking about, like, suburbs in Pennsylvania where you have college-educated whites that maybe voted for Joe Biden and you want them on board, then yeah, sure, do this shit, right? But for the rest of the country, places like Arizona, places like Nevada, places like New Mexico, in the Sun Belt, or even if you're looking at the Rust Belt, like hyper-focusing on progressive economic policies that will greatly improve their lives is a solid move, okay? You can run a different campaign in different areas. As a matter of fact, they do that already. They already do that. So I think it's a multi-pronged approach. It's a multifaceted approach. And this is one aspect of it that I think isn't necessarily bad, because the moment, okay, the moment that you gum up the works, every moment that Trump is talking about crowd sizes or a bunch of other fucking dumb shit is a moment that he's not actively campaigning on the border, okay? That's it. It's what I was also fearful of with respect to the Democratic Party, with respect to the Kamala Harris campaign, getting caught up in a negative spiral, getting caught up in a negative media spiral about like anti-Semitism allegations that are so super cynical, or even getting caught up in a negative campaign spiral about like how some members of the progressive base are not going to vote for Kamala Harris. Some members of the progressive side of the Democratic Party's base are not going to vote for Kamala Harris over Gaza or over a number of different issues. That ends up cutting into the limited amount of time you have to do progressive, or rather not progressive, positive campaigning. You know what I mean? It's the Corbyn spiral, as I like to call it. Corbyn was fairly popular, and he did not triangulate adequately and have a firm, hardline position that he committed to on Brexit, but he also didn't have enough time to do that because he was always talking about anti-Semitism. Okay? And when you do that, when you get caught up in that, you don't have time in the media to talk about why people should vote for you. Okay? It's not good. And the same could happen to the Kamala Harris campaign as well. If they get caught up in like the anti-Semitism allegations, all this shit, like they're cooked. That takes away from the positive campaigning that they could be doing about what their policies are and what they're going to do for the American people that might not want to vote for them, but might actually come out and vote for them regardless. Anyway, here's Donald Trump talking about the hot mics, the muted mics during the debate.
Would you want the microphones muted in the debate whenever you're not speaking?
Bro, he looks so skinny, it's like creeping me out. He's starting to look like a different person, dude.
We agreed to the same rules. I don't know. It doesn't matter to me. I'd rather have it probably on, but the agreement was that it would be the same as it was last time. In that case, it was muted. I didn't like it the last time, but it worked out fine.
He's starting to look hot. You know? He's starting to look kind of sexy, dude.
I mean, ask Biden how it...
If it doesn't matter, then why don't you just go along with it? I don't understand it. He's like, oh, it doesn't matter, but also I don't want it. Like, which one is it, bro? Which one is it? Which is it?
It worked out, it was fine. And I think it should be the same. We agreed to the same rules. Same rules and same specifications. And I think that's probably what it should be. But they're trying to change it. The truth is they're trying to get out of it because she doesn't want to debate. She's not a good debater. She's not a smart person. She doesn't want to debate.
President Trump, would you want the microphones muted in the debate whenever you're not speaking?
We agreed to the same rules. I don't know. It doesn't matter to me. I'd rather have it probably on. But the agreement was that it would be the same as it was last time. In that case, it was muted. I didn't like it.
Yeah. He says he doesn't like that the mics were muted, but he's also saying he wants to keep to that. That's great. Him saying she's not smart so often is going to blow up in his face when she whoops him. I think Kamala Harris as a fucking prosecutor is probably better off against someone like Donald Trump. I think especially because like she doesn't have the same baggage that Hillary Clinton had, which is, by the way, I want to reiterate something here, okay? Virtually no one has the baggage that Hillary Clinton has. Okay? You need to understand something. Like, Hillary Clinton was uniquely positioned as a bad candidate, like a historically bad, historically unpopular person. Okay? So that's part of the reason why Trump can't do the anti-Hillary campaign messaging. Misogyny can't explain the entirety of that vibe. Yeah, I don't, like, people tried to fucking portray it as like simple misogyny, which played a role, certainly, but like, and it will play a role in this situation as well. But you're fucking delusional if you think that Hillary Clinton was only hated because of misogyny. Like, that is how the DNC portrayed it, but that wasn't the fucking case. You had 30 years of fucking oppo on her. Like, it's crazy. There are still anti-Clinton conspiracy theory videos from the 90s YouTube. Yeah, there is an entire cottage industry dedicated to the Clinton family, okay? And some of it is very real, and some of it is actually not real, okay? But it doesn't matter. What matters is she should have never been the candidate.
It the last time, but it worked out fine. I mean, ask Biden how it worked out. It was fine. And I think it should be the same. We agreed to the same rules. Same rules and same specifications. And I think that's probably what it should be. But they're trying to change it. The truth is they're trying to get out of it because she doesn't want to debate. She's not a good debater. She's not a smart person. She doesn't want to debate.
President Trump, would you want the microphones muted in the debate whenever you're not speaking?
Like, this literally doesn't make sense. You know what I mean? This doesn't make sense. If you want the debate, and she's trying to get out of it, then just, yeah, who gives a fuck? You're saying that you don't give a shit. You're saying you don't care if the mics are muted or not. Okay, great. Pop off then. My wife, a labor organizer around climate change in LA, was on a Zoom conference. Someone on the line was listening to you and forgot to mute the stream at the beginning of the meeting. That's hilarious. That's awesome. Anyway. This is like wishy-washy bullshit. And I personally think that it's going to make him look like a pussy.
Surprising. We know that the Trump campaign has been very critical of the debate rules in the past. We saw that in the lead up to the CNN debate. We're also seeing the former president himself do exactly the same thing as last time as well, which is trying to throw doubt on whether the debate will be fair, to argue that the network is biased, to argue that the cards are stacked against him. This is exactly what we're seeing him do with this debate as well, trying to kind of pre-butt whatever is going to happen. And I can tell you from my conversations with Donald Trump's senior advisors, they privately acknowledge that they are more concerned about this debate than they were about the one with Biden. Harris is an entirely different opponent. They're not exactly sure what this is going to look like. So some of that is also, I think, contributing to all of this behind the scenes.
Yeah, look, a lot to keep an eye on that front. I want to bring in Priscilla into this because obviously a whole...
I forgot to mute the stream on a work call once, and everyone heard you yell, "Nobody likes Chris Christie." I mean, better that than fucking me chirping him at the top of the hour ad break at the top of every hour, you know? Because it is true. Nobody likes Chris Christie. But a lot of people also don't like the top of the hour ad break. Okay? And those who don't like the top of the hour ad break, the 3-minute long top of the hour ad break, can just simply subscribe for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting their Amazon Prime account to their Twitch account and get 1 free Prime subscription a month. Okay? Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Better than hearing Hasan piss? I think a lot of people like to hear that. I'm not gonna lie, it was weird. People were celebrating that moment, which they shouldn't.
Whole aspect of this is, what is the Harris campaign saying? Takes two to tango here. So what are they saying? What are their concerns with this debate coming up?
Omar, I'm told that the only remaining dispute in this drama, this back and forth, is whether the mics are going to be on. The Harris campaign wants them to be on. Of course, the debate rules, when they were set, were with a different candidate. That was President Joe Biden. Now, the Harris campaign says that they want these mics to be on. And in a statement, a senior campaign official saying the following, quote, "Our understanding is that Trump's handlers prefer the muted microphone because they don't think their candidate can act presidential for 90 minutes on his own." The statement goes on to say that they don't think he can handle himself against Vice President Harris without the benefit of a mute button. So they are needling former President Donald Trump a little bit here, but they also are pushing back against some of what you heard there from the Trump campaign, that the Harris campaign wanted the two candidates to be seated and for there to be notes. They say that is not the case, and while they are open to having opening statements, that is not something that they are insisting on. Again, the bottom line here,
they need the mute. Bro, I don't care if they have the mute. I don't care if they don't have the mute, okay? I genuinely don't give a shit. I need you guys to understand something. I don't care if there's a mute, unmute situation. I want this debate to happen. If either side fucks up the bag in this circumstance, I will lose my fucking mind, okay? This debate has to happen. It is going to be endless content, and it is something that, like, I think will, if you care about this sort of thing, improve your candidate's chances. You might be a massive Trump supporter, okay? I'm telling you right now, you want your candidate to fucking own the other side, right? Just like how you felt. Remember how you felt when Donald Trump owned Hillary Clinton over and over again in the debates? Imagine how glorious that was. You can get that again. If you're a Kamala Harris supporter, if you're Brad Summer, think about how sick it will be if the prosecutor fucking goes ultra instinct on the convict, okay? On the felon. They already took away the Georgia trial from us. I know that was going to be months and months and months of content. I'm already fucking pissed off about that. They cannot do this, okay? They cannot do this to us. But yeah, it's win-win overall. It's win-win overall. It is kind of frustrating that Trump is so fucking juiceless, so unimaginably juiceless, so unimaginably sauceless nowadays that it frustrates me to no end that he's like making these sorts of decisions. Like, old Trump would have been loving this moment. He'd be like, yeah, fuck yeah. It's not like you're trailing, dude. It's not like you're winning the race. It's a tight race. It's a tight race. It could go in either direction. So it's obviously worthwhile for both candidates to want to fucking do this. The only reason why I'm seeing Donald Trump like make this kind of decision is because he's worried.
is that this feud is about the mics being on or off over the course of the debate. Now, I will also note that the next couple of weeks, I've been told, are very focused on debate preparations. This is something that the vice president already started earlier this month and something that she is going to be doubling down on in the days to come. Of course, recognizing that this is likely a large audience to tune in for this debate, and it gives her the opportunity to go toe-to-toe against former President Donald Trump. And while she does do that, there will be travel, perhaps not as much as earlier this month. This week, for example, she will go to Georgia with her vice presidential nominee, Tim Walz. That is a state, of course, that President Biden only won by less than 12,000 votes. So it is going to be one of the battlegrounds that is closely watched this election cycle and one that they are using to kick off after the Democratic National Convention. Omar.
And Priscilla, obviously one major question that has been circulating over the course of the quick launch of her campaign, now post DNC, is prior to this debate, will she sit down for an interview and answer some questions over potentially some of her changed past positions? Do we know the latest on that front at all, if there are any plans on the books even?
They have not yet provided any details on when exactly that will happen, but as you know, the messaging from the campaign was that there would be an interview before the end of the month. Of course, the month ends this week, and we still don't yet have any clarity on when or if she will be doing that sit-down interview. But certainly that is an observation that many have made, because a lot of the campaign over the last month has been very choreographed with these stops, these rallies, the Democratic National Convention. So while she has spoken to press over the course of those rallies and gaggles as rallies end, she has not yet done that formal sit-down interview, which would be less choreographed simply because it is an interview. So you would have the journalist asking the questions there. So we're still waiting to see if we get more details on that. But certainly the timeline that was provided earlier this month is coming now to a close.
Yeah, a lot to keep an eye on, especially as both of these camps end up heating up their campaign blitz, I guess is fair to say. Priscilla Alvarez, Elaine Treen, thanks to you both.
Donald Trump and Kamala Harris had both agreed to a debate on ABC News on September 10th. That's just 2 weeks away. But now Trump is giving an impression he may have changed his mind. In a post on Truth Social on Sunday, Trump attacked ABC News for a segment he didn't like and asked, quote, "Why would I do the debate against Kamala Harris on that network?"
It does seem like he's fucking running away, dude. It does seem like he's running the fuck away. Okay? Like, very odd. This is unlike him. I don't think this right here, this flailing back and forth, okay? This actually is poison for his base even, because his base wants him to be a strong fighter. Okay? His base wants him to be a strong fighter. His base wants him to call Kamala Harris, slurs. So not only are you failing to pick up any kind of people that you lost, okay, from 2016 to 2020, but you're also going to hemorrhage a piece of your base that likes the juice and likes the content. Okay? No, his base don't care, doesn't. No. His base obviously is cult-like, and they will go wherever he goes. But there are still people in his base that are like, yeah, I like that he's a fighter. Okay? This causes them to feel a little bit embarrassed. This causes them to feel like he's no longer got the juice and the sauce. If you're a strong man and your charisma is what is keeping so many people motivated in voting for you, this is going to cut away at the enthusiasm. Especially when people start fucking chirping about how scared he is. Okay? This gives a wonderful opportunity to every Democrat to be like, yo, where's your fucking scaredy cat ass president? I thought he was a big baller. Cope Hasan Chatter is right. His base wants him to avoid bad fights. You're wrong. You're wrong. It worked in the primary because he had fucking 40 points on whoever the fuck was coming after him. This is a tight race, brother. It worked in the primary because he was going up against Republicans and he already had 30 points, 40 points on whoever was trailing behind. The fucking Ron DeSantis. Ron DeSantis was ass. You're wrong. It's not a bad fight at all. His base doesn't see this as a bad fight. And Trump can't say that this is a bad fight. Trump can't present this as a done deal. He can't present this as a done deal for two reasons. Number one, if he says it's a done deal, this race is in the fucking bag, then that cuts away at the enthusiasm, or rather, that cuts away at that depresses voter turnout, because he has to say this is a close race. You got to come out and vote. That's why he keeps repeating over and over again. November is really important. We're going to win, but we're going to win by such large margins. And I want every single one of you to go out to show America that we have, we have the juice, right? He's trying to do that. He's trying to play that song and dance to make sure that he doesn't fucking depress voter turnout at all. Because if people think oh, it's in the bag, some people are going to be like, oh, well, I'm not voting today, right? And you can't have that. The other reason why he can't fucking say that he's carrying this fucking race is because there are no polls showing he's carrying the fucking race. Like, even Rasmussen shows him by winning within a margin of error. You know what I mean? There is nothing that shows that he's like got this in the fucking bag. Rasmussen is the one right-wing poll that he consistently brings up. And even on that one, he's not up that much. He's not up by he's up by like 4 or 5 points. You're right. He's either chosen or unstoppable in his base's eyes. Yeah. If he says personally, oh, I got this in the bag, I'm leading by 30, well, that's obviously false. Right? Maybe I'm dumb, but wasn't that how it was in 2016? Yes, but this is not 2016. We live in a post-2020 world where Trump lost already. Like, look at this. This is a right-wing pollster. Kaplan Strategies, generic ballot, Dem 44%, GOP 41%. Favorability, unfavorability, Harris nets at +4. Waltz is at +4. Vance is -10. Trump is -12. Harris is 52% to Trump's 45%. Like, this is outside of the margin of error. The margin of error here is 2.8%, give or take. This is also crazy because it says Trump is less than Vance, which shocks me. The only way I foresee this like resembling 2016 at all, even though it's a post-2020 world that we live in, is if nah, Hasan, you're wrong. It's a bad fight. Trump knows it. He has good instincts, and so do his base. Wait, what? If you think the Trump base has good instincts, you're delusional. Donald Trump secured a lot of Obama to Trump voters, secured a lot of voters that he activated a lot of voters in the general. That is the reason why the polls were cucked in 2016. They corrected that mistake in 2020. 2016 is the only time where polls were wrong. Okay, people keep bringing up 2016, but polls were correct in 2022. Polls were correct in 2020. The only way that polls are incorrect, okay, the only way that polls are incorrect in 2024 is if Trump's blitzkrieg on fucking social media somehow magically gets a lot of like men who previously were not activated, the Andrew Tate coalition, the Andrew Tate orbiter coalition to like fucking go out and vote, which is unlikely, okay? Like people that were not interested in voting before are somehow getting invested in voting. Like if the Divorced Dad Coalition is just like on board. That is very difficult to do in 70 days. That's number one. And that's also like the only reason why I'm bringing that up is because those are people that like vote. Those are people that pollsters are unfamiliar with. Those are people that pollsters cannot read. Okay? You need to understand. Divorced Dad is a great card game. The move is to never mention that group again, so they forget Lamau, and so they don't go out and vote out of lip spite. I don't think that you can activate those guys anyway. They're young, they're men, they're non-college educated young men for the most part that haven't made up their minds or were too young to make up their minds during the Trump administration, or just like, well, we're literally just not interested or invested whatsoever. But Trump's charisma, his macho appeal can come across as like appealing to them. But even then, is it going to be enough for them to go out, register to vote, and then fucking go out and actually vote? Like, that's very, very, very unlikely. You know? Very, very unlikely. So.
And now there is new uncertainty behind the scenes, too. In a statement this morning, Brian Fallon with Kamala Harris tells me this, quote, "We have told ABC and other networks seeking..."
Someone in the chat said Trump is the opposite of macho. Guys, or someone said, what is macho about Trump? Trump is macho in exactly the ways that these fucking stupid dudes think a guy is supposed to present themselves. These are the people who think Andrew Tate is a masculine man. These are the people who think masculinity is a substitute for confidence, and they literally respond to shapes and colors. They do not think deeply about what the fuck is actually real masculinity, or rather, what real confidence looks like. Okay? Trump is a fucking loser. He is a thin-skinned, insecure loser in many respects. And he overcorrects for that by constantly being misogynistic, constantly portraying himself a certain way. That appeals to a lot of other insecure fucking losers, okay? Those dudes go to Hooters, who go to Hooters and think the servers like them. Exactly. Hasan's right. I can't see playing well to his base. He's just amplifying the negative impact it's going to have if he bombs his performance on stage. His whole shtick is fearlessness against the swamp, and this paints him as a wuss. I hope the debate happens. If he's as nervous as it seems with these recent unhinged interviews and debate hesitations, it might be the final nail in the coffin for his campaign. Yeah. If he doesn't do the debate, he looks like a pussy, and liberals keep fucking making fun of him in a way that will cut across his base, in a way that could technically depress voter turnout for him, okay? It definitely will cut across the enthusiasm because he has obviously crafted himself as this like strong fucking fighter. You can't do that. You can't present yourself as a strong fighter and then literally not do a debate against someone like Kamala Harris, who you're saying is a dumbass, who you're saying is a DEI pick. You should be able to run the table. You should be able to destroy her if that's the case. Okay? 100%. There's a ton of those people, men specifically, who are constantly suffering due to the financial burdens due to the economy, with a lot of anger and don't necessarily understand why it's happening and feel like Trump will fix it even though he won't. Yeah, absolutely. Economic instability and a lack of future prospects creates a volatile environment where young men especially can find themselves in the throes of reactionary sentiment, reactionary politics. That is at the heart of this conversation. Historically, that is also how fascist movements have mobilized. Okay? Are you doing by your logic for Republicans, bro? Wait, what?
To host a possible October debate that we believe both candidates' microphones should be live throughout the full broadcast. Our understanding is that Trump's handlers prefer the muted microphone because they don't think their candidate can act presidential for 90 minutes on his own. We suspect Trump's team has not even told their boss about this dispute because it would be too embarrassing to admit that they don't think he can handle himself against Vice President Harris without the benefit of a mute button. Now, of course, let's remember that Harris has used hot microphones to her own advantage in debates past. Watch.
I'm speaking. I know. That's great.
This is important.
Susan,
I want to add, Mr. Vice President, I'm speaking. I'm speaking.
Appeal the Trump tax cuts.
Mr. Vice President, I'm speaking.
Well, wait.
I'm speaking. If you don't mind letting me finish, we can then have a conversation. Okay?
Please.
Okay.
And that, of course, Alex.
The difference, of course, is that Mike Pence is like already around a woman without mother being in close proximity, so he's gonna fucking he's gonna be way more agreeable. Trump, on the other hand, will not be, and he'll pop the fuck off, which will look bad, right? On the one hand, it'll look good to his base because he's strong, okay? He's sticking it to her, right? He's a fighter, and he's cooking this black woman. Ha, yeah, right? But on the other hand, there's a shit ton of people that Trump is trying to captivate in this situation to show a different side of Trump, okay? He's not going to win new voters. And if he's not going to win new voters, then he's fucking cooked. Okay? I think ultimately it doesn't matter whether the microphones are muted, whether the microphones are not muted. It still doesn't matter. This is good for Harris and bad for Trump. Obviously, if the microphones are muted, Trump automatically looks more presentable. Right? He automatically looks more presentable, looks more presidential for those who desperately want to believe that he has that dog in him, that he could be that fucking moderate person somehow, even though he's obviously not. But again, the median voter is a fucking idiot, as you guys know, and responds to shapes, colors, sizes, and also vibes. So that's why I think his team wants the mics to be muted.
Became a sort of iconic moment for her, like it was plastered on T-shirts, etc. But very interesting back and forth here in the final. I mean, that Fallon statement is clearly written to get a rise out of Donald Trump himself, right?
Yeah, I mean, after this summer, let no one ever say again that debates do not matter, which is why you are having this fight over these small.
No, debates do matter in this situation. This is a unique race. Okay, debates were so consequential in this fucking race that Joe Biden had to drop out. Okay, that's number one. Number two, debate in this circumstance is also uniquely consequential. Oh, that's what he said. He said never say they don't matter. Oh, I misunderstood him.
Donald Trump himself, right?
Yeah, I mean, after this summer, let no one ever say again that debates do not matter, which is why you are having this fight over these small details. Now,
sorry, I was yelling at my dad.
What's also really interesting is not just that she's used the hot mic to great effect in the past, but also you have to remember Joe Biden wanted the mute button for the first debate. They set those rules for that first debate, and because they didn't want a repeat of the first debate from.
No, not yelling at him like in a mean way. I was like trying to get his attention. Chat, calm down.
2020, when Trump just sort of ranted and raved. So this was the Joe Biden's idea. The problem was that then the Trump campaign was like, okay, we're actually going to like make him, as Fallon indicated, disciplined. And it actually made him seem more sober than he often comes across.
Yeah, what do you think?
I mean, look, when Kamala took over the ticket, they're trying to have it both ways. Because remember, when Kamala took over the ticket, they told the Trump campaign, we've already agreed to the ABC debate on September 10th. And they were saying, well, we can renegotiate a little bit on what the debate is. Now they're flipping it and saying, well, just because you agree to the debate doesn't mean we agreed to the rules. Look, she wants the hot mic moment because what she's had, if you remember the first debate with Joe Biden, the I'm speaking, she loves to create these little memeable moments that, are kind of based off stock lines that she's practiced and kind of her team is prepared for. They've already the T-shirts printed up. So she's trying to draw out Trump with some of this stuff.
Yeah, at the end of the day, though, does this really matter? When they go to debate, the American people deserve a debate. They deserve to hear the issues being fought, to have a discussion. So I don't think at the end of the day this matters. I think it's just more political insider baseball stuff. It's fun to talk about all the things. 3 weeks. It's what we're going to talk about next week. But at the end of the day, it really doesn't matter. I think the important thing is to have a debate and to have them have a discussion about the issues.
Now, in the interest of being fair and biased, let's take a look at what the real news is saying. Fox News about the hot mic debate. Now that we watched mainstream liberal media, now we watch the libtards. Let's watch what the real Americans have to say about this hot mic situation. How will they make Donald Trump seem like he's not the one who's spoiling the fun?
Here we go. We start with President Biden leaving his California vacation for another one in Delaware. Meanwhile, Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump both hit the campaign trail in several key battleground states.
And Peter Ducey is at the White House with the latest. Hey, Peter.
Good morning. And if you saw this photo, you would assume that President Biden.
God, Peter Douchey keeps looking worse and worse, man. How are you going to fucking get on camera looking like that, man?
Is here.
Have some respect.
Walking out of the Oval Office and through.
Chat, please stop sending me the same Harry video. Please, please, please. I beg you. I beg you. We watched it like 8 times since it came out, okay? I love you, chatters. Please. I know. I look concerned, okay? I know I look concerned. Please stop. Sometimes chatters don't get the message, you know? After the 3rd spam, know that I'm like purposely not looking at it. Possibly because we've watched it a million times over at this point, okay? Love you guys. Please stop spamming.
Through the Rose Garden for a private moment with his partner, the vice president, especially since the caption says, "We're working for you." But the president is not here. He left his California vacation for a Delaware vacation. Vice President Harris is in town, but we don't expect to see much of her till Wednesday and Thursday. She will be in Georgia both those days. Her
campaign stops. Harris, Wednesday, Georgia. Thursday, Georgia. Waltz, Wednesday, Georgia. For Trump, today he's in Virginia and Michigan. Thursday he's in Wisconsin and Michigan. Friday he's in Pennsylvania. And Vance, only one stop, Michigan. Now, obviously, I will repeat myself over and over again throughout this election cycle. In the next 70 days, you will hear me say this a lot. This will come down to Pennsylvania. If the Democrats win Pennsylvania, it's a wrap. On 538, it really doesn't look like Kamala got a bump, like maybe 1 to 2 points nationally. Are they reliable? I don't think there was ever going to be a massive bump after the DNC, but I think that bump would have been significantly better if she had done a more progressive, if she leaned into the progressive economic policy instead of talking about how muscular of a military she wants to have, for sure. But I don't know how reliable 538 is. They just recently changed their scoring too. There also isn't a lot of post-convention polls yet, so you don't really know what the bump looks like. It could be larger. I don't know. I genuinely don't know. I'll be honest with you. I don't know what it's going to look like. There probably will be a post-convention bump, though. Like, it won't depress, in my opinion. But depending on like how big will the bump be? And more importantly, more consequentially, how big will that bump be in a place like Pennsylvania? Because again, this race is down to the fucking margins in Pennsylvania. Okay? I feel like she has to win all 3, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania, unless she flips an unexpected state. Yeah, the reason why I'm saying Pennsylvania is because Michigan and Wisconsin are seemingly in the bag unless there are all of these like otherwise non-voters that just come out and are you know, they're not seen in the polls somehow. Michigan is a little bit more contested as well, but we'll see. All right, let's continue.
Battleground of the week. Trump plans to visit Virginia and Michigan today, Wisconsin and Michigan Thursday, then Pennsylvania Friday. Their first in-person meeting is supposed to be September 10th for an ABC debate. The Harris campaign is now telling Politico that unlike last time for Trump v. Biden, they would prefer the mics to be hot the entire time, no muting. An advisor is quoted as saying they think Trump wants the mics muted, but there might not be a debate at all after an ABC interview of Tom Cotton yesterday that Trump did not think was fair. He is questioning now on Truth Social why he should participate in an ABC debate at all. Back to you.
Peter, I just got a text message from your mother. Do you have a cold?
No, I think I just had something in my throat. I'm good.
All right.
Mom, thank you.
All right. Just one other quick question for you. You talked a little bit about the potential debate on September the 10th. They might leave the mics hot. Kamala Harris, in the meantime, one of her press people was on yesterday with Howie on Media Buzz and said she definitely will do an interview before the end of this week, and that she has done 80 interviews so far this year. Does that little 10 seconds that you talked to her a couple of days ago, does that count as one of the 80?
If it does, we should talk to promos and hype it as an exclusive. No, but if you're the Harris team, it's smart because they pushed it off to the last 3-day weekend when people are not paying attention before the election. And so if there is an issue, if she makes a mistake, it's going to get a lot less scrutiny right away than if they do it after the first week of the NFL football, like on that Sunday night.
Well, Peter, her campaign is saying that she's changed her mind on some of these issues, like fracking. She's no longer against fracking, or she's not going to take away our private health.
All the fracking stuff is straight up. Well, it's twofold. One, because Western PA, they want to talk about that. And also it plays into like Kamala Harris's wishy-washy, which I don't know if that's a good angle of attack for Kamala Harris so far. But I would like to see firm commitments to policies from Kamala Harris. I think, come on, it's fucking 70 days, right? What the fuck are we doing? And then they can be like, oh, she said yes to Medicare for all. Now she's saying no. She was the border czar, and now she wants a border bill, blah, 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 like all this shit. It depends on if it's like sticky enough. But overall, as far as like lines of attack goes, if your entire campaign, okay. What? I know you said something similar about the DNC being filled with elites. However, a lot of DNC campaign workers are quitting because they felt like the DNC convention did not represent everyday America. They felt like it was a gathering of elites just throwing a big party saying, let's forget about problems. I was wondering what you thought about it. I have no idea where you're getting this information that a lot of DNC workers are quitting. Miss Riz. Like, who did you get? Where did you source this from? Instagram reel. Okay, I'm not clicking on that. Okay, I'm sorry. Not even a TikTok. Straight up Instagram reel. Love you, Miss Riz. You're cooking. Okay. So, I don't know how sticky the wishy-washy angle of attack will look like, especially when, if you're running a personality-based campaign, okay, if you're running a personality-based campaign, as Trump is, he matches up really well against someone who you can actually hit on the personality front, like Hillary Clinton. Okay? Hillary Clinton was a perfect matchup in many ways for someone like Donald Trump. Joe Biden, on the other hand, was not. Because with Joe Biden, all of a sudden, you're going up against an institutional Democrat who was Obama's vice president, who's been in the fucking Senate for half a century. Okay? He's been in politics for half a century. And yet, like, there aren't many personal attacks you can hit him on. With Kamala Harris, there aren't that many personal attacks you can hit her on either. When Biden first dropped, you were so team coconut. Can I ask why you switched so hard? What? No, I was never team I don't like that people personally just imagine or invent what my fucking point of view is, and then they just like run off of that in an accusatory tone. I only said that Kamala Harris would be far better than Joseph Robinette Brandon. I was right. Okay? I also was excited about the way that Democrats, for the first time ever, responded to, one, public pressure, okay, which obviously happened to align with donor interests as well, and it happened to align with establishment Democrats' interests as well. But they responded to public pressure I promise you it's not an accusation. Just want to hear your thoughts. I'm with you 100%. Okay, listen to me then. Listen. I was excited at a change of attitude from the Democratic Party that I had never seen before. Okay? And I kept reiterating, let's see what they do with this. Okay? Let's see what they do with this. Let's see if they lean into progressive positions. Now, why did I say that? Because she chose Tim Walz. She didn't go with the running scared safety pick with Josh Shapiro that would have put Pennsylvania on the board for them. Okay? And instead went with someone with progressive policies under his belt. Okay? That also went against, like, once again, what Democratic Party operatives normally are scared to do. It basically locked her in to defend progressive policy positions. That made me think perhaps they'll run an Obama 2008 style campaign. That guy from chat is 100% right. Bro, you were super live for weeks. You just changed your mind recently. No shame in that. You said you were coconut pilled, bro. I was in the stream when Biden dropped out. You were hyper-libbed out for weeks, bro. I think a lot of you don't understand when I am exaggerating or also being an entertainer. It could be because of being neurodivergent. I myself have a little bit of that A-worded dog in me, okay? And I sometimes don't pick up on certain things, and there's nothing wrong with that, okay? But it would be really weird if I turned around and said /S every time I made a statement and gave you a tone indicator, okay? I also find it very odd, okay? I also find it very odd that people are like, nah, dog, you don't know where you were at. I know where you were at better than you. I maintained cautious optimism, okay? That's precisely the reason why even up until the DNC, when people would ask me like, oh, so are you, endorsing Kamala Harris? I said, I'm not doing that. I'm waiting and seeing. That's precisely the reason why you cannot find a single clip of me actually fucking endorsing Kamala Harris. Okay? Apparently you were really, really, really behind Kamala by saying you were a coconut head. These people aren't serious. I know. It's especially funny, okay? Because a lot of people also that were, very leftist would get mad at me as well in that time frame and would be like, are you libbed up for Kamala? What the fuck is going on? And I repeated that over and over again that I was not, and that I was being cautiously optimistic due to what I was seeing from the Democratic Party. Just you're saying here, the problem with Kamala Harris, this is from 3 weeks ago, in the same time frame that the chatter is accusing me of being libbed up on from August 4th. Kamala Harris could keep Trump out of the White House, but has she earned your vote? So much so that even Zay Squirrel was like saying I'm fucking pro-genocide and shit. HasanAbi Libs, wow, you were being a spoiler. Also, Libs, you were so Kamala pilled on God, bro. And somehow they don't accuse you of being a Republican because you were a Bergamaniac. Yeah, they're too scared of the Bergamania. That's why. A decade of progressive advocacy overwritten by doing a coconut meme. I know.
Health insurance companies. Who was saying that? Is it just anonymous sources, or did you get names of people in the campaign? Like, how do we know she really feels this way? Because we haven't heard from her.
She has not said that out loud. I have emailed, as things have come up, many different people that are working in Wilmington, and they will tell us that on background, which basically just means on behalf of the campaign, they will tell us that her position has changed. But we have not heard the words come out of her mouth. And depending on who she does the interview with, we might not. Because the way that a lot of these interviews go, and based on what the convention program was, chances are it could be a lot about Trump and not a lot about how different her 2019 statements are to 2024.
Well, yeah, it's coming up without her, even on the Sunday shows, which you would think would be friendly environments. So I can't imagine outside Oprah or Rachel Maddow how that would not come up. I mean, Lester Holt and these guys, Jake Tapper, they seem to want to ask.
Chatters, I'm going to make one point that I hope many of you understand in the future. Okay? Okay? I need you to understand something. If a video that someone has made about me online has not reached like 1 million fucking views or 500,000 views in like 2 days, and you bring it up in here, and I click on that video, okay, of like, this person made a call out video on you, and I click on the video, and it's got like 20,000 views, I will permanently ban you, okay? You know who you are in the chat, okay? You know who you are in the chat. You keep fucking writing in the chat. Do you understand? Unless a video has reached a certain level, okay, it could be from someone that I like. It could be from someone that I don't like. Okay? It could be someone that's like criticizing me or whatever. Okay? I'm telling you right now, I cannot watch every single YouTube video that is made about me. Okay? If a video has reached like a couple 100,000 views in like a day or two, it's worthy of being addressed. If it has not, I'm not going to watch it. Okay? Please. Because otherwise, you're giving free clout.
They're asking those questions hypothetically because he won't appear on their shows either.
The reason I think that is because for the last 4 years, I keep like a running list of questions for Joe Biden, and I have watched interview after interview that he has done sit-downs, and pretty much none of them get answered.
Yeah. And do we
asked or answered?
Indeed. And do we have any idea who the person might be who gets the interview?
Not yet.
Okay.
All right. Thank you so much, Peter.
Glad you're healthy.
Yes, it's been 36 days since she jumped into the campaign and has not had a sit-down interview. People do have questions about her policy because we heard her at the DNC. She just bashed Donald Trump, and they all talked about abortion, the abortion issue, but never talked about what her policies are going to be. If you go on her website, her policies are not listed. Tom Cotton sat down on one of the Sunday shows, and he says we all deserve to see her in an interview. Listen.
When she campaigned for president, in her own right, she did in fact promise things like decriminalizing illegal immigration.
Are you voting for her, or will you not say because you don't want to endorse her? Just curious, because not sure where you stand. What difference does it make in your calculation? Like I'm being for real. Like, it doesn't change my analysis even a little bit. What difference does that fucking make? I don't know why people keep consistently asking me. I've already told you, okay? I don't know. That's it. And it has nothing, it literally has nothing to do with my analysis regardless. Okay?
taking away health insurance.
But that's his position she's clearly changed on, and
No,
she has said she has changed. Yes, she has.
No, she has not. John, she has not said that. She has not. You pointed out, Senator Sanders, repeatedly things that her campaign has said. Anonymous aides speaking on background to reporters has said, well, she no longer believes these things. Okay, maybe she has changed her position on things like taking away your health insurance and confiscating your gun.
And to the many people in the chat that say, oh, dude, your advocacy for her will change the outcome of this election, then they should listen to me. Okay? Perhaps people don't want to watch you if you are voting for Trump. Yeah, if you think I'm voting for Trump, then you should probably stop watching me, stop watching anything online, and immediately check in to a mental institution to get, you know, some kind of competency test, because you would have to be hallucinating an entirely separate reality. It was just a guess, lol. Because if you're not voting at all, that tells me a lot. What? It doesn't tell you. First of all, I've never said I'm not voting at all. And secondly, it doesn't tell you shit. It also doesn't change my analysis at all. So what the fuck are you talking about? Like everything that I talk about campaign strategy from the Republican side as well. Like, what do you mean? Does that mean I'm a Republican strategist? No. It's so funny to me when people can't comprehend the concept that people on the left having different personal beliefs and convictions. Like, you know how libbed up I am. Imagine if I was constantly coming after you for not matching my lib level is how these chatters act. Yeah. What's your opinion on single issue voters, even when the single issue is morally just and deserves defending? I mean, I think it's understandable. Guys, we are fundamentally at odds if you are a firm and committed believer that like everyone should be voting on the basis of harm reduction, because most people don't do that anyway, okay? You just are wish casting a different universe, a different reality. And you want me to present that reality in my advocacy, okay? I'm not going to tell you to vote at harm reduction. I will tell you, vote whoever the fuck you want to vote for as long as it's not Donald Trump, okay? You know, I will never tell you to vote for Donald Trump. I will urge you not to vote for Donald Trump. That would be ridiculous. Having said that, however, it is perfectly valid, perfectly understandable, perfectly normal. It is, as a matter of fact, probably the fundamental starting point of a democratic process, okay, to demand concessions from your elected representatives. That is why we have a democracy. Okay? Like, why the fuck do we have a democracy if that's not how this works? If there is no basis for the democratic process, okay, if there's no base for the democratic process, and there are plenty of undemocratic things that happen, okay, regardless, like the top of the hour ad break, unless there is an outsized number of people who are subscribed at the top of the hour, so they don't even see the 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour, which, by the way, you can be a part of that group, a part of that constituency, by subscribing for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime, or by getting gifted a sub. Okay? Why do people act like Trump will be better on Gaza issue? I mean, they're wrong if they do say that. They're objectively wrong. But as it stands, it's not Donald Trump that is currently conducting the genocide. It is the Democratic Party. That is a fact. You don't want to recognize that fact, and you want people to hyper-focus on something else that they are not going to hyper-focus on. It's just not how it works. Okay? Just like I can't move the needle in a genuine direction that is the opposite of like what mainstream media is pumping out, what the campaigns are pumping out. I just can't. I can't do that. I don't have that kind of power. No one does. No person outside of the much larger media ecosystem has that kind of power. Okay? Anyway, here's the 3-minute ad break now. Like I said, it's coming for you.
If she has changed her position, she owes it to the American people to come out and say in her own words when she changed and why she changed. That's one reason why she needs to address the American people and speak to these questions.
Yeah, one of the many reasons.
He's right.
See, and I laughed too because this guy, another one of these pollsters, said, I don't think she should talk to press at all. Because she's doing good the way she is right now. She should just be talking to the people. She doesn't talk to the people. She talks to them, doesn't hear any of the questions. She's not listening to the people. She goes and gives a speech in front of a supportive crowd.
A teleprompter.
Right, through a teleprompter. And by the way, I'm not too sure. This is, her momentum is done. Trump had it in July. She had it in August. But now it's flat-footed tie. And in places like, I don't know if you've seen the Siena New York Times poll, in Georgia, Trump's up 6. So there's a push, and there'll be a bump from this. But after this, I think people are really going to have a discerning look at what exactly she stands for, because you can't even dispute what she stands for because you don't know what Kamala Harris you're fighting. Are you fighting the vice president? Are you fighting the senator? Are you...
Kamala won't magically win this election. Everyone must do what they can, especially if you have an audience. Brother, I don't think you understand this, okay? Politicians need to earn your votes. That is what the democratic process is about. Okay? If you want me or my community to go out and do door knocking and vociferously defend Kamala Harris, then you need to understand that she needs to give the progressive side of her base something that they can stick to. Okay? I don't care. This is a nice narrative, but Trump is literally on the other side. I know that. That's not how this works, though. Because even if I were to fucking turn around and engage in a door-knocking operation for Kamala Harris, which would be hilarious because there are no policies to door-knock for, okay? There's literally nothing you can do in your advocacy. If you were currently going to engage in a canvassing operation for Kamala Harris, there is no material that you can use. Did you know that? No, you don't, because you're operating on fucking vibes like a dumbass, okay? There is literally no campaign materials to canvass on currently. What the fuck are you talking about? This is why I always say you cannot change the trajectory of a campaign. If a campaign is making the wrong moves, the most I can do, the most impact I can have in this upcoming election is if by some random happenstance, I have Kamala Harris staffers that are watching that then go, oh shit, he's actually right. We should probably work on this and change it. That's the most impact I have currently. Huh. It is very frustrating that people constantly engage in this silly ass fucking harm reduction argument when that didn't fucking work in 2016. Okay? No politician is owed your support. They are not entitled to your support. They must earn it. This is the fundamental principle of democracy, of the democratic process. Stop fucking chirping, smile and dial, okay? Because if you consider what you're doing to be canvassing currently in the digital sphere at the behest of Kamala Harris's campaign, you're actually barking up the wrong tree. Okay? You are not going to be able to move me or many members in this community on this position. You're certainly not going to be able to move me on this position. Okay? Especially if you think that this is the first time I've encountered this narrative. I guess you weren't here in all of the other election cycles that I have obviously covered. Okay? Go lobby the fucking campaign to get them to hear the demands of the progressive base in order to secure their support. Because that will have significantly larger impact on the outcome of the election than you being able to successfully lobby me into advocating for Kamala Harris. That's it.
Fighting this new person who's running on Donald Trump's issues, like strong on the border, fighting crime, a strong defense, red, white, and blue. Excuse me, it's like David Plouffe came in there and said the reason why Trump is popular is because of these things. So let's give him to Harris. And I think the most egregious example was the tips. But I didn't know that was the tip of the iceberg of the theft of the Republican Party.
Well, both sides know that the debate, aside from this interview that's supposedly going to happen
all of
in the
these
next
guys
5
are
days,
wrong, by the way.
debate could change the trajectory of the race, because after this interview, then there's going to be one debate that we know of, although Donald Trump is suggesting maybe he might not do it after whatever he saw on ABC. So ultimately, if that changes the trajectory, the less she says, the better. So I get what the pollster is saying, but at the same time, Tom Cotton is right. All we know, the only words we have heard her that have come out of her mouth were things that she said about her policy in 2019. And for Peter Doocy to just say that he's heard from people close to her in the campaign, but it's all on background, that is how they are programming the press. They're saying, okay, on background, this is, she's changed her position. But we need to hear her say, I've changed my position.
How are we supposed to believe that? Joe Biden ran on being a moderate. He was going to unite our country. Our country has never been this divided since I can remember. It didn't work. He lied to the American people. He ended up voting in such a progressive manner. And how do we know she's not going to do that? That's the way she stood throughout her entire political career.
Here's the hope. They keep booking people like Tom Cotton, Marco Rubio, J.D. Vance on the other networks where they get their point out. These hosts have nothing to stand on. Jonathan Karl is a pretty adept guy, but he has no follow-up because he knows Tom Cotton's 110% right. You could sit there and say, why did Donald Trump didn't say this or that the whole time? But at one point, when you invite other people on, you're going to hear it. And there's independence.
Like, she just literally said, like, he was just really progressive. He didn't unite the country. He divided it further.
And undecideds that watch.
Day 1 million of wishing the left-wing Fox News imagined was real. I know. That's another reason why I like watching. I like watching the Fox News commentary on, you know, the Democratic ticket, because, like, I like to close my eyes and imagine that is how it is. You know?
Those networks. And when his surrogates go out there, you know, the Governor Burgum and others, they Marco Rubio when he comes back. I guess he's on vacation now. When you book these guys and Lindsey Graham, you get the other side.
You do.
So that's the hope.
It's also kind of funny because, like, they contradict themselves on a regular basis. Where, like, in one breath, okay, in one breath, they say Kamala Harris is adopting the Republican policies so firmly by putting out a patriotic message, screaming USA, USA. And on the other front, they're like, but she's a communist. So which one is it? I guess it's both.
Meanwhile, also I have to say this, front page of the New York Times, the first gentleman is a sex symbol. Please. I've seen
second gentleman.
Second gentleman. He wants to be the first gentleman.
Okay.
He says he's a sex symbol. When Doug, what's his last name? Emhoff is a sex symbol. I think that goes beyond reproach.
And this is
in
New
terms
York
of
Times?
biases.
This is
It's the third story in the New York Times. Sex symbol. Doug Emhoff.
That surprises me. I don't expect that from the New York Times.
What was the lead story?
How great? No, the other story was how Kamala Harris is not from Berkeley. She's from Oakland because it makes it seem rugged and tough.
Okay.
As opposed to Berkeley, which is berserk.
You're spending a lot of time in the New York Times. We have a website, foxnews.com.
Got to be prepared.
Just saying. I'm Steve Ducey.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis.
You know, somehow, I don't know what it is, you'll have to explain it, but the Vietnamese community loves me and I love them. You know?
I can explain it. I mean, the major chunks of the Vietnamese diaspora came here as collaborators of the South Vietnamese, like, incredibly right-wing government. A lot of the older Vietnamese aunties and uncles are super fucking right-wing in a similar capacity to a lot of the Cuban population, for example. I had international Vietnamese roommates in college who said they were scared of American Vietnamese because of how right-wing and anti-communist they are. Yeah. Because he didn't go to war? No, they don't give a shit about that. What are you talking about? Hella Vietnamese Americans that are descendants of, like, that are either direct descendants or dude, a lot of, okay, guys, here's how this works, okay? That's not even true for this area. Where he is voted for Biden by 81% and is a heavily Viet area. Yeah, I'm talking about older Vietnamese voters in general. My parents are Vietnamese conservatives. There you go. Okay. Couple reasons. One, Donald Trump's strong anti-China sentiment. Okay? Donald Trump's strong anti-China sentiment is part of the reason why even Vietnamese people in Vietnam like Donald Trump to a certain degree. That's number one. Number two, a lot of the older Vietnamese population are either one generation removed or directly from the same fucking generation of the people who escaped Vietnam, South Vietnam specifically, as they were collaborators of the South Vietnamese government, the puppet state that America created in South Vietnam that was fucking right-wing fascist. Okay? Their children, just like white people, just like every other fucking group of people in this country, are going to oftentimes resemble the politics of their parents. I'm a lefty with Cuban family, but I don't like the narrative that they're U.S. collaborators. They left for a better life, but were brain broken by their hatred for Fidel, not a love for Batista, U.S. imperialism. No, I mean, that plays a role as well. But for Vietnamese, it's like, that's how a lot of people, that's why a lot of people, like, the Vietnamese War, like, the Cuban Revolution was conducted against a fascist dictatorship that was still Cuban. The Vietnamese War was fought against the United States of America. There's a little bit of a difference there. Yeah, I hate your narrative, them being collaborators. In my opinion, as an Asian American, you're throwing a dangerous narrative. Wait, what the fuck are you talking about? Collaborators with the Americans, dumbass. Not collaborators with the fucking Viet Cong. Hello? You asked me why there's so many fucking conservatives. I'm telling you why, in this group, at least. But in many respects, a lot of the people that are allowed to come to the United States of America, which is a very difficult task to begin with, will oftentimes have, depending on how close they are to the original group of people that came in, will oftentimes be pro-America. What the fuck? It's also not just like the collaborative aspect in general. It also is the anti-Chinese sentiment. Are the Vietnamese Latino? Yes. Vietnam, absolutely a part of the global Latina belt. But to say they're all collaborators pictures them in a bad light. Collaborators to America. What are you talking about? To America. Okay? It's the same principle behind a lot of the Venezuelans that originally were leaving, escaping the Maduro administration. There's a reason why Venezuelans got TPS, temporary protected status, from the American government. That was a play in a similar vein to the Cuban diaspora population. It was their ideological posture early on against the Maduro regime. I don't know why you're getting mad at this. It's a part of American foreign policy. This is how it fucking works. I think Chatter thinks you're asserting that all Vietnamese are hardline MAGA Trumpers. Of course not. There is always going to be a generational divide regardless. I'm just explaining why there is an outsized population of older Vietnamese voters that happen to swing conservative. Diaspora populations oftentimes are incredibly conservative regardless. Like socially conservative in other ways. Like, I mean, like there is no similar, there is a kind of a similarity with like the Turkish diaspora in Germany, right? They're not pro-German, but in terms of like Turkish politics, which they participate in, they're fucking hyper reactionary. Now, the reason for that is different than like the Vietnamese population. It's not like the Germans that came, the Turks that went to Germany were like collaborators and like Germany was invading Turkey or some shit. That's not how that worked. But diaspora populations do also have a tendency to be more right-wing than the national population. How do you think Jews missed out on becoming so conservative? Did we send all our wackos to Israel? That's actually really, that is kind of interesting. I think it's because Jews have been around in the United States of America for like a lot longer. So we're talking like so many generations. Like they've been, so here's how it works, okay? Here's how it works. By the third generation, you often have a tendency to completely assimilate, like not even often, like every single immigrant population has come here originally. By the third generation is just American, indistinguishable, same educational outcomes, yada, yada, yada. Okay. By second generation, you've actually picked up a lot of that as well. Like a lot of American culture, American attitudes, American outcomes with the rest of the population. And obviously, every single diaspora population is different from one another in terms of like what they care about. But overall, I think that they're like Jewish voters in general have been like very progressive in the way that they vote for almost the damn near entirety of their existence on U.S. soil. It probably has a lot to do with Jewish history and Jewish culture. Israel, in that regard, is actually unique. Zionism, in that regard, is literally antithetical to Jewish history, Jewish culture, Jewish resistance, and revolutionary sentiment from Jews in general. Like, it's directly, diametrically the opposite of how Jews have carried themselves, seen themselves, presented themselves throughout history. That makes sense. I'm a fourth, third gen, also Jewish Southerner, so I'm part of the rare swing state Jew. Me and my fam are super progressive. Well, being super progressive while also being a Jewish American is not unique, though, for the record. It's like, I think it's like 76% of American Jews that vote consistently for the Democratic Party. I'm an anti-Zionist Jew, and you're 100% correct on that. A lot of Zionist Jews I know are progressive on everything except Israel. Yeah. Is the Democratic Party progressive? No, but in terms of like analyzing American politics, especially from a historical framework, we're talking about like, what is the more progressive option here? Okay. That's it. Like you're not wrong. But anyway, let's continue.
It's been very special. In Florida, we go down, we have large groups of people, always dressed perfectly.
Also, yeah, American Jews aren't just like progressive because they vote for the Democratic Party. American Jews, just like Jews, like pre-Israel, Jews literally are not just progressive in the vote for the Democratic Party type way. They're fucking communists. They're socialists. They're trade unionists. They're intellectuals. Like, it's not even... Like, it's crazy to think of a world where, like, the Jewish tradition is rich with revolutionary principles and consistently fighting against injustice, being at the forefront of any matter of different, like, civil rights movements globally, okay? That is part of the reason why fascists fucking hate Jews and literally say, like, oh, the Frankfurt School and how, like, Jews are actually fucking degenerating Western society. They're instilling pornography and like and degenerate sentiment. Like they're teaching people to be degenerate. They're bringing in all the fucking immigrants into this country to ruin the country. Like that's part of the reason why fascists hate Jews. Karl Marx, Leon Trotsky, Howard Zinn, Noam Chomsky. I mean, that's like a tiny number. What caused Jews to be so progressive pre-Israel? Well, I don't know if you know this, but like before Israel is a time frame when, Jews had only one history, which was expulsion, pogroms, death, destruction. I think if you're constantly being made out to be the enemy in every society and constantly outcasted as like outsiders. Marx, yes, Karl Marx was Jewish, yes. Labor Zionism was literally invented to try and convince communist Jews to become Zionists. Anti-Semitism is older than racism. That's actually, this is kind of an interesting take, but it is correct. It is correct. Like racism in the way that we, no. It 100% is correct. It literally is historically correct. What you're saying is absolutely 100% historically correct. Racism in the way that we understand it, white supremacy in the way that we understand it, is a relatively new phenomenon in comparison to anti-Semitism. Before like Western colonialists invented racial distinctions, people did not fight on those boundaries at all. People fighted on the boundaries of in-group, out-group, but mostly it was about nationality or whose team you were on. It's correct. Anti-Semitism absolutely predates white supremacist racism. White supremacist racism, scientific racism, the way that we understand it, was created in a way, in an effort to justify colonial extraction of labor, chattel slavery specifically. That's where it comes from. You needed a way to make it seem like you just changed it? No, you needed a way to make it seem like the people that you were enslaving, because in the past, slavery was considered to be just reaping the rewards, right? Reaping the rewards of like conquest. You go, you do battle, and you enslave a bunch of the population, but it's different than chattel slavery. This is not like a unique concept. This is what historians agree on, okay? Chattel slavery is unique in its cruelty and brutality because it's generational. Normal slavery beyond chattel slavery is not, it doesn't operate in the same way, where like the children of your children are not always going to be committed to slavery in the same way that like this distinction for your black skin made it so that like, that's it, you're a slave forever. There's no way out of it. Okay? This is like, yeah, it was, you know, there were different versions of it, but a lot of it is like indentured servitude and things like that. Chattel slavery treats other humans as literal livestock, completely different than the forms of slavery before it. Exactly. And Anglo-style chattel slavery was way more brutal than Spanish-Portuguese chattel slavery, although the latter happened over a longer period of time. Note, Hasan is not saying other forms of slavery are not bad, merely that chattel is particularly bad. Yes. Like, people always get mad at me when I joke about, like, the Janissary structure because they think I'm being, like, you know, an Ottoman supremacist or something. But, like, there was no world in which, under chattel slavery, the comparison I use in that situation is not because I'm fucking Turkish, but because the Janissary structure is the Janissary structure and the Devshirme program, where like people literally would be converted, like non-Muslims would be able to retain the highest offices that you could possibly get to, that even fucking Muslims did not, like original Muslims were not able to get to. Like, that's not a thing that has ever happened. Like, Mimar Sinan, one of the most famous architects in Ottoman history, is a Devshirme, as in he was brought into the Turkish indentured servitude structure at an early age as a child, okay? And he is one of the most like well-read, well-educated, one of the most important architects in the entire history of architecture in general, right? There is no comparison or equivalent in terms of like the way that black people were treated under chattel slavery. Cutting balls is not cool. That was only limited to the harem. And I agree. It's fucking particularly psychopathic. Janissaries also participated in some of the first historic versions of labor organizing. Kazan kaldırmak. They used to have these big fucking cauldrons of food, and they would flip them over. They would participate in work stoppages. New Philly Thumbo. Hey, let's fucking go. Let's watch this and we'll get back to the other stuff. All right, here. Gen Z political gender gap grows.
Shitty. And then, yeah, we're going to talk about how the political gap between Gen Z men and women.
So how come Jews were even hated back then without chattel slavery? You think there's no need to make a specific outgroup like that? What? No, chattel slavery is not the only time that there was a need for a specific outgroup. Huh. Bro has not read history. You're not talking about me, I don't think. Philly stole your look. I see this motherfucker showing the guns, dude. Why are you always eating at the same time that I eat?
I don't know who needs to hear this, but if tacos can fall apart and still be amazing, so can you, puta.
It's so dumb.
Is not only growing, but now we have polling from the New York Times and Siena College finding that the Gen Z gap is actually bigger than any other generation. With them noting that back when the race was Trump versus Biden, men aged 18 to 29 favored Trump by 11 percentage points, and women favored Biden by 28, making that a 39-point gap between the genders. And while that was pretty wide, it's gotten bigger now that Kamala Harris is the candidate. With the polling that the Times and Siena took in 6 swing states this month, finding that young men favored Trump by 13 points and young women favored Harris by 38. Yo, we're looking at a 51-point gap, right? And that is further apart than any other age group. And so you have the Times saying that this election has become a referendum on gender roles, with young women becoming very liberal following the Me Too movement, as well as the surge of activism after Roe was overturned. Whereas with some young men, on the other hand, quote, they feel that rapidly changing gender roles have left them behind socially and economically, and see former President Donald J. Trump as a champion of traditional manhood. And as for what specifically has sparked this, well, I mean, you could point to a million reasons. You have folks like political commentator Hasan Piker seeing this polling and writing, every young male interest online, from gaming, fitness, to culture and self-help, is dominated by right-wing, red-pilled manosphere commentary. They prey on the anxieties and insecurities of vulnerable young men. And if you look around, he is definitely not alone in thinking that. But I mean, one report earlier this year on this shift noted that social media algorithms have pulled, quote, moderately conservative young men towards more extreme and radical conservative male role models and worldviews. But here, I will also say, this is not an American-specific thing. This is a global trend. I mean, in Europe, there has also been a shift of young people moving to the right, especially men. But yeah, I mean, as far as why this...
Or Korea. Baba, bugün daha bile tuzlu yapmışsın. Dünden bile daha tuzlu bugün. Bilmiyorum.
This push is happening stateside, and specifically creating support for Trump. You had the New York Times speaking to young men, and there we saw their answers kind of vary, with the outlet noting that Gen Z men are still slightly more likely to identify as Democrat than Republican, and those who are conservative often still support social issues like same-sex marriage and abortion rights. And you even had some who seem to have sympathy for women's rights, with one Michigan Trump supporter saying that, quote, all the industries are dominated by men, bosses are men, there hasn't been a woman president. I think women deserve a little bit more. But largely, you had the Times saying they found that young men who plan to vote for Trump pointed to feeling unvalued, or noting economic issues that have them worried about traditionally masculine roles like the ability to support a family. With, for example, one Georgia voter who plans to go for Trump saying, we can't afford to have children. We can barely afford 3 meals a day. I want to be able to go to the doctor and afford it. I want to be able to own a home. I want to be able to have a car. I want to have a job I enjoy. I want to live, not just survive. And this is, you had another Trump supporter in Nevada kind of saying that young men felt that they've been told what not to do for a long time, and another in Michigan saying it feels like men are looked down on. And all this is, you had the Times pointing to polling from Pew that found that 40% of Trump supporting men believe that women's gains have come at the expense of men, and this even though only 1/5 of general respondents thought so. All of which is very interesting, but also too, it has some arguing that this is the way to move some voters over, saying the Democrats need to make a stronger case on some of these issues, with one of the easiest being the tax tax cuts for the middle class. So of course, a lot of this just comes down to general messaging. I mean, for example, even right here, the Times noting that the Democratic Party has a page all about who the party serves, and many demographic groups are mentioned, but none specifically include men. So these voters just might not feel seen by the party. With all that said, whether you're a Gen Z man or woman or really whatever demographic you hit, I'd really love to know your thoughts on this situation, the shift, and what we might see that's helpful in the future moving forward. And then, y'all, my kids, they're getting older and different things become more fun to do with them. And doing fun, creative, brain-building projects with your kids, it's seriously fun. And to be honest—
You say you can't muster any sympathy? Okay, guys, like the that's a ridiculous way to approach the subject matter. This is going to be far more consequential. But have men done anything? Men don't hold other men accountable. Please do not do some fucking dumbass gender war shit in this chat right now. Okay? That is ridiculous. Okay? The insecurities and the anxieties that men have stem from real material issues that they experience. There is certainly a sense of entitlement, okay? But ultimately, it literally comes not because they're men with penises and balls, but because, as Philip DeFranco correctly pointed to, a lack of future prospects. You have to solve the underlying material inequalities that they are experiencing. Like what material problems do they have? Elderly lady. My Gen Z son is not a pussy. He doesn't feel like this. Like, what material problems do they have? What do you mean? No future job prospects. The reality of like retirement at a reasonable age is becoming impossible to even dream of. The fact that they will never be able to own a home. The fact that if they actually need to go to the doctor, that is going to be punishing their fucking wallet so devastatingly. The fact that if they want to be able to participate in the fucking job market, they need a college degree, which is at least like $100,000 minimum. Like, you think men don't also experience those things? Now, the difference is women experience that too, except men are left behind, especially with education. And also beyond that, they have a sense of entitlement due to patriarchal constructs. Okay? That's why they respond differently to the exact same issues that they're experiencing. But that's it. Part of the reason is because ain't nobody is responding to those issues for men or for women, but at least one party is routinely changing their trajectory and changing their attention to misogyny, engaging in fucking gender wars. That's it. My son's getting a CNA in high school for free, getting an associate's degree. His BA will be $10K total. Okay, congratulations, elderly person with a son. I'm excited for his future, but like that doesn't change what I'm talking about. Because women actually come together and find solutions to their problems? No. It's because women are being fucking pushed out by one party regularly because that party is consistently attacking their position in society. Men, on the other hand, see this because in the same breath, they are using, in the same breath, the Republican Party and right-wingers are using this as a zero-sum game. Women are advancing in society, and it's coming at the cost of men. Every single thing that we're talking about, Philip DeFranco literally mentioned in the poll. Women are obviously engaging with the political process in a different way because one group is regularly shitting on their fucking autonomy. That's it. Anyway,
The president has his most impact. You have a lot of room to maneuver there as commander-in-chief. We don't know who she is. We don't know what she believes. She's going to get paralyzed in the Situation Room while the generals have their way with her. Right now,
Jesse, whoa, Jesse, I don't like that.
Figuratively,
Take
again,
it back.
Have their way with her, control her, not in a sexual way. You're now. This is where.
He's so gross, dude. He is uniquely fucking gross. It's actually crazy how one man can be so fucking unimaginably gross. I think it's weird that conservative men complain about so much that they implement. He's such a rapist little monster, dude. Holy shit. No, I'm not going to play that back. It was one of the grosser moments on this broadcast, okay? So sorry. That's the most you're going to get. The most airtime you're going to get in that situation is this, okay? We're not going back to that at all.
Red and silver, and I said, you're the most beautiful
Let's get back to the Vietnamese community in Virginia.
dressers I've ever seen. But it's a great honor to be with you, and congratulations on your success. Tremendously successful woman, right? So congratulations, and it's really an honor to be with you. Thank you. And we're going to be with this man. This is a great gentleman. I love his name, Hung Cao. I love that name. And that name alone should get you elected, right?
Yes, sir.
But more importantly, actually, he's tremendous. He's tremendous. He ran a great primary campaign. I endorsed him very early, and he did very well. And we think he's got a very good chance of winning for the Senate. And I really believe it. I hope your community gets out and really supports him like 100%, because you can win. You can win, definitely win. Yep. And we're looking to win the state, and I think we will win the state. We're looking at polls that are showing us with a lead in the state, which is traditionally not necessarily for Republicans, but I'm not the average Republican.
Exactly, sir.
And neither are you. And so, please, would you like to say a few words?
Dạ, xin chào quý vị. Cảm ơn quý vị tới đây bữa nay. Có việc là hãy diện để represent người Mỹ gốc Việt. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for being here. I'm so honored to represent the Vietnamese American community. Next year is the 50th anniversary of the fall of Saigon, and we'll have the first Vietnamese American U.S. Senator on the anniversary. So thank you for President Trump.
Make America great again! And you know what you just...
Bro said the fall of Saigon. I should have just let this video run. Instead of literally listening to dumbass chirping chatters being like, excuse me. Like, I should have just let the next 2 minutes on this video run instead of trying to address chatters about like Vietnamese diaspora, their allegiances to the South Vietnamese government, the far right South Vietnamese government, how they escaped Vietnam and how they were collaborators. Why did I do all of that when he just said it?
What you said is actually very important, the first, and you should be the first. And it's time that you had somebody. So I hope your community gets out there 100%. You have a big community here. And thank you very much. Real honor. Now I'm going to buy something. They're going to show me something. I'm going to buy something beautiful. I don't know what it is. Thank you all very much. Appreciate it. All right. Hello, everybody. Oh, there they are. They're the important ones. They're the ones that make the food.
Please, for the love of God, please clarify to chatters, is there a huge divide between younger Vietnamese and older gen? Yeah, for sure. I did.
President Trump, will you still participate in the ABC debate?
Never give up.
Say it.
Do you still plan to participate in the ABC debate?
Well, you know, I watched this weekend, and it's the worst of all networks.
We watched this part.
You know, I won because I've heard them all from you. I hear them every other side. As an example, today we had a celebration of some great people, some great people who passed away, who were killed in the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country, Afghanistan. Because we had an incompetent president with
I don't think anybody cares about
leading it,
this.
and every one of those people should have been fired. He never fires anybody. Those generals, Milley, and every one of them should have been fired. They took the military out first. If I asked, do we have any children in the room? Because if I asked a child, who should go first? They would say everything but the military. They took the military out first, and then it was a bloodbath, and it was a horrible thing. It was a horrible thing. And I just went to Arlington Cemetery, and you saw we had a ceremony with the parents, the sisters in one case, brothers in another case. And these are people that should have never been killed. And when you see the fact that nobody's mentioning Afghanistan, no, this is the third year. This is, I hate to even call it an anniversary because I don't like the word anniversary in this case. But this is the third year of that tragic event. And because of that event, we did so badly that Russia went in and invaded Ukraine. Israel was attacked, as you know, on October 7th. We have, people don't respect us. They don't respect us anymore as a country. And where is our president? We don't even have a president. We have a fascist person running who's incompetent, and we have a president who's not even around. He went to California for a vacation.
Bro doesn't know how to read the room, bro. He's like, we have a fascist person running. Motherfucker's about to be like, wait a minute, is that who we're supposed to be voting for? There's like a 70-year-old Vietnamese grandpa that just went, wait, maybe I'm voting for the wrong ticket.
Because they threw him essentially out of the party. And then he came back home and I said, oh, is he going to go to the White House? No, he went to Delaware to take another vacation. And you got Russia over there with like nuclear threats. We got to have a president. We got to have a real president that's respected. So as to your question, I think it's disgraceful. And I think ABC is a disgrace. I think having Donna...
In Chicago, a prominent Vietnamese restaurant took part in January 6th and was successfully sued for not paying their employees. It's making sense.
Brazil, sitting on that panel, and she's the one that gave the answers and the questions to Hillary Clinton before a debate. I think ABC is really should be shut out. I'd much rather do it on NBC. I'd much rather do it on CBS, frankly. I think CBS is very unfair, but the best of the group. And certainly I'd do it on Fox. I'd even do it on CNN. I thought CNN treated us very fairly the last time. I think Jake Tapper was very fair and Dana Bash was very fair. But when I watched this interview of Tom Cotton, fortunately he's a total pro, he knows what he's doing. And then when I watched the roundtable after that, I said the hostility is crazy. So we're thinking about it. We're thinking about it. They also want to change the rules. You know, the deal was we keep the same rules. Now all of a sudden they want to make a change in the rules because she can't answer questions. Why doesn't she do a couple of question answer? Why doesn't she do something like I'm doing right now? She can't talk. We can't have another dummy as a president, okay? We cannot have a dummy. And the people from Vietnam agree with that.
President Trump, would you want the microphones muted in the debate whenever you're not speaking?
We agreed to the same rules. I don't know. It doesn't matter to me. I'd rather have it probably on. But the agreement was that it would be the same as it was last time. In that case, it was muted. I didn't like it the last.
Bro, the Vietnamese diaspora can maintain whatever fucking political positions they want to maintain. Okay? As long as I'm getting that fucking steady diet of motherfucking bomb me, okay? The Australian bomb me that I had was so formative and was so life-changing that I still think about it on a regular basis. I know pho is also good, people say. But I'm telling you right now, okay? I had bomb me near the boys in Australia, and it dramatically altered my life. Okay? Oh my God. Oh my fucking God, dude. They can fucking say, do, advocate for whatever the fuck they want to do. All right? Banh mi fits perfectly into American taste. Oh. Literally the closest you get to authentic banh mi, unless you're in Vietnam itself. But yeah, I gotta go to Vietnam. Noah Colwyn was he went recently, and he was telling me like you have to go. It's incredible. That's what I keep hearing.
Last time, but it worked out fine. I mean, ask Biden how it worked out. It was fine. And I think it should be the same. We agreed to the same rules. Same rules and same specifications. And I think that's probably what it should be. But they're trying to change it. The truth is they're trying to get out of it because she doesn't want to debate. She's not a good debater. She's not a smart person. She doesn't want to debate. But when I looked at the hostility during the weekend, you watch it this week with George Slopadopoulous. And the Vietnamese didn't get that one. You got it, right?
Yes, sir.
If you didn't get it, I couldn't question it. But no, we want to have fairness. We have to bring fairness back to the country. And we have to have a president. We are the closest to World War III, I believe, that we've ever been right now, right this second. And we have a man that just took a vacation in California. He was on the beach. And he came back today. Where's he going? Delaware. Why? Another vacation. He's going for another week. That's not the Vietnamese. They're hard-working people, aren't they? All right.
President Trump, how are you specifically preparing for the debate versus Harris?
I'm not. Really? I'm not spending a lot of time on it. I think my
Spain colonized Philippines and brought Spanish cooking. France colonized Vietnam, brought French cooking. Britain colonized Malaysia and brought Indian cooking. Okay, to be fair, so you're saying it could have been worse. You're saying that they could have been even worse than they were. You know what I mean? They could have brought British cooking, which I don't know what it would be, really. Boiled chicken.
My whole life I've been preparing for a debate. You know, you can go in and you can have all sorts of sessions. I watched Mitt Romney go in and he worked so hard. 4 weeks he locked himself into a log cabin, and then he developed lockjaw. He couldn't speak. I watched other people. I mean, you have to be real. You know, you can't cram knowledge into your head for 30 years of knowledge in 1 week. So there's a little debate prep. But I've always done it more or less the same way, and you have to know your subject, and I think I know my subject. I think I know it better than anybody. I created the greatest economy in history. We rebuilt the military. We had no wars other than ISIS, which I inherited, and I beat ISIS in 4 weeks. 4 weeks. We rebuilt the military, and then you see they gave away a lot of the stuff that I rebuilt. They gave billions of dollars away to Afghanistan. And in addition to the dead soldiers that we were just celebrating, I mean, great people, we were just celebrating them. And the press won't mention Afghanistan. Do you ever hear them mention it? They don't even talk about it. Afghanistan was tragic for many reasons. Obviously the dead, obviously the wounded, obviously giving away billions of dollars worth of equipment. But it was devastating for one other reason. Because of Afghanistan, it showed our enemies that we're incompetent.
It's so funny he keeps saying this because, like, the press won't mention Afghanistan. Yeah, because it's irrelevant, dumbass. Like, you used to be the room reader, bro. Who fucking told you this is a good salient narrative to run on? Like, what's going on in Afghanistan currently is fucking gruesome. And we absolutely, like, the Biden administration has absolutely played a role in its demise. But you're like, you're chirping about Biden following your fucking plan of withdrawal that you never had the courage to follow through on. Objectively, it was a good thing. It's so funny to think that, like, it's so funny to think that Russia invaded Ukraine because America pulled out of Afghanistan, as though like America still investing in the occupation of Afghanistan would not have fucking made it significantly harder for them to literally reappropriate $52 billion that they were spending in Afghanistan every year directly to Ukraine. Like, it's such a fucking stupid argument, dude. Like, isn't it even remotely weird that, doesn't it strike you as odd that like the Afghanistan budget almost entirely went to Ukraine? Instead of continuing to go to Afghanistan? Just think about it.
That we have an incompetent president, an incompetent vice president, and look, Putin would have never, if I were president, he would have never gone into Ukraine. When he saw that, when he saw Afghanistan, he said, this is a great time, let's go. Because it was the apple of his eye, I know him well, but I always said, Vladimir, you're not doing it. But it was the apple of his eye. When I was gone, and we have this guy that doesn't know he's alive, and when that happened, Afghanistan happened, which was so tragic and so incompetent, Putin said, these people are highly overrated. He would have never gone in. If you didn't have the Afghanistan, he would have never gone in. Okay, thank you. We're making it.
Imagine thinking that these guys give a fuck about Ukraine or the Afghan withdrawal. If he wanted to make a better argument, he could have been like, America should have never pulled out of Vietnam. We pulled out of Afghanistan just like Saigon. And we're going to go back into Vietnam, folks, believe me. We're going to go back. We're going to bring you back to Vietnam. Vietnamese media is obsessed with Ukraine and generally incredibly right-wing. I mean, I know they're right-wing. I don't think these voters in particular give a fuck. I don't think Ukrainians, sorry. I don't think fucking American right-wingers just in general give a shit about the Afghan withdrawal. I think it's just a talking point. Like, it's Trump trying to get people to care about it by reiterating it, but like, it's not an issue that has a lot of fucking salience or momentum. They don't give a fuck. Because once again, remember, foreign policy is inconsequential and insignificant to the average American, business owner or not. The people that gave a fuck are still in jail from January 6th.
Another stop, we're going to Michigan. And next stop is Michigan. We're going to save the auto industry because we're not going to have an auto industry. They're making all electric cars. They're all going to be made in China. And we're not going to have an auto industry. So we're going to go and save the auto industry. We're going to bring back many plants. We're going to make...
A lot of military guys love ranting about the few helicopters that left behind. How are you an actual fucking military guy and you make that argument? What do you think the American military does when they withdraw? They trash it. It is more costly to fucking ship old, antiquated, dusty-ass fucking equipment than it is to just trash it and leave it behind. Every single fucking military person that actually served knows that. Like, I'm shocked. I've never heard a military person put that forward, like, as an argument. True, and retrofitting helicopters and military shit is almost as expensive as making new ones. Yeah. We've left so much more behind, dude. We've left so much more behind than Afghanistan historically throughout, like, Iraq and everywhere else. What could the U.S. have done better with the Afghanistan pullout? I think that it should have been a managed pullout. It's not even about like the military no longer operating, but they should have definitely not seized and refused to give back the Afghan government's money to the new government that we put in power. And that instead, they should have continued not only giving Afghanistan its money back to the tune of billions, but also beyond that, they could have actually set some conditions on how to fucking like how the Afghan government, the Taliban, conducts its domestic affairs, opening up pathways for foreign aid to still come into the country. Like, I think the Afghan withdrawal wasn't bad. I think what was bad is what we did afterwards, which was starve Afghanistan. Ridiculous. Like, we gave them back their government, and then we just fucked off and we abandoned it. We froze their fucking funds, made it harder for them to survive. I mean, hey, someone made out like a bandit in that process. Potentially. I mean, I haven't really been paying close attention to Afghan politics as of late, even though apparently the new Taliban government has like opened up new restrictions and shit. But someone that someone that's gonna do better in this process overall is China. As an Iraq vet, we definitely leave shit behind. It's way cheaper to just do that. Yeah. Old ass fucking equipment being left behind is like normal process in the old ass military equipment being left behind in the process is like normal process. That's how we do it always. It's as part of a fucking it's baked into the cost. Like the 3-minute ad break is baked into your experience at the top of the fucking hour, and the cost of that is $6 a month. The cost of avoiding that is $6 a month, or free in the form of a Twitch Prime, right? It was literally a week's worth of spending on what that war left behind. 7 days of what it could have cost to continue is a tiny fraction. What? Hypothetically, someone says Israel's a legitimate country and Palestine, of course, also has rights. If someone who says that is a Zionist, I don't fucking know.
Make automobile production bigger than it ever was in this country, and it'll be easy to do. And we're not going to let China build massive auto factories in Mexico, where they're building them right now. They're building massive factories in Mexico, and they think they're going to make cars in Mexico, sell them into us, and we're going to lose all our jobs. Not going to happen. These people that love Vietnam also, they're very smart people, great business people, great successful business people. When they hear that, you understand just instinctively that I'm right. Thank you all very much. I appreciate it.
Okay, someone told them Vietnamese hate the Chinese. They were like, one of his aides was like, "Sir, please bring up China at least once. Like, that will, people will love that here. This is the crowd." Okay. Also, Donald Trump just came out with a new video. Let's take a look.
Everyday prices are too high. Food, rent, gas, back to school clothes. That is called Bidenomics. A loaf of bread costs 50% more today. Ground beef is up almost 50%. There's not much left at the end of the month. Bidenomics is working. The price of housing has gone up. It feels so hard to just be able to get ahead. And we are very proud of Bidenomics. Everyday prices are too high. Food, rent, gas, back to school clothes. That is called Bidenomics. A loaf of bread costs 50% more today.
Low-key kind of a banger ad. I recognize it. Kind of a banger ad, dude. Not gonna lie. Straight to the point, you know? They ate. They ate. They ate with that one. It's like the D versus D TikToks. Yeah, Destiny versus Destiny TikToks.
Yes, now is Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Welcome to Fox News Sunday.
Shannon, thanks for having me.
Okay, so let's get this out of the way up front. You and President Trump not always fans of each other. He posted on social media earlier this year, he's one of the most liberal lunatics ever to run for office. A phony radical left fool whose poll numbers are terrible and getting worse. The New Yorker said just a couple of weeks ago this: in a recent text exchange, Kennedy told one person that Trump was a terrible human being, the worst president ever and barely human. He is probably a sociopath. Now, I haven't read your text, so you can speak to that, but how did you get from that position to Friday night?
Well, you know, it became clear to me that I did not have a path to victory. 16 months of censorship, of not being able to get on any network really except for Fox. And I had, in fact, when Ross Perot ran, in the 10 months that he ran, he had 34 appearances on the networks. I had 2 appearances in 16 months. So I was blocked out from the networks. I was blocked out from the debate. I had no path to victory. President Trump had been reaching out to me. And I talked to him a few hours after the assassination attempt, and we had a long conversation by phone. I then had 2 extensive meetings, and there were issues, the broad issues that were most important to me, the ones that brought me into the campaign, which was ending the Ukraine war, ending the censorship, and protecting children's health. We're all reforming our food supply, all the things that we need to do to make our children healthy again. Those are all things that President Trump also wanted to work on. And he invited me to form a unity government. We agreed that we'd be able to continue to criticize each other on issues on which we don't agree. But these issues are so important in their way of unifying our country.
What he's talking about is like an effective blockout of all third-party candidates in mainstream media. One might say it's because they don't have enough juice and momentum. Others might say that the reason why they don't have enough juice and momentum is because they never actually reach a broader audience. It's like you never hear from Jill Stein. Period, actually. That's it. That's the end of what I was going to say. Unless you're in this fucking community. Or it's because MSM isn't obligated to show them. Yeah, but also like there's definitely, if you're a third party guy, you're seen as a spoiler in general. The American media absolutely keeps up the duopoly. And the only way you can escape that duopoly is if you, oh my God, I forgot to fucking run the ad break, by the way, after that. I'm running it now. But yeah, the only way you can escape that duopoly is if you try to like make a name for yourself in independent media, which is barely going to help you with like 6%, which is where he was at. Just the way that our electoral structure works, it doesn't matter. You know, you're never gonna cut it.
We need in this country to reach a point where we love our children more than we hate each other.
How come Jill Stein only pops up once every 4 years? You never see her anywhere else. Is it really the media blocking her? Is it because she's a phony? I don't want to get into the Jill Stein narrative, but you're not wrong, even though you are Lib Drive, one of the biggest liberals in this chat. This is one issue where you're correct on. Well, I guess there's a little bit of an exception with Jill Stein this time around because she actually did participate in the Palestine protests. But beyond that, yeah, she doesn't do shit. No interest. Like the American Green Party in general has very little like momentum in local elections in areas where they could actually have like significant more momentum, like smaller races. It is legitimately fucking ridiculous that you just rally every 4 fucking years instead of campaigning all of the other times when you should be fucking campaigning. And yes, I do think that she is a grifter. Okay, that's it. That's how I feel about it. That's why I don't usually talk about it. It's fine if you want to vote for her. You know, she went to the Palestine protest. It was like one of the few instances where she actually was, like even before this election cycle. DSA and working families have done more for people than Green Party done in their entire history besides take money away. Yeah. Like there are places, if you are very serious about like building a resilient movement as a third party, you should be fucking out there looking for like local races. She's funny because I think she's a grifter, but also a true believer. Yeah. Explain though, people are actually drawn to her. What do you mean? It's because people are fucking desperate, dude. People are desperate for someone to say the things that they want to hear. That's it. That's all it takes. Is it grifting or is it just listening to what people think or want? Yeah, no, you're right. It's actually what people want. What people want is like a third party that only comes around every fucking 4 years. Like that's what people want. They're like, hey, can you please like not be an advocate in any other circumstance with the exception of Palestine? I'm going to keep reiterating that because she has actually been active at Palestinian protests even before the election cycle. But it's like, I'm sorry, she doesn't have no Jews. Like there are areas where she could at least like build some kind of constituency, build some kind of momentum. It's a party, you know? Go run for local office. Go run in smaller elections. Build a base of support. Show that you are capable of fucking winning shit. It's crazy. They should have been like the British Greens, completely different with them. Yeah, like Greens are oftentimes seen as a spoiler in the Western world, and or kooky in general. But the lawmakers are removing options arbitrarily. Okay, you're talking about Georgia, okay, and you're talking about it because Tuesday you are obviously the #1 advocate for the PSL, okay. And let me tell you something, you're not wrong. We're not talking about the PSL though. Even though the PSL has similar issues as well. They're more so an important voice in activism and organizing in general, not so much when it comes to like actual politics in general. Okay? Green Party's even worse than that. Green Party's even worse than PSL. Jill Stein wasn't even at the Palestine protest. No, she's been around. Like, she's gone to like other Palestinian protests and shit and shown support, but it doesn't matter. The Jill's 9/11 trutherism bullshit was whack as hell back in 2016 as well. Yeah, I don't really care about that. Yeah, whatever. Who cares? You know this already. I think that every woman is allowed to have one fucking incredibly kooky opinion. Anyway.
It's a good unifying theme that I think a lot of people could get around. It's how we get there. That's always the devil is in the details. Have you all negotiated over or talked about a cabinet position, another position within?
I'm not comparing the PSL to Green Party. If I were to make that comparison, I would say that the PSL is significantly better. What are you talking about? I literally hype up the PSL all the time. So much so that you have fucking PSL Andes in the chat constantly chirping at me and saying ridiculous shit like the PSL is more organized than the DNC. Okay, now you're fucking delusional. You did it. You reached the point of delusion. Okay, so then they're the biggest fucking losers on the planet? Like, what argument are you making? Like, what the fuck? I'm saying they shouldn't be removed from the ballot. I agree with you. I agree with you. Why are you constantly punching down on PSLs that are just supporting it, brother? oh my God, take me out back, dude, and just fucking take me out the pasture. I'm done.
A Trump government in exchange for your endorsement?
No, there's been no commitments. But I met with President Trump, with his family, with his closer advisors, and we just made a general commitment that we were going to work together.
What about the states where you're trying to get off of a number of swing state ballots to say, I'm going to stay on a number of state ballots, but in these swing states, I'm going to try to withdraw myself and ask my supporters, or at least you're telling them, think about supporting President Trump. Did you negotiate over which states you would try to withdraw from?
Yeah, I mean, we all knew which states they were. There basically is 10 swing states.
PSL is Party for Socialism and Liberation. Whenever you go to a left-wing protest and you see the Babas Noye whatever font on a fucking neatly designed placard, know that that was probably done by a PSL member. Yeah. PSL member here. It's a contrast that we know the elections are rigged and use it as a way to spread the message and build ranks when people tune into politics. In other times, and even still now, we're on the ground for all local issues and doing actions, raise class consciousness until revolutionary conditions. Yeah, I agree with you. And that's why you don't. I agree with you, which is precisely the reason why I don't usually shit on or criticize PSL ever, unless there's like a really annoying chirper in the chat, like they Tuesday, who does not shut the fuck up about PSL. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I will always give PSL credit. I will always give PSL credit for being at the forefront of political activism. I just mentioned that already. They're great organizers in general.
Or my presence in the race would have helped Vice President Harris and would have harmed President Trump. So I'm going to get off the ballot in those states, and then we're going to stay on the ballot in 30 states. And, I'm encouraging people to vote for me in those states. Those are states where the votes, they're either all red or all blue states where their votes are not going to change the outcome of the race. But in the
what a weird way to fucking, what are you doing? How strange.
States where I would have been a spoiler, I'm going to get out. So it's about 10 states.
Okay, so there were reports a couple weeks ago citing an official from your camp and also a Democratic official saying that there'd been outreach to the Harris camp as well to possibly discuss you working within the Harris administration in exchange for an endorsement of her. Is that true? And what happened with that?
I reached out to them on the same basis that I reached out to President Trump, and we actually talked to other presidential candidates, including Chase Oliver and the Libertarian Party, about figuring out ways that we could end the polarization and the hatred and the vitriol, start talking about issues. And,
PSL also doesn't cooperate with other socialist organizers and literally defends all the worst shit socialists have done. Yeah, I don't care, dude. I don't give a shit. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm going to keep it $1.50. I don't care. You're talking about marginal among margins, okay? It's ridiculous. It's silly. It's ridiculous. Unless they're straight up like a fucking cult, like a Bob Avakian style revolutionary communist cult, I don't give a fuck, okay?
I was welcome to listen to anything from the Democrats that they were going to do something about the war, about the Ukraine war, about the censorship, about the child health crisis, this epidemic of chronic disease.
And yeah, PSL does work with other organizers.
That has now disabled about 60% of our kids. And when my uncle was President Shannon, only 6% of Americans had chronic disease. Today, over 60% do. And, it's hard to find a kid today that's not been damaged by it. And it's coming from our food supply, from from pollution in our environment, from toxics in our environment, and mainly from corruption in our government that allows that to happen.
You've talked about, or there's been discussion that if you were to join the Trump administration in some health-related position, that you have real interest in dismantling things like the FDA, the CDC, NIH. You would like to see a focus away from infectious diseases to what you're talking about, more chronic diseases. Is it fair to say that you would try to dismantle some of those organizations?
No, I wouldn't dismantle them. I would change the focus, and I would end the corruption. Right now, 75% of FDA's budget is coming from pharmaceutical companies. That is a perverse incentive. In NIH, scientists and officials in NIH who work on drug development, who incubate drugs for the pharmaceutical company, get to collect lifetime royalties from those products. These are regulators. They're supposed to be looking for problems in those products. We have these agencies that have become sock puppets for the industries they're supposed to regulate. So they're not really interested in public health. Everybody, the most profitable thing today in America is a sick child. Everybody is making money. The hospitals are making money. The pharmaceutical companies are making money. Even the insurance companies make money. And we need to end those perverse incentives. We need to get the corruption out of FDA, out of NIH, out of CDC, and make them function as they're supposed to function, which is to protect public health and particularly children's health.
I'm going to go back to your decision from Friday. Both you and Nicole Shanahan, your running mate, have talked about how you feel like the Democrats completely mistreated you, excluded you from the process. How much of your decision Friday is about revenge?
Bro, Trump literally accepted his endorsement, even though he originally didn't want to, specifically because you were eating away at his base. Like, what are you talking about? You recognize that. You had a phone conversation about it. He still told you to fuck off. Like, what the fuck do you mean, dude? What do you mean, dude? This makes no dang sense.
Motivated by punishing Democrats in some way.
Zero.
It's always funny because he's like, yeah, deregulate. I mean, not deregulate, sorry. He's like, the food is actually starving and killing our children. He's like right about that, but then he's like, and that's why I'm endorsing Donald Trump, who's going to deregulate the food industry even further.
Bro, I don't act in anything in my life. I don't act out of anger or revenge or resentment. It's a bad motivation. It's like swallowing poison and hoping someone else will die. And so I don't do it. I am very pragmatic and practical, and I am focused on one thing, which is how do we restore health for our children? And that touches many, many other issues. How do we regenerate our soils in this country? How do we protect small family farmers? The incentives are all going to commodity agriculture, and that's what is feeding this chronic disease epidemic, the processed foods that are created by commodity agriculture. So we need to do all of these things at once. Protect small farmers, restore our soils, regenerative agriculture, and to get the corruption out of the federal government and make these agencies do what they were created to do, which is...
Did you already talk about YT? YT's so empathetic. This is a rat fucker. Like, he genuinely wanted to compete with the DNC. It's because Jank has a soft spot for third-party candidates getting fucking completely obliterated by mainstream media and being cast aside as like unserious people for obvious reasons.
Is to protect our health and not serve the mercantile interests of the pharmaceutical companies and the processed food industry.
To be fair, he's right about the chemicals on our soil is going to actually kill us based on what's put in them, but he's still crazy. Yes, that's my anger with people like fucking conspiratorial-minded individuals like RFK Jr. in general. Okay? It's that they come so goddamn close to the truth, and they're so close. Like, they point to the truth. They point to the problem. They're absolutely on the money when they talk about, like, our food is poisoning us, children are sick. Like, obviously, when he says that, he means, like, they're autistic, and that's not a consequence of, like, better better ways of like figuring that sort of thing out, like scientific achievements, achievements in medicine, but instead it's fucking vaccines. So he's wrong on that front. But like I said, they're good at identifying the problem, but then their fucking diagnosis, or rather their solution to it, is insane. And it makes me so mad. Like, how are we going to be like, yeah, we're poisoning our children? That's why I'm going with the great deregulator. You're a fucking idiot. You're a charlatan. You're a fucking clown. You have no genuinely held principles. You just are selfishly trying to maintain your relevance. And also, you fucking are anti-medicine, dog. What do you mean? What are we talking about, dude? RFK Jr., if given more prominent position in media, would literally lead to more brain poison, would be almost as consequential a damage against Donald Trump, okay? He is such a fucking crank. He is such an insane crank. I'm sorry. I can't stand motherfuckers that are anti-medicine. It is one of the most significant reasons as to how so many dumbasses, many of them on the right, are kept alive when they would have died otherwise. Okay? So I can't stand motherfuckers who look at some of the greatest achievements in science, okay, and turn around and go, yeah, I hate that shit. It's like anti-human. Pisses me off. Good faith question. How do you see regulation as a better way to fix things? When over the last 30 years, we've had massive amounts of regulation that has helped big corporations push out small businesses. Dude, there is no fucking way that you're a 20-month subscriber who literally is advocating, who's literally arguing on the basis of regulatory capture. Like, there is no way, right? You think the American government actually has adequate regulations? What are you talking about? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? It is ridiculous, dude. You're like, okay, quick question for you. Why are food standards better in China and also in Europe than the United States of America? Why? Why don't you hold a Twitch debate instead of faking this? Because it's unimaginably unproductive. Like, minor disagreements with a 20-month subscriber should not take up an hour of the fucking content, especially when I have a shit ton of things that I want to discuss. What? I'm just pissed. Why are we giving YouTube ads? Why do politicians need money? Okay, dude. See, this is literally why I don't fucking do debates on camera. Like, every person who thinks they have a thing worth a damn that people must hear oftentimes end up being a fucking crank that just needs medicine, okay?
This decision is not without personal cost for you. Your own family went to the White House on St. Patrick's Day, took a huge picture with President Biden, made clear who they were supporting. Friday night, your siblings issued this statement. We believe in Harrison Waltz. Our brother Bobby's decision to endorse Trump today is a betrayal of the values that our father and our family hold most dear. You posted on X Friday night saying you're grateful to your amazing wife because the decision that you've made is one that she's uncomfortable with. So talk to us about the personal backlash you have to deal with in moving forward.
I mean, you know, my family is at the center of the Democratic Party. I have 5 members of my family that are working for the Biden administration. President Biden has a bust of my father behind him at the Oval Office. He's been a family friend for many, many years. And my family is, I understand that they're troubled by my decisions, but, you know, I love my family. I feel like we were raised in a milieu where we were encouraged to debate each other and debate ferociously and passionately about things, but to still love each other. So, you know, they can, they're free to take their positions on these issues. There are many, many members of my family who are working in my campaign, who are supporting me. I have a very big family. There's a few of them that are troubled. But, you know, I think we all need to be able to disagree with each other and still love each other.
Wall Street Journal has this. They say it's a double-edged sword, essentially, that it may help President Trump to pick up some of your followers if they're willing to go over there. But they warn about what you would do in his administration. They say this: RFK Jr., if he's anywhere near the healthcare or environmental agencies in a Trump administration, look out. Mr. Trump's best response is to thank RFK Jr. for his support, make no promises about the future, and by all means avoid joint campaign appearances. You've already had one. Will you have others? Will you campaign for President Trump?
I'm going to be campaigning actively. I think President Trump is going to make a series of...
They're so fucking stupid. Like, Benny Johnson posting up with RFK Jr. and being like, this is the new ticket. They're so dumb. They're so dumb. Like, I don't know how they went from JD Vance, who is a patently unlikable charisma suck, blood boy for Peter Thiel, to somehow the actual fucking crypt keeper, like a dude who looks like a Fallout ghoul, who sounds even worse than the way he looks. It doesn't make any sense. Like, who is running the fucking show over there, man? Like, it's actually truly, truly insane. Like, RFK, if he didn't sound the way he does, could be a deceptively charismatic figure because of how fucking dumb Americans are, okay? We're not going to say he looks like a ghoul. I mean, he does. Why are you calling me dumb? We're all fucking stupid, bro. Get with the goddamn program. We're all Americans. We're dumb as fuck. I'm sorry, okay? You might fancy yourself to be a lot more intelligent than you actually are, but that's also a dumb trait. That's a dumb guy trait. Anyway, we're dumb, man. We're dumb as fuck. Like, as an entire collective, we're dumb. We're trying our best, but we're dumb, okay? There's no better evidence of that than, like, listening to RFK and going, yeah, you know what? He's saying a lot of truthful things here. It's the exact same energy as people who are like, why don't you like Andrew Tate? He tells people to work out. It's like, he tells people a lot of other shit, dude. That's the problem. Okay? There's a million people that you can arrive at that don't have RFK's fucked up ass worldview that will also be like, yeah, we got to make sure the food is better. It's always these motherfuckers who are like, yeah, the food is poisoning you. That's why you need to only eat like bugs. That's why you only need to eat like the ass cheeks of a pig. That's why you only have to eat roadkill.
Of announcements about other Democrats who are joining his campaign, and you know, I want to make America healthy again, and so does President Trump. So those are objectives. My
pillar of health.
You know, the Wall Street Journal may be worried about shareholder value for pharmaceutical companies, and I think, you know, I talk specifically to President Trump about that issue, and he said that he wanted to leave as his legacy healthy children, and that, you know, that that he was unconcerned about the other.
Dog. Can you mute your mic when you eat? No, but I will mute you for the day. So, what's really funny about this also, oh my God, we have autism, Dad? I don't care. I'm ableist. Okay. What I also find hilarious about RFK Jr. is that if a Republican was voting for him instead of voting for Donald Trump, the only reason why they were doing so is because they thought Donald Trump wasn't anti-vax enough. Okay? Understand that they were voting for RFK only because Donald Trump wasn't anti-vax enough. And RFK was the real anti-vax pick. So what's really funny about him is endorsing the guy who did Operation Warp Speed, who literally is responsible for the mass inoculation campaign, who has at times defended that. This is the most contradictory person on the fucking planet, dude. He cares about vaccines, but takes TRT, steroids. He talks about American foreign wars being a massive problem and taking up too much of the budget, but is like an unconditional, massive Israel dick rider. He talks about how he's an anti-vaxxer, but literally endorsed the guy who, pushed the pharmaceutical companies to put out a vaccine. It's just so dumb.
Now to the 2024 race. After a nearly flawless convention in Chicago, Democrats are riding high. The energy and excitement at a level we haven't seen since Barack Obama first won the party's nomination nearly 2 decades ago. For Kamala Harris, that has translated into hundreds of millions of dollars in campaign donations, a flood of volunteers, and a boost in the polls. As Donald Trump watches his lead evaporate, both nationally and in the key battleground states, Politico reports he is, quote, finally recognizing he's at risk of losing the election unless he makes some changes. Well, there's no evidence of big changes coming from Trump, although after watching Harris's convention speech, he declared his administration would be, quote, great for women and their reproductive rights. That's quite a statement for a president who has also claimed credit for the repeal of Roe v. Wade. Trump may be struggling and Harris may be surging, but if we've learned anything this summer, it's that momentum can be fleeting, and virtually every presidential candidate gets a convention bounce, even the losers. Remember Michael Dukakis? After the 1988 Democratic Convention in Atlanta, he had a 17-point lead over George H.W. Bush in the Gallup poll. And then he went on to lose in an electoral landslide greater than any we have seen since. Trump has been trying to portray Kamala Harris as a left-wing radical. But so far, anyway, that hasn't stuck. And in Chicago, Harris's convention sounded a decidedly moderate tone. In her speech, Harris promised to be tough on crime, tough on the border, tough on Iran and China. And far from supporting the arms embargo many on the left had demanded, she promised to defend Israel. There was no talk of taking on big corporations or the ultra-wealthy. No promises of Medicare for all. Gone were many of the progressive positions.
Like, I like how we just assume that all of that is good for the election. Like, the presumption here is that by mainstream media that was so solid of her. She did a phenomenal job of reacting to the Republican Party by showing that she is a moderate. This is dumb as fuck. It's dumb. It's just spin. You are stupid for believing this. This was my biggest fear with this campaign, as I repeated time and time and time again. It is the exact opposite of the momentum that they got with the Tim Walz pick. It is the exact opposite with the momentum that they got when Tim Walz started campaigning on behalf of the campaign. The idea that Republicans are going to call you radical and then you're going to be like, no, I'm a moderate, I promise, is the dumbest fucking lie that the liberal media reiterates on a regular basis. You are fucking stupid if you believe it. I'm sorry. Everybody loves saying, oh, dude, you're so wrong. People poll this stuff. You're so wrong. You're so silly. Okay? Just remember that the media has the capacity to shape the narrative, and make you feel like you came up with certain conclusions on your own, but you didn't actually come up with those conclusions on your own. You came up with it because you watched the media and they told you so. That's precisely why you were wrong when you were in here fucking telling me that Joe Biden can't get swapped out, and I was fucking right. Okay? Because you watched the media and they fucking told you in the beginning that this was a bad idea. Your consent was fucking manufactured. You need to think for yourself. There are plenty of polls that show progressive policies are actually pretty reliable. There is plenty of evidence that shows that a progressive ballot measure as a standalone entity is one of the most successful initiatives in American politics. Okay? That's it. Progressive policies are very popular across the board. People want something to vote for. That's it. Stop listening to Republicans. Stop letting them lead the conversation. Stop retriangulating in an effort to defend yourself against them. You look weak. You lose out on the momentum. You lose out on your base of support. You are never going to be able to penetrate the minds of many likely Republican Party voters who think you're a communist, and that is bad. You can say you're not a communist all day, every day, forever. Okay? They will still call you a communist. They say Nancy Pelosi is a communist. Stop cucking your own message. Okay? Just like not a single person in the United States of America believes that Donald Trump is actually going to protect women's reproductive rights. No one in America believes you're going to be protective over the border. That's why people don't say, oh, I like this because I personally care about this. They instead come into my fucking chat and say, Hasan, don't you think we're far too progressive? There's another American out there that is way different than you and I, who actually does think that Kamala Harris must do strong, have a muscular militant stance because she's a woman. There's another guy out there, not me, but another guy out there who probably thinks it's great that she's doing a right-wing border policy. No, there isn't. No, there isn't. That guy is the same guy that said they were a Biden dead ender. That guy is the same guy that is a Democratic Party loyalist. They do not think when MSNBC tells them to jump, they say how high. They just regurgitate and they vote down ballot Democrat. That's not a real guy, okay? That guy is never going to turn around and be like, well, I guess I'm voting for the Republicans now because all of a sudden the Democratic Party is telling me after literally 30 fucking years of being pro-immigration that now, this time around, they're not going to be pro-immigration. You voted for 30 fucking years for the pro-immigrant party. You voted for the pro-immigrant party in 2020. Now you all of a sudden want to vote for the anti-immigrant party? That's fucking delusional. That's the reason why so many dumb motherfuckers literally keep talking about how they actually had to do this for some other mythical voter. Have some fucking backbone and some conviction and stand on what you will do for the American people. That's it. Because that's what politics is. Politics is not about making this idiotic fucking calculation every goddamn 4 years of like, oh, the other side is far worse. The other side is far worse. Politics, for most people, okay, is about what will you give me? And if neither party gives you anything or even is even trying to captivate you and get your attention and get you to go out and vote, that's how you arrive at a plurality of voter-eligible population that don't fucking vote. There's obviously a multitude of different factors at play here. The Electoral College makes it seem like if you're in a blue state, you don't have to vote because it's going to go blue anyway. If you're Republican in a blue state, it doesn't matter. That obviously cuts across as well. But beyond that, the fact that it's not a national holiday or federal holiday, that makes it hard to vote as well. It's on a fucking work day. But most consequentially, people will not vote for someone, especially when voting is difficult to begin with. It's not as easy as you think, especially if you've never voted for someone before. If you're not registered to fucking vote, voting is a difficult process. It's a confusing process. So you need to activate someone. You need to make them curious. You need to make them interested. You need to make them a loyal soldier for you. And the only way you can do that is not by constantly fucking chirping about how Republicans are fascists. Republicans are fascists. They are. We know. It's not us that you need to convince. Or even if it was us that you need to convince, you would have to probably give us some concessions, okay? You obviously don't care enough. You obviously don't think that this vote here matters because you're not giving us any concessions. You're not giving us the time of fucking day. If you did, you'd be trying to suck our cocks in the same way that you're trying to suck Republican cocks every fucking day, okay? You want to suck Republican cocks. That's all you want to do. You want to suck and fuck Republicans. If you want progressive voters to go out and vote for you, you need to suck progressive cock, okay? You obviously don't care enough. You think it's a larger, more significant constituency out there. There's some guy out there that's going to do this. You can't have it both ways. You can't suck both cocks at the same time, okay? My cock only. Anyway, but beyond, sucking progressive dick, which is neither here nor there, okay? You need to at least tell people who don't normally vote, if you want them to come out and vote for you, what you're going to do for them. That's it. And if you don't do that, then yeah, you're still going to have a plurality of people who do not vote. That's it.
Positions Kamala Harris herself took when she launched her first campaign to be the Democratic presidential nominee some 5 years ago. The Kamala Harris on the stage in Chicago seemed more eager to appeal to moderates and disaffected Republicans than the party's liberal activists. We'll see what Republicans have to say about all that shortly. But what about progressives in her own party? What do they think? There is nobody better to ask than our next guest, Senator Bernie Sanders. Senator Sanders, welcome to This Week. Before we get to the convention and all that, I want to ask you about the news overnight out of Israel. Do these attacks from Hezbollah underscore that Israel is still very much under threat?
Well, I think clearly we have a very volatile situation in the Middle East. We have had that for a long time now. The good news is it appears that both Hezbollah and Israel are trying to de-escalate. I hope that happens, and I hope we reach a ceasefire with Hamas, Israel and Hamas, as soon as possible.
All right, let me ask you about the convention. What was your take on the messaging from Kamala Harris in Chicago?
Well, I think the energy coming out of that convention was very high. I think it's going to be a rough campaign. I think the vice president now has a very good chance to win it. She's certainly going to win the popular vote by millions of votes, and I think she has a great chance to win many of the battleground states, and I intend to do everything that I can to see that she wins. My own guess is, Jonathan, that I think people are growing tired and fatigued with Trump's consistent and outrageous lies. And I think no matter what people may think of Kamala Harris, I think they want stability in the White House. They want somebody who they can trust. And I think they understand that it's not the person that Donald Trump is.
I want to play for you a few lines from her speech about her role, what her role would be as commander-in-chief. Take a listen.
As commander-in-chief, I will ensure America always has the strongest, most lethal fighting force in the world. I will always stand up for Israel's right to defend itself, and I will always ensure Israel has the ability to defend itself. I will never hesitate to take whatever action is necessary to defend our forces.
Bernie's so fucking cucked. There's no... Let's see what he says. But, I mean, that part of the speech is so... It is the worst, right? Not even the, Israel-Palestine part. Because obviously that's a given. Okay? That's a given. That's a given. That's a given. That's a given. You know, ultra-Zionism. You already know how it is. Okay? Democratic Party, Republican Party, they're aligned on this. But like the idea that like she's also fucking, she's in all black because of a funeral for any ceasefire propositions. Yeah. Like the fucking, we're going to have the most lethal military. Like that is such an insane fucking point. Isn't lethality the point of the military? Yeah. That's why they don't call the military the fucking murder department. Okay. There's a reason why they call it the Defense Department. It used to be called the War Department. Why don't they call it that anymore? Because obviously words are supposed to hide the fucking truth. So when you actually unshackle and unrestrict dog whistles and openly say what that fucking means, that means you're going to be even more right-wing than the average fucking Democrat. Hello? What is happening? I thought liberals were the ones who were super fucking primed to aesthetics and optics and shit. What happened? All of a sudden you guys forgot? Optics matter? What happened? Okay, but they still openly say lethal aid. Dog, that's the whole point. They call it aid. They call it aid. They call weapons aid. You're doing the thing that I'm talking about. Like Democrats do the thing, or the American State Department does the thing that I'm literally talking about by calling it fucking aid. They're still hiding what it actually is. Weapons. I was in awe. There's so many people were like trying to dunk on me on that point about like the lethality of the military. It's like, you guys are disgusting, dude. I mean, not you in the chat, but all these fucking like dumbass Ukrainian flag in the bio dipshits. Literally like, oh, hoorah, baby. That's American military might, baby. Hell yeah, brother. It's like, dude, you live in Estonia, okay? Shut the fuck up and enjoy your 55 to 60% female population and your fucking fiber optic cables and your goddamn internet-based voting system, okay? Why the fuck do you think this matters to you? Shut the fuck up. God, I fucking hate NATO, but especially because of motherfuckers like that, okay?
And our interests against Iran and Iran-backed.
Like, all it takes is me to talk to like a fucking Baltic NATO guy for me to lose my mind and become a fucking Z pusher, okay? Literally. It's like a reincarnation of gay Hitler over there. It's crazy, dude. I don't understand it. Like, welcome back Hitler, but this time a homosexual Hitler, okay? The fucking NATO Baltics Andes are so unimaginably fucking lame and so unimaginably pro-American military cock. It's not your cock. It's our cock. You don't have the cock. Stop fucking LARPing. You don't live in Texas. You live in Estonia. Shut the fuck up. I hate it.
Terrorists.
Now, I've been covering you for a long time. I've heard you talk about the need to cut the Pentagon's budget. Obviously, you've been an advocate of the arms embargo.
Well, let me just say, Jonathan,
yeah.
in all due respect, the United States is now spending more than the next 10 nations combined on defense.
If you hate NATO, why should America care about Palestine? Wait, what? The reason why I hate NATO is also the reason why I fucking hate what America's doing in Israel and allowing Israel to do to Palestine. What the fuck are you talking about? It's just another arm of imperialism. This doesn't mean that I'm pro-Russia by any means, by the way. Fuck the Russian government, okay? Fuck Vladimir Putin. Fuck the Russian government. They should have never fucking invaded Ukraine. They're insane. Do you understand? They're insane and they're violent and they're engaging in an immoral, unjustifiable act by invading another fucking country, violating Ukrainian sovereignty. Having said that, however, we do that all day, every day. Okay, give me a goddamn break. I'm Turkish, dude. Of course I don't like fucking NATO. I'm a Turkish leftist. Why the fuck would I like NATO? It literally created a fascist movement in the goddamn country.
I agree with the vice president. We want the strongest defense in the world. But I do think enough is enough. You're seeing military contractors' profits soaring. And I think we can have the strongest defense in the world without spending $1 trillion a year.
But what about the tone she struck there, though, emphasizing the need to have the most lethal force, talking about being willing to take on Iran and vowing to give Israel whatever it needs to defend itself?
Well, look, what I happen to believe and what I try to point out, I try to make in my remarks, is that we have a nation today where 60% of our people are living paycheck to paycheck at a time when we have more income and wealth inequality than we have ever had in the history of this country. So I happen to believe it's important that we end the embarrassment of having the highest rate of childhood poverty of almost any major country on earth. That's why I'm delighted that she is talking about making the child tax credit, which lowered childhood poverty by 40% as a result of the American Rescue Plan, permanent. I happen to believe, and I hope she will support, expanding Social Security by lifting the cap on taxable income so we can increase Social Security benefits. I hope we can move toward expanding Medicare to cover hearing, dental, and vision. These are popular ideas. Every poll that's out there say that
It's so funny that Bernie's like, hey, but remember like all these good policies that she should be running on? It's like, bro, you're right. Like, it's good. Like, I'm glad you're stumping for these good policies, but like, she ain't running on it. That's the whole point. That's what's so frustrating about this is like, Bernie's right. Bernie is literally right. I'm willing to bet there are more Americans that would be willing to overlook some of the other consequential problems like the top of the hour ad break under the Kamala administration, where the avoidance fee is still $6 a month instead of the $5 it was under the Trump administration. And yet there's still a free one, obviously, in the form of a Twitch Prime, where you connect your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, where you get one free Prime subscription a month. Use it on your favorite podcaster. Hopefully that's me. But like, people would be willing to overlook that at the top of the hour. I mean, that would be a mistake, however, because you would be looking at a 3-minute ad break. Unless you get gifted a sub. If you're lucky, here's the 3-minute ad break now. Problem is, Bernie Sanders is right. He was always right, and he's right here as well. Kamala Harris should drop all this fucking weird shit, trying to retriangulate her messaging to appear more moderate, and focus on good policies that help people. That's it. That's what you're supposed to do as a politician. God, we are so cynical. The part of the problem with the Democratic Party's base of support, at least like the most loud parts of Democrats online, is that they constantly chirp and LARP as though they are DNC operatives getting paid by the Democratic Party to like tell people, like, you don't understand. It's not for you, stupid. You need to shut the fuck up and vote. It's for all these other people that are magically going to be like, yeah, I don't really care about anything. I just want like a strong military. That's not a guy, man. And even if there is a guy like that out there who's like, yeah, I want a strong military. Okay. Guess what that guy also needs? Easier access to healthcare. Okay. Cheaper food. Cheaper groceries. Do you understand what I'm saying? Do you get it? Why was it that everyone was laughing alongside me when I was constantly fucking making fun of Joe Biden for being like, we did NATO? Was it only because he was old that was funny? No, because there's no one out there outside of the DMV that isn't like a fucking military industrial complex defense contractor / like guy who is like heavily invested in the military industrial complex that goes, oh man, thank God we did NATO. Okay, that's not a real voter. That's not a person. That's not a person, okay? There is no AUKUS voter. There is no Five Eyes voter in the United States of America. Holy shit.
Exactly what the American people want. The American people are sick and tired of seeing the people on top doing phenomenally well while they are struggling. And I think this is something that the vice president understands.
As you know, uncommitted delegates and other progressives have been demanding a pro-Palestinian speaker get a...
What the fuck? Am I missing something? Or all those policies just read off she is running on? CTC tax changes, taxing business and rich people a lot more, lowering prices. Yes, she is running on them. I don't think people understand. I am worried and upset that that wasn't the main focus of her fucking, like, acceptance speech, where she basically revealed herself to the broadest audience she's actually shown herself to thus far. I am mad that she spent time talking about, you know, the long dick of the law and the long dick of the American military and the long dick of Border Patrol, Customs and Border Patrol that's going to fucking purge Guatemalan migrants with expediency. Instead of those things, she should be running on those things. She especially should not be running on the border because that's a losing argument anyway. And everyone in here, since that speech, keeps coming and coping and saying, oh, dude, you don't get it. She did this for some other guy. Not you, not me, but for some other guy. There's a guy out there, I promise you, that wanted to hear these things. Otherwise, he would have thought she's not strong enough. People that look at her and go, that's a woman, she's not strong, are not going to be convinced by how fucking aggro she is about the military, dumbass. They think she's a woman and therefore incapable of leading. You know how you can get that person to come on board, though? Well, she's a woman, but at least she says she's going to make grocery prices cheaper, and I like that. So I'll overlook that reality and vote for the black woman. That's it. That's how politics works. It's that simple. And yet, we play this fucking song and dance and make it so much more complicated. Why did you fucking ban the guy in the midst of me talking about how Kamala Harris should run on the price of groceries being expensive and how she's going to fucking regulate that? He responded with, kill yourself, Hasan. Well, his name is Deadly Mr. Merchant, so I assume he's a groiper. First message in the chat, kill yourself, Hasan. Unban this guy. Let's hear what other wonderful things he has to say. Nobody believes Democrats when they say they are going to be. Nobody believes Democrats when they say they're going to be fucking militant on the border, okay? All you've done is prime your base into thinking you have to be militant on the border. All you've done is prime your base into being an advocate for border control, more border enforcement, more fucking deportation, more camps. That's all you did. You didn't actually fucking change the outcome of the race. You didn't win the Republicans over. What is this? Walking Wanderer. Would you rather be an African-American slave during the American slave trade or an Armenian in the Ottoman Empire? Would you rather sit on a dick and eat a pie or sit on a pie and eat a dick? Wow, that's actually that's crazy. Would you rather sit on a dick and eat a pie or sit on a pie and eat a dick is like, you got me. Like, I don't know what the correct answer there is. That's crazy. Also, both of these are very hard questions to answer. Like being black and having to be enslaved versus being genocided in the Armenian genocide is like, fuck, dude. I don't know. Both are pretty awful. I don't know which one, like, because the slave trade is also genocide of a different sort. I don't really know what the fuck. Sitting on a dick and eating pie sounds like a 2-for-1 for me. Those are some terrible choices, man. I'm going to go with the other third option that I believe we can get here. Okay, how about that? Hey, credit to a Turk for actually admitting Armenian genocide existed, though. Hello, welcome to the fucking HasanAbi broadcast. Why the fuck would you think that I don't? Like, I'm not exactly known for being a genocide denier, no matter how hard my fucking haters try to present me as that. How do you sit on the internet and talk shit knowing so many people dislike you? Not because you speak the truth, but because you're a shitty human. Easy question, easy answer. I'm willing to bet that virtually 99% of people, if presented with the options of a guy who goes into someone else's fucking community and goes, yeah, you should kill yourself, versus the guy who believes in universal healthcare, like which one is the worst person? They probably would think you're the worst person. The only difference is you've deluded yourself in the communities that you exist in online into thinking that you're doing something virtuous by doing this, that you're somehow fighting a good battle. I still want you to have healthcare regardless of your opinion on me. I still want you to be able to have an ease of access, to have an opportunity for upward social mobility, regardless of your opinion of me. I still want you to be able to get more from your work, to be able to have more autonomy in your workplace, regardless of your opinion of me. Okay? That's the difference between you and I. You want me to kill myself. I want you, regardless of your opinions, to actually have a better life. Because I believe that if you have a better life, then you inevitably will be less angry. Because what motivates someone to do such a thing like this online is a shit ton of anger and resentment. Someone primed you into thinking that I am your enemy. Someone primed you into thinking that I'm the worst person you've ever encountered. Okay? Someone also primed you into thinking that a lot of people dislike me. You probably deluded yourself in, most people don't know who the fuck I am. Okay? Ain't nobody knows or gives a shit about me. But you probably come from a community where they do. And they're really, really, really fucking invested in how bad I am. And the thing is, I'm imperfect. I'm a human being. Okay? I sometimes engage in hypocrisy just like we all do. Okay? The difference is, if you have truly awful material circumstances, only then are you allowed to feel this way about another human that you do not know. You don't know me at all. Okay? You have no idea who I am. You don't even know what values I believe and espouse. You've been deluded into thinking that I am somehow hypocritical and actually against those values that I espouse because other people have primed you into thinking this way. You've been deluded. You've been duped. And I personally believe that if you had some of the problems that are probably weighing on your consciousness on a daily fucking basis, cost of living, the fact that like your landlord's going to fuck you over, maybe you don't have enough money at the end of the month to pay for your rent and also budget for fun shit that you want to do. Seeing someone like myself in a position of so much fucking privilege probably frustrates you. And you're like, this guy's rich. He has everything. And he's still fucking chirping. He's just sitting on his ass. All he does is fucking watch YouTube videos. Fuck this guy. Okay? I believe that you absolutely would be not doing this kind of shit if you had at least some of those problems solved. Okay? You'd be a healthier, happier person. One of the people who wanted to kill you yourself, made fun of you for being woke, etc., usually the eat the rich shirt type meme shit he saw, got really drunk last February. Oh yeah, that guy, I remember, got really drunk last February and ran at the LASD with a sword that was engraved with Christ the King and got aired out by like 30 shots before he could reach them. I think about that guy every time there's a chatter like that. Fix your life, bro. Yeah, remember that guy? Did I say February? February, sorry. Yeah. He used to love getting drunk and like creeping people out on this website. Many such cases on Twitter, I mean. The hell, I didn't know that? No, he's a famous Twitter guy. He was like, he had an account on Twitter. He was one of those like, this isn't like CIA shit, chat. Rad Milk, yeah, Rad Milk on Twitter. That guy. No, that's real. Anyway, this guy unfollowed me, so he has to wait. He has to refollow me and wait so we can like write anything else in the chat. But yeah, LASD is the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department. Bro, I genuinely don't understand how you have so much patience for advocating for stuff that are against your own interests because you're rich for the benefit of people who are so against their own interests. I'll be living in my palace somewhere and tell the peasants to go fuck themselves. I'll live in the grifter life. Well, because like these are things that I believed when I didn't have money, you know? That's it. And why the fuck would I change my attitude? No, not Rab Milk. That's a totally different person. Chat is stupid. No, it was Rab Milk. Do not fucking challenge me, law. I knew Rab Milk for 10 fucking years, stupid fucks. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, this is the dude. Something that I've learned by watching you respond to people like this is that most persons, including myself, really do forget there's a sad, angry person behind every toxic comment made out there on the internet. Usually the solution is to ignore it, but I like your approach much better. Yeah. I get it, dude. I get it. There's a lot of fucking anger out there. There's a lot of people who are angry, okay? There's a lot of people who are angry and resentful. Some, like, they're not just like evil people, okay? I mean, this guy did a lot of evil shit, so he might be maybe a little bit different. But like most people, it says he died. It can't be that chatter. No, dude. This person is an analog for that level of resentment that chatter is demonstrating. There's a lot of sad and angry fucking people out there, okay? There is a lot of sad and angry people out there. It's the same exact energy of like carrying on certain resentments and just like attacking a person online that you've never fucking met before, thinking that they're like a genuinely bad, evil individual, thinking that you're doing something virtuous by fighting this fucking battle where you're like, ooh, yeah, I told someone that they need to kill themselves online. And that someone is someone like myself too. There's like plenty of fucking people out there who I understand why you would be like, you know, kill yourself too. Anyway.
Slot at the convention, and convention organizers refused. Was that a mistake?
Well, I happen to think, and my views in this area are very different from President Biden's views. I happen to think that we should not be giving another nickel to Netanyahu's right-wing extremist government. They certainly had a right to defend themselves against the atrocious Hamas attack.
Boo.
They never had the right, do not have the right, to go to war against the entire Palestinian people, kill 40,000, injure 80,000, and destroy the healthcare system, the education.
I used to be a hater, but simmered down, held my mouth shut, and just tuned in to really see your opinions instead of what I heard or my prejudices. Love you now. There you go.
Educational system and the civilian infrastructure. What's going on and lead to the starvation of thousands and thousands of children. American taxpayer dollars should not go to starve children in Gaza. That is my view. Others may disagree with me.
You see any daylight between...
Holy shit, I know someone who was friends IRO with Rad Milk. It was incredibly sad and fucked up what happened to him, the path that all went down. RIP Everett, y'all. Chat and joke, but this person was a person. He had people who loved him. Yeah, M. Hud has an answer to that. He was literally a piece of fucking shit who choked his girlfriend Ursula until her eyes were bleeding. Fuck his stupid ass. He spent his last months on Earth calling me and my friends pedophiles. Yeah. Yeah, no, he was a fucking insane person. He wasn't just like a shit poster. He was like fucked up. Yeah.
Biden's view on this and Kamala Harris's view?
Well, I hope so. I think,
See, originally by secondhand reports, I got negatively polarized towards you, but then I had to just check it out myself, and now I can't leave this place. That's what I'm saying. That's the reason why I explain to people, your haters don't want you to see this, King. No, they do. They hate this. My haters hate this more. They can't understand it, and they get extra mad. I didn't want to watch you at first because it was an Abbott and Preach watcher until my friend put me on. That's all it takes sometimes. That's why I tell you guys, when you have friends that are like, you know, they have these like insane opinions of me, remember that, like, remember that they're fucking misguided. Get fucked, loser. Your haters can be a pipeline to your viewing experience. Sometimes they are, but a lot of people don't leave that space usually. They just get negatively polarized and they just stay at that place. Where were we? Yeah, word of mouth on you is way too harsh. After watching you, you're far more reasonable than people give credit for. It's because if you're here, that means you're probably extremely online, okay? And extremely online communities have incredibly polarized opinions on me, especially after fucking... In the month of August in 2021, I purchased a house, okay? Everything changed when I got doxxed. Literally everything changed when I got doxxed. After that, everyone was like, fuck this guy, socialist, but owns a fucking mega mansion castle. Okay? Usually, most people don't pay attention to anything. They don't pay attention to anything. They don't like really, they don't have time. And I get that. Why the fuck should they? Who the fuck has time to be like, well, let me go investigate further to see what like everyone is saying about this guy, if it's correct or not. Okay? I have an old coworker who's destiny pilled, and I literally can't even play video games with him anymore because he always wants to talk about Israel or your $1,000 shirt or some dumb shit. Feels bad he lost his job and now just stays online debating all day. Yeah. My brother-in-law is an Asmon Gold watcher and hates you. How can I convince him that you're a good guy? I don't know. Show him like something that he cares about that I also have advocated for. That's usually all it takes. There's a number of yeah, I did get doxxed before I even moved into the house. Yeah, I've known ever since 2012 or so, just online. It used to be cool and just got more negative and evil over the years. Sad situation all around, but I'm always reminded of it when there are chatters who tell Hasan to kill yourself or whatever. Yeah.
You know, in all fairness to the vice president, you know, she's been the candidate for all of 1 month, and it's been a hell of a month. You have to organize a convention, select the vice presidential campaign, get out on the campaign trail. So they are still working through their policies. But I think at the end of the day, I hope very much that the conclusion that will be reached is that Netanyahu and his right wing.
Yeah, it's like whenever you hang out with a new content creator and they're like, whoa, I never thought you were so chill. Like, people just need to give you a chance. That's it. So I try to do my very best to stay on message and be as consistent as possible. Eventually, no matter how aggressive you are, unless you're like literally a fucking Nazi pedophile, okay? Unless you are straight up a Nazi pedophile, you probably are going to be like, okay, maybe I was wrong about this motherfucker, okay? That's it.
Extremist government, which has received tens of billions of dollars of aid from the U.S., should not continue to receive that aid unless there is a radical change in their policies to the people, to the Palestinian people in Gaza and in the West Bank, by the way.
And on immigration, when Harris ran for the Democratic nomination against you and others in 2020, she said she favored decriminalizing illegal border crossing. She even suggested she would be in favor of abolishing ICE. Now, of course, she's taking, at least rhetorically, a much tougher line on border security. Take a look at this, one of her very first ads as the presidential nominee.
Kamala Harris has spent decades fighting violent crime. As a border state prosecutor, she took on drug cartels and jailed gang members for smuggling weapons and drugs across the border. As vice president, she backed the toughest border control bill in decades. And as president, she will hire thousands more border agents and crack down on fentanyl and human trafficking. Fixing the border is tough. So is Kamala Harris.
What do you make of her transformation on this issue?
Well, I don't think it's a question of transformation. We have a crisis at the border. We've got to make sure that fentanyl does not get into this country. We have to crack down on illegal immigration. But what we need is comprehensive immigration reform. I mean, you got God knows how many young people in this country.
Oh, dude, you can't get a fucking Democrat. You can't get one goddamn Democrat to be reasonable about this. It's so crazy. I will never stop being stubborn on this issue, okay? Just like the crime shit, okay? It's a panic completely concocted by right-wing reactionary sentiments. It is not born out of real genuine concern, is not born out of like a real examination. Okay? It's not born out of a real examination of the data. It is just completely made up, and we're just running with it. And not only are we running with it, but we're bouldering towards fascism. As an immigration attorney, it drives me crazy. It makes me so fucking mad, dude. It makes me so mad. It is, I mean, yeah, Bernie was also not exactly fond of immigration even back in the day. Like, it's crazy, man. It's crazy. It's just like a totally made up phenomena. Bernie, what are you doing? It's just made up. Yeah, I bet an attorney is watching. Brother, I was just at the DNC. It is not that shocking to have immigration attorneys watching me, okay? It was shocking to find out that there was fucking mayors of whole ass towns watching me. What the fuck are you talking about? An immigration attorney is like the most obvious person to be watching. Sometimes I have literal attorneys here staying at my fucking house. Public defenders. Well, former public defenders. I'm literally an attorney watching law. I know people just project. They're like, nah, dude, I ain't got nothing going on in my life. So obviously everyone else must be the same boat. That's it. So that's the thing, actually. Like, it's actually shocking that Bernie is bad on this message. Especially because, like, motherfuckers yell about him all the time and lie about him all the time. He doesn't fucking cave. He doesn't capitulate. He doesn't concede. You know? It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense that he's been consistent his whole life. Why now? I mean, he's also been consistently not great on immigration. That was like the one issue that he actually moved to the left on because his base, his progressive support moved him to the left on that issue. He used to say amnesty is like a Koch brother proposal. Like he used to say, well, not amnesty, but like open borders are a dream, a pipe dream for the right.
The result of DACA who deserve to gain citizenship. We need skilled workers, and we need workers in this country. A lot of labor shortages all over America where immigrants could play an important role. So keeping people from illegally entering the country obviously is the right thing to do. But we need comprehensive immigration reform, and I suspect that is what the vice president supports.
But if you take a look at that ad, one thing that I found striking is if you look, and I think we have the images here, there are at least 3 points in that ad that show the border wall, Donald Trump's border wall. Is it now the position of the Democrats that they favor the border wall?
Well, you can ask the Harris campaign about that ad. That's the first that I've seen it. Bottom line is I think there's wide recognition in this country, and we've had some success. I think the number of illegal immigrants coming in recently.
Good question. Don't you think that's hypocritical? A question more people will be asking Kamala Harris when she actually ends up doing some fucking interviews, which she probably won't.
Has gone down substantially. That is a major issue, and we've got to continue to do that. But at the end of the day, what we need is comprehensive immigration reform.
But the immigration, and you said it wasn't a transformation, there's clearly a change in emphasis on it. She is also, in her first campaign, she supported...
By the way, the reason why they're cooking Bernie right now is because the Harris campaign is sending out surrogates to get the shellacking because she doesn't want to get it. That's what's going on right now. And of course, the Democrats haven't figured out an adequate way to fucking message it. What? You also have this guy that I swear watches you. What I learned by playing Magic the Gathering with a Marine running for Senate? I have no idea who this guy is. I don't know why you're saying that. Anyway,
Medicare for all, like you. She supported a ban on fracking and offshore oil drilling.
Do you think Bernie will get more right-wing over time with the rest of the party? Brother, how much more time does he have? Like, no disrespect, but he's already 800 years old. Fuck you mean?
These are clearly new positions now that she's taken.
Jonathan,
why is that?
Let me just say this.
Yeah.
You go out and you do a poll, as I have done, and you ask the American people whether or not health care is a human right.
Yeah, by the way, this interview with Bernie is showing how vulnerable Kamala is because there's no way her surrogates are going to be able to defend her coherently. Yeah. If only there was someone who just kept saying, hey, Kamala Harris, drop this border shit. Never talk about it again. Let's just move. Let's make bygones be bygones. Let's make believe that like you're totally a separate person than the Joe Biden administration because they are going to cook your ass alive now that you're fucking pro building a goddamn wall. Okay? If only there was a guy like that who may or may not have had Kamala Harris campaign staffers watching him, who could have, you know, who could have potentially fucking not made this massive mistake. I mean, it's already late to retract. No, it's never late. Just never bring it up again. You can always deflect. You can always move away. Okay? You can always move away. You can always use much more favorable, much more valuable forms of opposition like abortion or progressive policies. The thing is, Republicans are reactionary. Okay? which means they're easy to fucking manipulate. They have to react to whatever proposal you put out there. So if you don't fucking put out any proposals, then they're going to fucking move the conversation more and more to the right. You can never let them dominate the conversation. Flood the market with policies. Show everybody that those policies are good. Let them fucking be in opposition to said policies. Okay? Let them come out and be like, we can't be fucking feeding children in schools. That would be communism. Oh, what a dream. Can you imagine? These are policies that help Republicans. Okay? You think Republicans don't have children? You think they don't need to feed their kids? You think Republicans don't have kids? They don't like the child tax credit? It's so dumb. Give them something to fucking negatively message on. But if you don't do that, then they're going to fucking hammer your ass on all the positions that you've moved to the right on. They don't like their kids, though? No, that's fucking silly. Okay, we're not talking about like the biggest losers in the Republican base of support. We're talking about like lifelong Republicans who just vote and don't really think about it.
And whether we should do what every other major country on earth does and guarantee health care to all of our people, the answer is yes. Should we be spending twice as much per capita on health care?
One of the craziest parts about this conversation, one of the craziest issues here is that like Donald Trump is actually, being the endless room reader that he is, has dropped certain Republican policies or Republican lines of communication that like the previous Republican Party would never do. Like, they never talk about the deficit, okay? Nikki Haley tried to bring it back, but ain't nobody give a fuck about the deficit, dog. Nobody cares. Republicans never actually cared about it either. They just used that as a mechanism to fucking, to stop progressive legislation from pushing through. PAYGO was one of the worst things that Nancy Pelosi advocated for, which is why I will be a lifelong hater of Nancy Pelosi, even though I put that on a brief hiatus because of all the great things that she did. Okay? But like, it's a gift. It's a fucking gift to the Democrats that the Republicans have completely dropped some of these like classic anti-progressive agenda items. They just keep calling it communism and moving on. You know? Like there's no austerity justification from the Republican Party anymore. So use that to your fucking advantage.
Despite 85 million people being uninsured or underinsured, most of the American people understand the system is broken. Yeah. So Kamala Harris and I have a disagreement. I do believe in Medicare for all. I think the current system is dysfunctional and broken. She has a different point of view. But right now, Kamala Harris is running against Donald Trump. And
all right, let's see what Fox is saying about TikTok. Gen Z saying Kamala's campaign is all vibes, no policy.
Podcasts to inviting influencers to the conventions, both the Harris and Trump campaign are getting creative to reach the more than 41 million Gen Z voters that are eligible to cast a ballot this year.
Everybody, Tim here with Scout at the dog park along the Mississippi, doing our first entry into TikTok, or as he and I say, Tim Talk.
JD, we want to welcome you to TikTok. We got some gifts.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it, dude.
Madam Vice President, are you on TikTok?
Well, I've heard that recently I've been on the For You page, so I thought I'd get on here myself.
The president is now on TikTok. It's my honor.
By the way, that Trump video showing his entrance into TikTok got 174 million views. But what's really important to the youth vote, joining me now, 3 Gen Z voters, former Democrat turned Republican Grace Gunsell, independent voter and former RFK Jr. campaign advisor, and TikTok influencer Link Lauren, and Democrat Henry Hushke. Welcome to all 3 of you. I'm so fascinated to have you. I want you to take a look at this poll. This is a Fox News poll. It's registered voters under the age of 35. This was before RFK got out of the poll. So 46% for Harris, 41% for Trump, 5% for RFK, 3% for West. So I'm going to go to you, Grace, because Grace, you were a Democrat. You were starting to lean Republican, but you were debating with RFK Jr. So now, how does this new endorsement by RFK Jr., him dropping out of the race and endorsing Trump, impact your vote?
Yeah, so I think for me, originally, it was a toss-up between RFK Jr. and Trump, but after RFK Jr. dropped out, I think I'm ultimately going to have to vote for Trump, just because the disaster that has been wrecked by this current administration and the fact that there are no policies currently listed on Kamala's website, or that she has even really talked about, has kind of shown to me that it really is for them all vibes, no policy, as they put it.
All right. Well, that's an interesting take. I'm going to go to you, Henry. You're a Democrat. That's been sort of the beef with the Kamala campaign, at least from the pundits, but I'm hearing it from another Gen Zer. Tell me what you think about that. Is it all vibes? I mean, there is nothing on our website with policy, and it's very social media heavy and TikTok heavy. What do you make of that? And what do you say?
Yeah, I think I would respectfully disagree with Grace and say that the Harris campaign has put out some really excellent policies, actually, for my generation. One that I think you can point to is her housing policy. She wants to cut red tape and build 3 million new homes, as well as give us first-time home buyers a $25,000 bonus for down payments. So this alone is just huge policy for my generation, getting us on the housing ladder and helping us achieve the dream of American home ownership.
Yeah, you know,
so that alone is one huge policy.
You know, it's been really interesting to me. I have children who are in part of your generation, and housing has become this huge issue. Who knew? Because remember they were saying, you know, you'll rent and you'll be happy, but it turns out.
No one thought that. That was a lie. Who knew? Oh my God. These people are so fucking out of touch, dude.
Young people actually do want to own their own home. Link, talk about that policy, and also, since you're an influencer, how much of social media emphasis these candidates should have? How much is that going to actually help them versus the substances we've been talking about?
Absolutely. Well, first off, it's great to be with you bright and early this morning. The one thing I can say about young voters is we are not monolithic. But when you look at every single poll, the top concern for young Americans right now is, how can I afford a home? How can I keep a roof over my head, have equity in an asset like that in the way that my parents did, in the way that my grandparents did? So for any politician out there looking to bring young people into their coalition, it is not rocket science. Identify their top concerns and then use social media, use influencers to reach them and show how you're going to enrich their lives with policies. The one thing I haven't seen from Kamala Harris yet is, how is she going to get any of this passed? She's promising $25,000 to first-time homeowners. She has no path to getting this passed. And Kamala Harris, it's about 40 days without an interview. She won't answer questions. If you're not willing to sit down and answer questions from voters, you really shouldn't be in charge of the nuclear.
I swear to God, there's just something so like weird about the aura of like young Republicans. Like I can't put my finger on it, but there is a incredibly like unfuckable vibe. It's just, I don't know. I just, they're so villain coded. Especially odd because he's gay, right? I suspect. Like, this dude is obviously hitting like campaign lines as well, right? He's like, oh, Kamala Harris has great policies in terms of like home ownership, you know? He even used the term ladder, home ownership ladder. Like that's a guy who's on message, okay? He's read some fucking policy papers. I don't know where they're at, but he's figured it out. He's figured out a way to communicate some of these things in a better way than fucking Kamala Harris has. Okay? But like he at least has like a human. There's like a human behind those eyes. There's a soul. Young Republicans always have the most soulless soulless fucking vibes.
Codes.
Can I
Go ahead, Henry.
Oh, I would put the challenge back to former President Trump and how he's going to get anything that he wants passed. The only policy that I've seen from him is a plan to personally dictate interest rates, which is something that has never happened in the history of this country and would greatly destabilize our financial system that we've had. The independent Federal Reserve has been a cornerstone of keeping our economy stable. So I don't really see what's coming from the Trump side on this either.
All right, so I want to ask you guys about this. I was really surprised to hear at the DNC, for example, they wined and dined the influencers. They had boat parties, rooftop lounges. They stocked their private rooms with food and beverages. They had access to the candidates. Both parties are trying to do the social media route. How important is that, Grace, that they actually get in this game? I mean, Kamala's obviously doing better than Donald
Some they kicked out. I don't know who you're talking about.
Trump in terms of followers, but tell me your thoughts on that.
Yeah, I think social media is incredibly important just because the young voters are spending so much time on social media nowadays.
Why didn't we get the boat party live stream, bro? Because I was at the fucking Palestine protest while the boat party was happening. Okay? You think I give a fuck about a yacht party with a bunch of other fucking influencers? But like not even cool influencers, but like no disrespect, but like political influencers? It's like, come on, dude. Dude, if I got a degree from ASU, I would not be prominently featuring that. That's crazy. Okay, that's everything I needed to know about this person. That's like me having a fucking Rutgers degree behind me, like prominently in display. Holy shit. Glad you know how lame you are for real. I do. Harvard of the Southwest. Constant Arizona hate. I like Ludwig. He went to ASU. Come on. Exact. You think that's proving your point? You just made my point for me by bringing up Ludwig. Prominent ASU grad Lud.
But I think a lot of times the politicians underestimate social media, as it can be a great tool to inform and spread policy and really show us what you want to do in the next 4 years, instead of just using memes and templates just to get your name out there. I think, a lot more could be done with social media.
Really quick link, since you're an
thank you for the brilliant insight.
influencer, I got to get your thoughts on this.
Yeah, there's nothing that's ever going to beat retail politics, but if you're trying to reach these young people, you got to go to social media. Only 9% of Gen Z watch traditional TV news on a daily basis. They're not going to see these news shows. You got to get them on TikTok, X, and Instagram, but you got to have content that answers their questions and top concerns.
Young people love calling Twitter X and being on Twitter in general.
Less vibes, less coconut memes, more policies, and more substance.
Wow. Well, I know that you were advising that.
Dog, you can't be a RFK Jr. platform guy who's now hyping up Trump and be like, more policies, please. Like, what fucking policies is Trump running on other than like Hitlerian deportation? That's crazy.
The RFK campaign. Are you going to join the Trump campaign?
I'm very happy being a political commentator, doing political analysis, and calling it like I see it. I reach millions of people each day on social media. I welcome everyone from the left, the
Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay. All right.
Senator J.D. Vance, welcome back to Meet the Press.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Thank you for having us here in Cincinnati. Let's start off with the Democratic National Convention.
Sure.
Some of what we heard this past week. Vice President Kamala Harris, in making her case, said that the tariff plans that Donald Trump is proposing will hurt the middle class. Here's what she said specifically, quote,
Sure.
He intends to enact what in effect is a national sales tax, call it a Trump tax, that would raise prices on middle-class families by almost $4,000 a year. Now, the estimates vary, but how do you respond to that charge that Trump's tariffs would hurt the middle class?
Yeah, so if you step back a little bit, Kristen, there's this whole thing that Kamala Harris did at the convention where she made a bunch of claims about what would happen and not enough actually reflection on what already happened, right? Because Donald Trump was already president. He used tariffs to bring manufacturing jobs back to our country, and I think he'll do it again. And he did it while keeping prices extremely low.
Did he? What jobs did Donald Trump bring back to the United States of America? Like, we're just lying now. That's cool. I mean, pound for pound, like Joe Brandon, literally not the greatest president of all time by any metric, okay? Fairly certain did more to bring jobs back and bring manufacturing to the United States of America than fucking Donald Trump did. Kick streaming counts as Trump jobs? He did.
Because if you go back to the Trump presidency, we had 12,000 factories that were built during Donald Trump's presidency. Inflation never really ticked above 2% his entire administration. In fact, was sort of, around 1.5% most of the time that he was president. So when Kamala Harris says, if we do the thing that Trump already did, it's going to be way worse than it was last time, I just don't think that makes a lot of sense.
Well, let's talk about
Sure.
Trump's record during his first term. He did impose rounds of tariffs, and it cost Americans nearly $80 billion in new taxes. Do you acknowledge that imposing more tariffs will ultimately cost consumers?
Well, what it really does is it penalizes importers from bringing goods outside the country into the country. And I think that's just a necessary thing. We know that China and a number of other countries are using effectively slave labor to undercut the wages of American workers. Donald Trump thinks that has to stop. And again, what Kamala Harris is saying, Kristen, is that if you do this, you're somehow going to cause skyrocketing inflation.
If he, wait. Is he talking about undocumented migrants, or is he talking about third world offshoring and third world manufacturing? Either case, if he's talking about undocumented labor, then the solution to that would be obviously documenting them. It would be amnesty, and also documenting them so they can participate in the fucking labor force in the exact same structure that like the documented American laborers can, and then advocate to unionize those jobs as well. Don't think he means that. Okay. He would also advocate to abolish prison labor, which is slave labor. It is legal. Okay. But beyond that, COVID wiped out a lot of the manufacturing gains that Trump brought in. But the idea that Donald Trump like revitalized American manufacturing is completely fucking bullshit. Is he right? No, he's not right. Also, the real reason as to why Republicans are so gung-ho about anti-immigrant sentiments, the 12,000 factories is not true. No, I think he said 1,200, not 12,000. Obviously, the CarnegieEndowment.org is probably going to not have a favorable attitude about U.S. tariffs. How Trump's tariffs really affected the U.S. job market. A recent study on U.S.-China trade concludes that Trump's trade policy cost the U.S. economy nearly 250,000 jobs, but his obsolete understanding of trade flows end up pointing trade policymakers in the wrong direction. Why aren't both sides pro-immigrant? Either way, they're documented and participated in the labor force. That's just more tax revenue, correct? It's because having a reactionary attitude towards immigrants is really good for the Republican Party in terms of like polarizing the base, in terms of making it seem like they have a different opinion. And it also is really good at keeping those people undocumented. Because if you were to document those people, then there wouldn't be a two-tier labor structure in this country that actually does depress the wages for the rest of the fucking working class in this country. is cheap labor. That's it. It's endlessly exploitable cheap labor that is always recycled. You can just very easily deport them if they fucking chirp. That's why our entire agricultural output relies on a steady flow of undocumented migrants crossing the fucking border. Undocumented migrants also do pay taxes currently. They put in to the American economy a lot more than they take out. They can't take shit out, to be fair. Oh. No, he for sure is talking about China. And the what the fuck? Bro, this literally, that's gotta be a slur. You know what I mean? Like, bro, you did not write that like that. What the fuck? No fucking way, dude. Close enough, dog? Absolutely not close enough. Bro said Uyghur with a hard R. Oh my God. Union sheet metal worker here. I worked when we had tariffs during Trump. It actually screwed us hard and we had a lack of work coming in because it skyrocketed the price of materials to make products. And we had furloughs a few times because of a lack of revenue. Can confirm tariffs fucked us. Yeah. Anyway.
In reality, Donald Trump already did it. He brought a lot of jobs back, and it didn't cause inflation.
But it caused consumers to pay more. They paid more in taxes, $80 billion worth.
To
So
be
you
fair,
acknowledge...
This is unfair. Like, yeah, of course Biden created a shit ton more jobs, dude. Biden oversaw the COVID recovery. Like, Trump oversaw the worst aspects of the COVID lockdowns, and Biden oversaw COVID recovery. Like, that's not even a question. The U.S. added 15.8 million jobs during Biden's first 42 months in office, compared to a 2.7 million contraction during Trump's presidency. Like, well, I guess it's unfair, but also simultaneously, like, that's kind of the same thing. If the Democrats ran on that, that would literally be the same thing as like Trump being like, remember how cheap oil was, which he does all the time. He does. He does that all the time. He's like, remember the fucking oil was so cheap? Remember how cheap gas was under my presidency? He's like, yeah, dude, because COVID was happening. And yeah, in 2018, Trump's job numbers were already dropping before COVID hit. Yes. Yes. It's not like the situation was good, but it obviously is greatly skewed because of COVID, is what I'm trying to say. Similarly, unemployment rate rose 1.7 percentage points from 4.7 to 6.7 under Trump, declining 2.1 percentage points under Biden to the latest reading of 4.3. However, the gross data paints a wholly incomplete picture of the labor market strength under both presidents as the COVID-19 pandemic upended the global economy beginning in 2020, causing U.S. employment to briefly spike to a record 14.8 after a whopping 22 million worker contraction from February 2020 to April 2020. That skewed Trump's numbers negatively and Biden's positively as the labor market returned to relative normalcy following the unprecedented shock. In fact, the first 3 quarters of Trump's tenure were marked by a remarkably strong job market, with non-farm payrolls growing by about 7 million between January 2017 and February 2020, and unemployment declining over the same period from 4.7 to 3.5 at the same time, the lowest mark since 1969, later surpassed by January and April 2023's 3.4%. Wage growth has been slightly higher under Biden, with an average hourly earning growing by 17% under Biden thus far, compared to the 15% during Trump's presidency. However, obviously, the Trump-era wage growth had a real wage growth for a lot of Americans because inflation wasn't fucking out of control and outpacing wage growth as it did under the Biden administration for like 2 fucking years. Oh, shit. I just spilled fucking diet soda all over my goddamn desk, dude. That was Brandon's fault, too. Fuck! Baba. Thanks, Obama. Hold on. I'm not done yet. Fuck. Ugh. But the Trump-era wage growth went much further for Americans as it outpaced inflation more strongly, with the consumer price index rising by 8% from January 2017 to January 2021, compared to 19% from January 2021 to July 2024. America saved an average of 8.7 of their monthly paychecks under Trump, compared to 5.9 under Biden, according to the Bureau of Economic Analysts' monthly personal savings rate metric. It's very difficult to say changes in the labor market were a product of one presidential administration versus the other. The labor market was very strong prior to COVID-19 under Trump and remains so under Biden. The macroeconomic factors driving up much of the labor market trends that were not so unique to the U.S., like the 2020's massive uptick in unemployment and labor shortages. Lots of this might just be a coincidence rather than the result of Trump and Biden's policies. Yes, it is not a surprise that the employment changes oftentimes is a massive downturn under Republican administrations, and then the Democrats have to fix it. And then Republicans come back to a primed economy, and then they fucking run the table again every single goddamn cycle. But it doesn't matter, because all that matters for people is that the cost of a subscription to avoid the 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour went from $5 under the Trump administration to $6 under the Biden administration. That's what you care about. That's what you spend your money on. You know what I mean? So yeah, at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. That's still the same. Well, I guess it was a 1-minute ad break under the early parts of the Trump administration. Now it's 3 minutes of ads in the beginning of the hour and 1 minute in the middle of the hour. You don't even know about that one because I don't fucking tell you when I'm serving it. The secret ad break. The most dangerous of ad breaks of all. Wait, what the fuck? Oh, bro, this fucked everything up, dude. Anyway, here's the 3-minute ad break now. I didn't fry my PC. It's fine. Why do you talk about the middle of the hour ad break like it's a treacherous bastard, son? Because it is. Anyway. Stronger spending power is perhaps the best feather in Trump's cap in terms of shepherding the world's largest economy, reflected in polling which suggests just 19% of Americans believe they're better off financially since Biden took office, compared to the 50% who think they are worse off. Just as the Biden economy benefited at a high level from inheriting a weak labor market, it was similarly doomed by grappling with a global inflation crisis partially stemming from a variety of factors outside of Washington's control, like supply chain delays due to COVID-19. Still, the U.S. economy has been remarkably robust under both presidents. Under both presidents, GDP, a metric which measures the total value of all goods and services produced in the U.S., is up 50% from 2015 to 2023. Under both presidents, the unemployment rate has been below where it was for the entirety of Barack Obama's 2008-2016 presidency, marred by the fallout of the financial crisis, save for the 2020-2021 pandemic blip. By the way, a fun factoid of what you saw: if Kamala wins, it will be the first time an incoming Democrat took over an objectively good or primed economy since before Reagan. It also might be the first time in 100 plus years where an incoming Dem doesn't have the Senate. Yeah. Well, let's see what happens in Montana. But also, it's not an incoming Democrat taking over from a primed. It's an incoming Democrat that is, inheriting an economy that is on the upswing from a previous Democratic administration. So it's a little different because it's one term. If it was a two-term recovery and then a Democrat won again, that would be unique, I think. Oh, yeah, I forgot Biden was one term. I like to think of Biden as zero term. I forget that he's president all the time. Yeah, it's not, that's a mistake that I make as well, chatter. Don't worry. Anyway, let's get back to this interview.
That consumers ultimately will pay more if there are more tariffs imposed.
So economists...
You just acknowledge that?
No, I don't, Kristen, because I think economists really disagree about the effects.
Wait, what do you mean? You don't acknowledge that? Why don't you acknowledge that? I mean, that is the case. Like, protectionist trade policy aside, like whether you agree with it or not, I don't know. But like, yeah, no, it definitely would. It definitely would be translated to the consumer. I mean, these guys say that when it comes to wage growth all the fucking time. Oh, dude. Not only do economists think that, it's basic fucking history. Like, of course. Hey, it's Hasan, the OG propaganda guru. I assume when someone calls me an OG propaganda guru with a double S, this is probably not going to be someone who likes what I have to say. Double S classic. Never fails. Yeah. Tariffs absolutely translate cost directly back to the consumer. There is a way in which it wouldn't, I guess, if magically companies decided to cut away into their profits. But I doubt that they're going to do that. Just like I doubt that they would do that with wage growth. Economists disagree about the effects of tariffs. Oh my God, ask Grok. I'm going to fucking die. Economist, statement before the panel. Imposing new U.S. tariffs on steel and aluminum will improve America's welfare. Disagree, 28%. Strongly disagree, 65%. Agree, 0%. Uncertain, 0%. It's like not a thing. That's not. To be fair, economists don't agree on shit. No, they do agree on this. Economists literally never agree universally on anything except for, yes, tariffs will absolutely increase costs.
Of tariffs because there can be a dynamic effect, right? So what some economists will say is what you just said, that it will actually raise costs for consumers. But what other people say, and I think the record supports what this other view, is that it causes this dynamic effect where more jobs come into the country. Anything that you lose on the tariff from the perspective of the consumer, you gain in higher wages. So you're ultimately much better off. You have more take-home pay.
Wait, I thought higher wages also literally directly added to the cost. Hello? What's this guy talking about? I thought wage growth was the real reason why there was so much inflation in America. What happened? What's this guy talking about?
You have better jobs, and also we have more reliance. Because one of the things we learned during COVID, I don't, by the way, blame Democrats for this, but one of the things we learned during COVID, Kristen, is that if our supply chains are really brittle, if we depend on the Chinese to make too much of our stuff, then prices can skyrocket at a time of crisis. The economists who say that tariffs are bad, they don't take that into account. And we've all learned it the hard way.
And it is economists across the board, really. I mean, the Wall Street Journal says economic data showed that Donald Trump's trade war with China did not achieve its objectives of reversing the declines in U.S. manufacturing or reshoring factory jobs. I hear what you're saying. It's a complicated picture, but just on that bottom line point, you can't guarantee that Americans won't wind up paying a penny more, can you?
Well, I think that what you can guarantee is that if you don't bring more manufacturing jobs back into this country, you don't make our supply chains more stable, you're going to cause higher prices over the long term. I think that is what is absolute.
I think the tariff war on China stuff is like pretty crazy. It's also even crazier that Biden also ran with it too. Like Biden literally also personally went along with this and was like running on this as well. I suspect that it is to gear America, or to like try and move America away from China in terms of like its manufacturing hub, and then like, I don't know, maybe work with like India or something. I don't fucking know. Like it's just like Cold War 2.0 shit. China hates us though. What? Bro, I love China. Why do we have to hate China so much? China hates us though. First of all, China doesn't hate us at all. We're the largest fucking, we are the mouths that they feed. What are you talking about? We eat nonstop. The fuck? They love our shit, dude. As long as we buy garbage, they will forever be open to that. Like the inverse of this is China trying to improve and trying to open up new consumer bases by developing African nations, like to open up new markets so that they can sell to different markets in a way to offset like, you know, the potential American Cold War that will try to cut trade from China. I don't know if that'll actually happen, but who knows? I'm saying, like, as a cultural export, they hate us. What? The Africans don't want the Chinese there? I don't know about that. They want to open up African markets to move cheap manufacturing when the Chinese labor force is unwilling to do cheap labor. Yeah.
Absolutely true.
But you acknowledge they could wind up paying more.
What I acknowledge, Kristen, is that unless we bring more manufacturing jobs back to this country, we are going to end up paying more in the long term. Remember, the whole promise, now, again, this was a bipartisan thing. My own party was as wrong about it as Democrats were, and Donald Trump was right about it. What they said is that if you shipped all of our manufacturing to East Asia and to Mexico, Americans would pay lower prices. Well, here we are now, and Americans are paying higher prices. And just one more thing on this, Kristen, because it's really important to go at what Kamala Harris actually said in her convention speech. She says that she wants to stand up to China on behalf of American workers. If you're not willing to impose tariffs on companies that are manufacturing in China, using slave labor in China, you're not standing up to the Chinese, and Americans are really going to suffer.
And on pricing and prices right now, inflation obviously at its lowest level since 2021. But let's move on. Robert F. Kennedy, the big news yesterday.
Very big news.
He suspended his campaign, announced he's endorsing Donald Trump. He is also known as someone who has blamed vaccines for autism, antidepressants for school shootings, and
It's really good that they went with like an even freakier dude. They were like, hey, JD Vance keeps talking about femoids, and that is not playing really well. What we should do instead is have an even freakier dude be prominently displayed alongside our campaign. Like a guy who objectively looks like he was like he is overtaken by like there's videos of him that he put out of himself as a part of his campaign strategy where he's surrounded by bugs. Like bugs are crawling all over his skin.
And recently said, quote, he won't take sides on what happened on 9/11.
Sounds like a derogatory term for females. It is. I'm saying like JD Vance is doing like incel speak. Femoids.
Do you have any hesitation about accepting his endorsement?
No, Kristen, I don't, because we're going to disagree on issues, right? There are things that Robert Kennedy has said that I disagree with. I'm sure there are things that he said, or that I've said, excuse me, that he's going to disagree with. But I think what his endorsement represents is that Donald J. Trump's Republican Party is a big tent party. I was raised by two grandparents who are sort of classic blue dog Democrats. They believed in having a border. They believed that you shouldn't have censorship in the United States of America. They believed in common sense economic policies. They may have disagreed with Donald Trump about tax policy, but they believed in some fundamental American values. And I think what RFK's endorsement really shows is that the Kennedy Democrats are actually more at home in the Republican Party of Donald Trump. And unfortunately, Kamala Harris's party, higher prices, doing nothing to fight back against the Chinese, to say nothing of a wide open border. That is not JFK's Democratic Party. It's not RFK's Democratic Party. We're thrilled to have the Kennedy Democrats where they belong.
Well, and some in the Kennedy family have stepped forward to say that they sharply disagree with this endorsement. But let's just go back very quickly. He says he isn't taking sides on 9/11. Do you agree with that statement?
Well, of course I don't agree with that, Kristen. Now, to be clear, I don't know what RFK actually said there. Maybe there was additional context. Of course, you actually have to see what people say before you agree or disagree with it. I certainly have taken sides in 9/11. I'm the pro-America side. I don't think that we should have been attacked, and I certainly think hitting back against the terrorists was justified. I don't know what RFK said there, but what I do know is that RFK said a lot of very interesting and important things, that the Democratic Party has become too pro-censorship, that the Democratic Party, especially in the wake of COVID, became...
Yeah. See, if the media had like any sort of backbone, they'd be like, okay, you've said that like like anti-Israel protesters should be shot. Not the, I don't think he said exactly those words, but something akin to that. How does that play with the fact that you say the Democratic Party is pro-censorship? It kind of seems like you're pro-censorship as well. Or the book burnings that the Florida Republican Party has actively pushed for and successfully implemented.
Really anti-freedom and anti-child. I mean, you had Democrats saying that we should be masking toddlers in their schools, even though we knew it caused developmental.
Like masking toddlers in schools is not a point of contention you can run on in 2024. You're only lasering in on some of the biggest fucking freaks that are still thinking about this, okay?
Disabilities. I agree with RFK that that was crazy.
Well, to be fair, there was a lot of information that scientists were grappling with as it came in, and masks were perceived to stop the spread of the disease. Let's move on.
Totally fair.
Yeah.
But the one thing before we move on that I would say on that is there were important leaders. Donald Trump was among them. RFK was among them, who were saying some of this stuff is crazy. And if we had listened to them, I think our kids would have been much better off in the wake of the pandemic.
I mean, scientists did show that masks help to stop the spread of the disease. Let's talk about another big issue.
Disabilities for toddlers, right? We have to be able to balance this stuff. And I think the way that RFK struck that balance.
Yeah.
Is this regressive COVID conversation a benefit or a hindrance to Trump? No, it's fucking massive hindrance. Remember, Trump's cult base already is locked in. Think about like, I don't know, your friend's father who like is kind of conservative, okay? Doesn't like Trump, but is like been a conservative his whole life. Like, is that guy going to be like, hell yeah, they did. They masked the goddamn kids. You know what I mean?
was much smarter, unfortunately, than the way that Kamala Harris did.
Let's talk about another big issue that was talked about at the Democratic National Convention. It's being
Bro, this is worse than Hillary Clinton's run, dude. They're doing jib jab memes, dude, in 2024. This is a generationally bad run, dog. This is so... God damn, dude. This is so fucking bad. Holy shit.
talked about on the campaign trail, abortion.
Sure.
Democrats made the case this week and beyond this week that Donald Trump, if elected, will impose a federal ban on abortion if he wins. Now, Donald Trump says he won't, but can you commit, Senator, sitting right here with me today, that if you and Donald Trump are elected, that you will not impose a federal ban on abortion?
I can absolutely commit that, Kristen, and Donald Trump has been as clear about that as possible. I think it's important to step back and say, what has Donald Trump actually said on the abortion question, and how is it different from what Kamala Harris and the Democrats have said? Donald Trump wants to end this culture war over this particular topic. If California wants to have a different abortion policy from Ohio, then Ohio has to respect California, and California has to respect Ohio.
Why? One must ask the question, why then? Like, so murder is okay in California, but it's not okay in Ohio? Is abortion really murder? No front, but why your arms look like a failed steroid cure? It's because I currently have big ass fucking sleeves that make my arms look actually kind of fucking fat and not muscular, even though they are. Okay? It'll be all right. Just saying. It's kind of dumb. It's kind of dumb to be like, abortion is murder, but we also want Democrats to be able to murder babies in California. Not a good idea.
Donald Trump's view
doesn't make
is
sense.
That we want the individual states and their individual cultures and their unique political sensibilities to make these decisions, because we don't want to have a nonstop federal conflict over this issue. The federal government ought to be focused on getting food prices down and getting housing prices down, issues, of course, where Kamala Harris has been a total disaster. So I think Donald Trump is right. We want the federal government to focus on these big economic and immigration questions. Let the states figure out their own abortion policy.
Let me just follow up with you a little bit on that point, because I've been talking to Republicans, including Senator Lindsey Graham just last week, who've made it very clear that if Donald Trump is elected, if you are elected...
What happened to Tulsi Gabbard? She used to be a progressive. She was never a progressive. She was always a grifter. I was the #1 Tulsi Gabbard hater from the jump, and so many fucking cranks yelled at me, many of which are named Jimmy Dore and Jimmy Dore fans. Okay? So many fucking cranks who back then were the real leftists, and I was a phony one. Okay? God damn, so many. What is it like? There's a bunch of them on Twitter too. Throughout my 10-year political broadcasting career, dude, I've had so many motherfuckers. Be like, Hasan's a grifter, Hasan's a fake, Hasan's a phony. Every single one of those people are now straight up right wing. Every single one to a T. Every single one. Whoa, what the fuck? No. I think my keyboard is busted.
Hey, everybody.
Uh-oh.
Tonight, Vice President.
Fuck!
One can thrive.
I gotta fix my keyboard is broken. No, it's the fucking... Fuck. Disconnect the soda. Oh, dude. Wait, let me see if it worked. Soda! Minnesota! Fuck, let's see if it worked. Let's see if I can fix it. Okay, I fixed it. I don't know how, but... I found this clip on you on Tulsi in 2019.
I'm glad that Tulsi is the only one who's fucking out there fighting for these wars to end. It's just like such a one-trick pony. Holy shit. And I don't even believe in it. I don't even believe in it. I don't believe in her. I hate to say it, but I want to, but I don't believe in her at all.
That's literally a photo of Jank behind me.
Then you too can be smeared. Your character can be smeared.
Cool. I'm glad that
This was 2019. This is earlier than 2019. That's in like the New Jersey. That's in the New Jersey house. My grandparents' New Jersey house. That no longer even exists. And it's a photo of, yeah, I'm on a MacBook. This is before 2019. Putting Jank on the wall like he's Stalin? Bro, it was his room. What do you mean?
that Tulsi is the only one who's fucking out there fighting.
Oh, it is 2019. Never mind. Look at the video date. Well, we all saw politics stuff you lined up for us today, so there's no point in going through it again. So gaming now, Peepo Shy. Okay. That clipper is still in here. Damn. That's fucking long-term commitment, dude. Did your career explode in the last 5 years only? Yes. After I went full-time. After I went full-time in 2020, that's when my career popped off. Okay. Cold War 2.0 won't work. The U.S. wasn't economically dependent on the Soviet Union. I agree. All right, the rest of this stuff is kind of boring. But let's see Michael Costa talk to some extremely confident Dems. And then we'll move on to some other shit.
On the floor of the Democratic National Convention, and the Dems are excited. Yeah! They're so confident, this thing is in the bag. So what are we even doing here?
I am 100% confident.
Wow, so you're very confident.
Yes.
Are you extraordinarily confident?
I'm extraordinarily confident.
Are you
yes.
super extraordinarily confident?
Super extraordinarily confident.
Feeling great, fired up, I'm pumped up. You know, we're nominating only the second female in the major party ticket to be our presidential nominee.
Are you one of those like political dorks?
You could say that.
Are you confident?
Absolutely.
Are you farting on an airplane, no one's gonna know it's you, confident?
Yeah.
So look into the camera and say, my name's Dylan, and this shit is...
Dude, it's not even a joke. I mean, straight up, he's so right about this. Farting on an airplane is like one of the most liberating experiences you can engage in public, because like the air cycles out so quick. It's the best, and absolutely no one is gonna know it's you. Chat, do not fart on an airplane, dude. Trust me. When you do it once, bro, it's like the most liberating thing. You hold it the entire flight. Y'all are crazy. Dude, y'all are crazy. Bro, you're fucked up. Okay. There's two kinds of people, okay? People who fart on airplanes and people who have never tasted true freedom. Straight up. No, the first class farts go to economy class, dude. Well, I don't know. It's not my problem. The thing is, I was fine with the 9/11 stuff, but this is a bridge too far. Wow. So 9/11 wasn't the worst fucking thing that I've talked about with respect to commercial airliners on U.S. soil. Really? This is that's crazy. I'm afraid to stink up the whole cabin. Bro, in newer planes, air turns blue when you fart so people know who farted. That's such a funny lie. It's like the fucking pool. Like peeing in the pool. Dude, I can't pee in pools. I can't pee in open water. I don't know why. I'm too pee shy. I actually wait to hop until I get into the cabin to fart. That's how good it feels. Farting on an airplane has to be a bioweapon? Wait, what the fuck? Dude, okay, some of you guys are fucking cowards. You've never done it. That's why. I think that's what it is. Can we go back to politics? No, this is politics. Okay? This is personal freedoms, this is liberty, this is philosophy. This is the intersectionality of all things that you care about, supposedly. Like, what the fuck? Do you fart on airplanes? No, that's foul. Yes, I'm nasty. Wow. The mods really cooked the books on this one, on the poll. What the fuck? It's crazy. It's crazy. Who the fuck farts on a plane? Me, motherfucker. What do you mean? Not even a question. Not even a question, dude. That's wild. I'm actually kind of confused. Like, I thought there was other people who also recognized that, like, for some reason, I don't know what it is. It's almost a perfect 50-50 split, too. It's like 52%, 48%, even with how cucked the polls are. I'm not even kidding. You think they cannot smell it, but trust me, they can. But I can't even smell my own farts. And I don't smell anyone else's farts either.
Socialism sounds.
52% of people have flown one time or less in their whole life. Clip, buddy. See you on Fox News tomorrow for the smear campaign. Yeah, I'm sorry. Y'all are crazy. Your chat is full of fucking cowards. How are you planning to do a revolution if you won't fart on a plane? Armchair revolutionaries. I think it's crazy that this is the worst take you've ever had. I think you guys are literally crazy. I will never stop farting on an airplane. It's the perfect place to do it in public. It is one of the greatest freedoms of all time. I'm sorry. You will never take that away from me. You can pry that from my cold, dead butt, okay? It is my God-given right, and I will never stop. Elevators, no, you can't fart in a fucking confined space. Like, airplanes are different. Airplanes are different because, like, I don't know what it is, but I think it, like, cycles the air or some shit. That's what it is. No, I'm serious. There's many of you have never done it, so you don't know, and I will never be able to describe it to you, but I think it's the filters, or if it's because it's like constantly pumping air into the fucking cabin, but like it literally absorbs it. Like it doesn't, first of all, the sound of the plane absorbs the sound of the fart, and the cabin cycles air. It's a slippery slope, man. Okay, I think we found a new podcast subject matter. I can smell mine when I'm on a plane. I still let it rip. Those as chocolate checkers. What kind of chocolate are you checking, huh? Or are you going to wear out the filters and kill everyone with your nasty ass? I clean rich people's pools for a summer job and piss on all their backyards. A similar feeling of freedom and a feeling of fuck you. I've never fully understood why. But like, I promise you, just let it rip one time and you will understand what I mean. Next time you fly, you're going to let it rip and you're going to remember me and you're going to be like, oh my God, Hasan is the GOAT. He literally is the most right person on the planet. And he is literally right about this as well as everything else. All right, let's continue.
Done.
My name is Dylan, and this shit's done.
Yep. Yeah. The energy, Michelle Obama's speech, Kamala, the first black Indian woman. I mean, it's done, isn't it?
Not necessarily.
It's done, Connor.
We need to take the energy that we have here and go out and knock on some doors.
But dude, you're a white guy, right? Overconfidence is our thing.
I wouldn't say that's exactly true.
Well, explain that. What do you mean? I feel like the Dems, with their confidence right now, are acting like a bunch of white dudes going into a strip club with their dad's credit card. Am I right? Huh, Connor?
No.
You think this thing's in the bag?
I don't know if we necessarily have it in the bag yet, but it's the bag's there.
What's in the bag, and what do you mean the bag is there? What are you talking about?
It's a metaphor.
Okay.
It's a metaphor. We have a metaphorical bag is, the election and the victory is, that's where the votes are, in the bag.
Wait, so where's the bag?
I don't know. I'm not privy to that information, so I don't actually know where.
Okay, this is kind of whack. Here, there's a couple things I want to watch. A couple things I want to talk about briefly. Here, this is Nelk Boys doing an epic troll. This is one of the best things I've ever seen. Absolutely must watch.
Hi. Hello there. Hi, I work for the Harris and Waltz campaign.
Take it off.
No, I'm gonna leave it there, because...
No, you're not gonna leave it there.
Oh, why?
Because I can't stand them.
Do you not support tampons in men's bathrooms?
No, I don't support tampons in men's bathrooms.
Okay, this is so fake, dude. Come on, dude. God, Republicans are so stupid. Like, also, this dude is Canadian, bro. The Nelk Boys are Canadian, okay? They're fucking Canadian. Even if it was real, it's like, okay, you went to a Republican's house and you put that fucking thing out there. It's lame and it's annoying.
Bathrooms.
Why?
Because tampons are for women. Where are they gonna stick it up their ass? Get it the fuck out of here. Get it out of my...
Bro, this is so funny because it just, once again, like, you're trying to own the libs, okay? You are trying to own the libs, and it fucking turns out you're still making Republicans look rotund and crazy.
It looks good there, though. Wait, don't touch my sign! That's my sign!
I don't give a shit. They're a bunch of fucking communists.
You didn't address me by my pronouns!
What are you, a he, she? Fucking transgender is what you are.
I'm Two-Spirit!
This is ridiculous. But, they should keep doing this because it's great hogwatch for me.
Sounds good in theory, but it doesn't work in practice.
Dude, I like James Raywall, but like, I'm not going to fucking pause through a goddamn TikTok to read, okay? Like, it's crazy. It's madness.
Socialism.
I feel like this is like becoming a meta commentary. Like this is becoming a joke about how leftists make content. He's forgetting dictators and most of these socialism structures. You fucking tell him, dude. Dictatorially fucking improving the literacy rate by 100% and improving healthcare outcomes by like 80%. I hate these fucking dictators. I hate them so much that I wish them upon my nation, you know? I wish that I could have a dictator that would improve the American literacy rate, that would improve American healthcare and improve American education, no matter how fucking hard. No matter how fucking hard Republicans fight back and Democrats fight back, you know what I mean? I would hate land reform, dude. That shit would suck so bad. Holy moly, dude. Land reform is a real controversial issue, though. My family just wants their slaves and plantation back. This one's getting clipped so hard. Yeah, I mean, dude, clip it. Like, I do mean it. Like, think about it this way. Think about it this way. Like, can you imagine when like a corrupt corporate leader, okay, is like poisoning the food supply to get better returns year over year, and then they're caught, okay, and then they're actually dealt with swiftly? Oh my God, I hate that. I hate that so much. I hate that. I hate that kind of like dictatorship of the proletariat. That would be devastating for me. Personally, I hate that. Instead, we should have guys like this. Here's Tim Wall sending a special birthday shout out to our favorite pup, Scout. Couldn't think of a better way to spend a beautiful fall day than at the dog park. I know Scout enjoyed it. The funny thing is, you know, this is Dustin Grage, Minnesota GOP hype man, okay? And he literally clipped a fucking video where Tim Waltz is playing with another dog at the dog park. Or this might not be the video. I think this is a video. The dog in the second photo is one Tim Walz met while taking Scout from the first photo to the dog park. Fuller video from that moment available on Tim Waltz's Instagram. Like, tell me how. Yeah, there it is. There's Scout, his dog, at the dog park. And there's Tim Waltz playing with another dog from the dog park. I love that the Republican opposition research is this. Not to be that guy, but oftentimes there's multiple people and dogs at dog parks, so it could be someone else's dog that he is petting. OMG. Tim Walz tweeted pics of two different dogs, one of which he owns. Now, like, tell me how you think these guys would not benefit and their next of kin would not fucking benefit from, you know, the dictatorship of the proletariat forcibly educating the masses. Bro, this isn't even reading comprehension, dude. This is literally a baby would be able to understand what is going on here. A baby, okay? You don't need to have reading comprehension to assume that, hey, maybe there's more than one dog at the fucking dog park and that he didn't swap out his dog. Like, even if there was a time between the two photos and you looked at this, you could probably think maybe he got a second dog and also named the dog Scout. Like maybe his first dog Scout died and he got a second dog and he also named the second dog Scout. These are so many different assumptions you can make that are infinitely more reasonable than the one that this guy is making, which is that he swapped his dog with another dog. Like something magically occurred. where there was like a secret, indecent way in which the dog changed colors. It is called object permanence. Babies have them. This is how babies react when you play peekaboo with them, because they don't have object permanence. So, one of the few truly good ideas that Bannon had in 2016 was that he treated Clinton's scandals with some measure of restraint. He saw that the GOP overdid it in the 90s by obsessing over every little thing they could think of, so he just stuck to a few core themes anyways.
Oh, are you jealous? Are you jealous now, mister? Oh, are you jealous? Are you jealous?
Another Walt's conspiracy was, when his son was about to hit his head on the teleprompter and he yanked him. Must watch. Is it just me, or did Tim Walz aggressively yank his son last night on stage? Seems like he could be a very different person behind closed doors. Well, he's not behind closed doors there, is he? He's actually in front of a massive audience. Why would he do that? Perhaps it was because he was worried that his son was about to walk in to a teleprompter. $18,000 likes. Exclusive photographs. Tim Walz wearing crown that proclaims him Burger King, despite having no such title. Tim Walz told his kids, "I got your nose," when in fact he did not have their noses. Minnesota State Fair. A line for the Never Waltz booth, but no one at the Amy Klobuchar booth. I guess it's over. Minnesota's going right wing. It's kind of funny that these guys are just like getting increasingly more insane. Did you see this 2016 style clip? Trigger warning, Hillary Clinton. Oh, yeah. Sobering reminder, we 100% can still lose. I think this is fake, isn't it? Buddy, you're a boy, make a big... Is this real? Isn't that like Melania Trump? I can't tell. No, a lookalike, a Melania Trump lookalike is not AI. All Twitter conservative weirdos want to be the guy that finds some conspiracy first. It's a Melania impersonator. They're doing it around a real Melania impersonator. Yeah, by the way, this is awful regardless. Whether it's AI or not, it's still awful. This should never happen. Oh. This is proof is real. I didn't know how to send it, so I uploaded it to a TikTok. I'm sorry. Oh, that video is currently unavailable. We should stay the fuck away from Hillary Clinton, but ain't nobody listening to me, you know? Ain't nobody listening to my ass on this shit. Theory 1. In October 2022, Waltz made a dad joke about having fun with another dog, not Scout, at the dog park, while also releasing a video of Scout playing with that dog. Theory 2. Scout has been replaced by Scout 2, a CCP spy, and the scheme has been busted by patriots. This shit is real, brother. Oh, God. Oh, no. You were on point. No proof Trump supporters carried jars of fake Vance semen at rallies. The pictures did not appear to be altered, but their emergence had the hallmarks of a hoax. It's unproven. So it's not like a full-blown thing. I thought it was too weird, even for the fucking most weird Republicans. Date the right stuff got triggered at Walter.
Masterson is a gay liberal who hates black people. Got it.
Sick, man. You did it. You really owned him. Wow. That's insane. He said he's a gay liberal who hates black people. Okay, also, I saw this. I got to talk about this. It's not even the top female streamer either. Is bullshit. Asmon Gold Slam Streamer of the Year award after Kai Cenat and I Show Speed lost the Rivers. So what happened here? Does anyone know what Asmon Gold is mad at? Because I don't, like, I have no idea.
You or something? I'm salty that it was obviously a diversity pick because she's a woman. And everybody knows it. It should have been Speed or Kai or Queso or like 3 other people. Everybody knows it. It's fucking obnoxious. Or Ebi.
The Saudi royal family chose the winner and people are accusing them of DEI. No joke. That's awesome. The Saudi esports tourney did a streamer of the year vote. You know, famously, the people that are the most woke are the fucking Saudi royal family. Saudis are trying to get that ESG score up. Spanish woman streamer with 6.6 million. She's Mexican, I think. She has 5 million followers on Twitter. I have no idea who the fuck this person is. I have no idea that there was an esport award that was happening in Saudi Arabia. Do you want to know why? Because I have a fucking life, dude. Okay, that's why. I'm sorry. Like, isn't there a million of these fucking things every goddamn year? It was fan awards. Is that what it is? Fans voted. And they picked her because Saudis are in the global Latina belt. Fuck, I knew it, dude. They're doing it.
You put her up there because it's a female. It's embarrassing and it's patronizing.
Remember when he was a big advocate for women in streaming when he had a girlfriend, Lamau? Oh, yeah, that's true. He was also like kind of pro-sex work, too. Friend of the show, Rob, went on TV to talk about it. Is fan voting and Kai and Speed fans do not give a fuck about those award shows? Yeah. Cutie weighed in. For the record, Esports Awards is not the Streamer Awards. The Streamer Awards is a very different show. However, I like award shows for the sake of highlighting and uplifting creators. It's so bleak and depressing when the convo goes from congrats to it's bullshit. If the Streamer Awards go woke, what institutions will we even have left? She sometimes streams with Tina and Foolish. They were on a Minecraft server. She's great. I'm sure she is. Every big streamer got paid to watch their event like 2 days ago. That's the only way I know. I wasn't paid to watch their event. The fuck? On the topic of gamer morons, did you see Grums is in court for skipping child support? That is the least surprising thing I've ever heard. You mean to tell me that a fucking right-wing grifter who constantly tries to fucking uplift his own platform by chirping about fucking video games going too woke or whatever is actually a deadbeat dad? That's crazy. This is such a ghoul logic. This is such ghoul logic because if it was fixed, why would the conspiracy select the top female streamer? These award shows are just who gives a shit enough to campaign for votes. Asmon doing the culture war shit when he could just play MMOs and collect the check is so weird. Yeah. Like, was he always like this and now he can profit from it, or did he develop it? I never watched him, genuinely asking. Because as a passerby, it seems like every time he pops up, he's bitching about DEI like it actually affects his life instead of all the acrylamide in his liver. I don't know, man. I feel like I can't tell what the fuck's going on with Asmongold. I don't know. We'll crack open a fucking Diet Dr. Pepper in his honor. You know what I mean? He's slowly becoming a malnourished quartering, but Asmongold actually believes the nonsense he's saying. How about a 55-year-old guy who doesn't pay child support? Oh, yeah, I saw this. County of Orange versus Mark Kern. Like, is Allstream finally has ads? No sub button, though? Yeah, I saw Asmon did a fucking video of reacting to RFK Jr.'s speech, and it got 1 million views. When you pop off like that, it's going to be hard, man. It's going to be hard to get back from that. You know what I mean?
There's me right.
What is this? In between Path of Exile stuff, Black Myth Wukong is getting crazy. The fall of Asmongold. We need to talk about Black Myth Wukong. They want me to stop existing. The golden age of gaming for girls. Theo Von just interviewed Trump. What does this mean? Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s speech was a bloodbath.
I'm sorry to keep everybody waiting.
At a certain point, people gotta be like, read the comments. Uncut Angel, a random video game streamer, let this guy talk, and our fucking news stations did not let it sink in. Dude, these I'm sorry, but these view counts is crazy. I'm selling out. Get ready for hot takes. I'm not gonna watch this entire thing. I'm not gonna watch it at all, actually, because CNN cut it. MSNBC didn't even air it. Yeah, because he was polling at fucking like 6%. Oh my God. Don't watch unless you want a bunch of new haters. The best position for Trump to appoint RFK Jr. is the head of the CIA. The idea of a Kennedy getting in there and dismantling the thing from the top is almost poetic. He has spasmodic dysphonia, voice, rare neurological condition. His voice used to be strong and loud. He hates it now, but made peace with it. I find it incredibly powerful that a man with a broken voice is the one to speak up about hard truths. What is this? I'd rather shove hot nails down my scrot. I mean, I don't know. There's a market for it, and I'm glad that, you know, Asmongold is filling that market. It's clear. Yo, it's not suggest to him to talk about the issues. It was content before, and he seems to listen. What Asmon and RFK have in common?
Oh.
Asmongold jumps off his chair after a roach attacks him. No, this is not common.
There's a roach flying at me. Give me a minute.
Where'd he go?
RFK would eat the roach, brother. What do you mean? RFK would welcome the roach. RFK very famously does not mind bugs flying all over him.
Look at him. He's right there. He got, oh God. Get him out, man.
No, bro. Get out of my, get going.
Oh, dude, goddamn. There was a thread from a fan called The Fall of Asmon talking about how he just bitches all the time now and sucks to watch. Instead of actually addressing the critique, he just showed his viewership charts to prove he isn't falling. Very disingenuous. No, he's popping off. Asmongold obviously swapped to his second channel, Zach Rar, a while back. And his second channel is popping off. It's got like, he stays at the top of the fucking leaderboard. I see him all day. He's cooking my ass half the fucking time too. He's got like 40K. Every day Asmon looks more and more like Nick Cage from Con Air. I just look, there's a lot of people who value what he has to say about RFK Jr.'s speech being a bloodbath. And, you know, that's what's great about America, I think. I don't know. Choose to love our kids more than we hate each other. He's dropping bars all over the place with this one. It's crazy that this is the first time some of y'all hearing RFK. Anyway. As an older Asmon viewer, he started reacting to culture war shit because he spends his stream reacting to his subreddit r/Asmongold, which is cultivated the typical right-leaning loser space. The mods there have to suppress full insult bait video essays people kept wanting him to react to. I saw that post on a repost on your subreddit. Sorry for admitting to using Reddit. Check the thumbnail on the one he said they don't want me to exist. Like, a lot of people chirp at him.
There's me right there.
A lot of people chirp at him, obviously, because, I mean, he says a lot of shit. And when you say a lot of shit, people are going to fucking chirp at you. But, like, what's crazy about it is like, he'll be like, I'm getting fucking canceled. It's like, bro, you got 40,000 views. Like, you're not 40,000 live viewers. Like, you ain't getting canceled, big dog. You know what I mean? Ain't nobody canceling you. Where is it? They want me to stop existing. Oh, man. It works. Often there's a strange amount of D-Redditors astroturfing his sub. Oh, no. Yeah, I know. They fucking hate my ass. I'm sure they'll fucking clip this shit and send this to him, too, to be like, look, see, Hasan is talking about you. Like, they love that shit. This is going to sound insane coming from me, but I looked into RFK's policies for the first time, and I've literally realized he's pro ad break. That's the second time I got cooked by Megaphonics, dude. I'm done. I'm done. That's the second time. Honestly, that makes sense. Asmon is the biggest centrist, so if you show him content that's primarily far right leaning incel shit, of course he's going to position himself like this. He did one where he thinks Denim's actually put a hit on him. I can't believe I got cooked by Megaphonics, dude. He literally did think Denims wanted him dead. That's crazy.
I'm salty that it was obviously a diversity.
What is happening? Like, what is this pipeline? Is the worst pipeline. I swear to God.
Pick because she's a woman, and everybody knows it.
Bro, the top contenders are black. Isn't that also would be considered diversity?
Could have been Speed or Kai or Queso or like 3 other people. Everybody knows it.
Look, I didn't serve the 3-minute ad break, but I'm gonna do it now. Okay, but
fucking obnoxious or eBay.
Okay. Kai is black, Speed is black, Ibai is fat, Queso's fat as fuck. Okay? They're all diversity. The person to get one is a woman, but yeah.
You put her up there because it's a female.
Like, what?
It's embarrassing, and it's patronizing.
Like,
it's not even the top female streamer either. It's bullshit.
that's pretty funny. Gotta hand it to him. That was funny.
It's not even close.
It's not based on votes. I think votes are only like 20% of the vote, and the council does like 80% or something like that.
Like, that's it.
Who's the council?
You or something? I'm salty that it was obviously a diversity pick because she's a woman. And everybody knows it. It should have been Speed or Kai or Queso or like 3 other people. Everybody knows.
These awards are gonna.
The woke Saudi government picked a woman, dude.
I can hit the wall at one point that nobody gives a fuck anymore. I wonder why. Because
you laugh, but this is your fault. A Twitch streamer was never supposed to have a political view. You're like the Eve when she ate the apple. That's crazy. Okay. You think before me, gamers weren't exactly like Asmongold? That's so insane. Chatter, you have to be. I mean, it's a funny joke that you made. I respect it. But like, if you think that the entire market of like gamer adjacent politics was not exactly like Asmongold, like that was the starting point. Asmongold would be considered woke, dog. You know, back then I was still a fucking commentator. I just wasn't on Twitch. Like, Gamergate was happening. That was the entire market. You should be fucking thanking your lucky stars every fucking day that there is at least like every day that you fucking live and breathe. You should be excited that there is a guy out there with a community that's like relatively fucking large that actually talks about fucking politics from a normal framework and isn't like doing brain broken DEI culture war grifts. Okay, calm down. It was a joke. I know it was a funny joke. Rivers usually participated in a boxing event, which was a huge deal for the Latino community. Look how big those events were. She developed a huge fan base from there, so it was no surprise she got voted in. You say normal, but I saw an account for a company with 3K followers saying you're woke and a liar. Yeah, gaming has always been an incredibly diverse space, but the political side of gaming, or like the commentary field, was almost always dominated by malding fucking weirdos who like hyper focus on like right-wing culture war shit like nonstop. I keep seeing people say you're actually gay and a Republican is so crazy. All facts. It's just how it is. It's always rage-based shit. Rage content always reads the right-wing shit. Yeah. Asmongold has some good takes. It's just that he has a lot of bad ones too. I still respect him though, because he does go to bat for you all the time. I agree. Which is crazy. When you're done owning the noobs, can you have to own the libs, no? Yeah. The thing is, I never want to hear from anybody ever again about how like fucking you're grifting, okay? At the end of the day, going right wing will literally automatically improve your metrics. Milk Boys are promoting a fake. Wait, what is this? Milk Boys are promoting a fake voter registration sponsored by a Republican PAC. Is this legal? If Dems were doing this, Republicans would be freaking the fuck out. We need everyone to vote this November. Go here and sign up to properly register. Sendthevote.com. Quavo sucks. I'm not going to click on that. But I don't know. But yeah, this guy's a fucking gross little demon. I know we don't know each other, but would you respect me still if I started grifting right wing, but eventually turned into a left wing guy once I got my bag? No, I would not. I think it is unconscionable and fucking ridiculous that people become like right wing grifters. Straight up. You're going to turn into this fucking little demon, okay? Straight up. It's really sad to learn how gross Mark Kern was. He was amazing for the WoW community for a bit, but then we learned how into lolly he is. What? New conspiracy just dropped. Every hog I know is going crazy over this. Just in, Zuckerberg regrets working with the Biden-Harris administration to censor COVID-era information online. Are there any genuine right-to-left swap grifters? I only hear about lefties going right, but never chuds going leftist. Not just Lib Dem. There have been some, like, Democratic Party operatives that have gone leftist, but they lose literally everything. They lose everything when they go left. Like, there was a Clinton guy, I forget, this Lebanese dude, Peter Dow. Like, and he lost basically everything. Hinkle kind of, but he's still a Nazi. No, dude. Hinkle was a fucking Bernie bro and a HasanAbi head. And then he like got brain broken by Republican culture war shit. What are you talking about? He literally went right. That's what I'm talking about. But he's trying to market himself as a communist? No, dude. He's trying to market himself as a MAGA communist, which is, again, like, just market yourself as a fucking communist, okay? But no. That's not enough. Because, again, that doesn't play well. So you have to be like nationalist, sensationalist, right wing in terms of like culture war shit. That's usually how it works. Don't a lot of people on the right also move to be liberal progressive sometimes? It's nice to see. Yeah, like normal people. There's hella people in this chat. There are hella people in this chat. We're not talking about fucking commentators. But there are, of course, a million different people who started off right wing and then reformed. Many of you are in here right now. There's a fuck ton of people like that. It's understandable. But what we're talking about right now are like commentators, people who like make money saying shit, okay? More often than not, most people just go right wing, like on the commentary space. They don't get paid to go left wing. There's no money there. And more importantly than money, there's no love there. Okay. Think about this community. There's a reason why this community is one of the largest left wing communities online. It's because I fucking run the goddamn chat like the US Navy. Okay. I fucking whip you guys into shape on a regular fucking basis. Every step of the fucking way, there's people who chirp from the right who want to make this a less safe space. And then there's people who chirp from the left who want to make this place inherently hostile to those who are on a journey of learning. That's difficult. And every step of the fucking way, people are constantly questioning my intentions. Long-term community members regularly fucking coming at me and being like, dude, there's a cynical reason as to why you're saying this thing that you're saying, even though I've given you $5 for fucking 48 months and literally have been in here for 8 hours every fucking day in that entire journey. But now I disagree with you, and it can't be because like I just don't fully get where you're coming from, or maybe I just don't see eye to eye on this one issue. It must be some fucking cynical reason that you've betrayed the revolutionary cause. People are just fucking insane on the left. They don't do that shit on the right. If you want to be a right winger, you just got to say the things, okay? That's all you got to do. You just got to say the words. That's it. As long, like, they don't give a fuck, dude. You could be black, brown, you could be North Korean, you could be Chinese. As long as you're like, I'm a racist, I love the Republican Party, women ain't shit, and systemic racism doesn't exist, they're like, thank you, sir. You're welcome here. You're fucking great. You don't even have to have like any charisma. You don't have to have talent. You don't have to be entertaining. Okay? You don't have to try to like cultivate an audience. All you need to do is say the fucking words. Okay? Say the words that Republicans want to hear. Didn't know you were on the left. I thought you were a moderate. Thank you for saying that. I am. I'm not even on the left. I hate the left. I'm a centrist. I was once a Crowder fan to the point where I had his Mug Club paywall monthly membership. Here I am, ducking the top of the hour ad break because of my subscription that was gifted to me. It's crazy how the right environment can change people. Hell yeah. I met some RevComs and they hate you because you aren't asking Americans to topple Joe Biden and create a Soviet of California. Hell yeah. The only guy I know who went left after being right wing was Hunter Avalon, and he lost most of his viewership because of it. Yeah, I have no idea who that is. But that's how it is. I'm a centrist swing state voter, yeah. You left the left due to wokeness. Yeah, I did. I'm a centrist. The left got too crazy for me. What? So funny that people in this community still try and defend him. What are you talking about? Who are you talking about? He definitely deserves criticism, but I think a lot of chatters have also been pretty psychotic towards him as well. Even as Hasan talked to them about it repeatedly, regardless, he's never called himself a leftist. He openly calls himself a lib. I don't even know who the fuck you guys are talking about. I'm a classical liberal, you know? Do you think you would have less haters if you never said you were a socialist? Fuck yeah. I've often talked about this before. It's like one of my biggest failures in my entire career was openly saying that I'm a fucking socialist. Like, obviously, cat's out of the bag. Okay? I know some Bordegites that hate your guts. That's what I mean. These are like 8 people in a fucking Discord server. Like, these people greatly think fucking think that their opinions are more relevant and like in a good way, and perhaps not even a good way, but like the best way to fucking reach a broader market. That's it. Do you feel me? Do you understand? Like, you said this about you going on an H3 podcast. What's the difference between a leftist and a socialist? I mean, leftist is a broader umbrella. No way you're saying you're in the same camp as Dave Rubin, even as a joke? Yeah, I mean, I am. Worst mistake in my life was calling you a socialist to my friends because they instantly went socialism was when house and car, unironically. I know. There's way too much fucking baggage. There is way too much fucking baggage associated with the term. Like, people are just so brain broken by insanely reactionary propaganda. Portuguese think they're relevant as funny as fuck. I know, it's just ridiculous. Dude, why do you stream so much? Because I'm brain broken. You were correct when you said we're sheltered from that shit in this community. I know. Anyway, all right. Let's get to addressing some of the lies that I routinely tell you, which is playing video games. It's not a lie this time. I kind of want to try Dustborn, like the woke game, for a second, and I want to see it. I first started watching you on Leftovers and wasn't familiar with your solar stream. Now that I see you fight/explain things to people who don't know better, how would you rank trying to explain things back in the day to Ethan, generally speaking? He was so normy. I think it was fine. It was just like the audience reaction was so insane. Like there were multiple incredibly active Reddit communities that were watching every episode and specifically massaging the way that like everyone in the community looked at the stuff. And then they would come in here and they would be like, dude, you did such a piss poor job. I'm actually a fucking Marxist-Leninist and you did such an awful job explaining shit to Ethan. Like, and they would do that over and over again. And they would clip my fucking malding reaction after the 11th time and then post it onto other subreddits to be like, see, he's malding. It's just like, it is what it is, you know? Drama frogs like ruin everything. Who cares? You know? What are you going to do? Yeah, there was a complex of streamers who were also coaxing Ethan certain ways as well. Exactly. Like they made clips about me fucking crying and then blasted it everywhere, making fun of me and being like, dude, imagine like he's fake crying. It's hard. It's hard to. I mean, that was a weird ass time, dude. It is what it is. But I think it was, you know, there was a lot of cultist fucking losers, you know? Cultist fucking losers who just spend every waking moment online and don't know how like normal people operate, you know what I mean? They don't understand like normal human emotion. It's the same principle behind dudes who are like, dude, he got so owned by that one guy who turned out to be a fucking ginormous racist. He got IRL cyberbullied. It's like, bro, how do you say that? How do you openly write that online without feeling a fucking shred of embarrassment? There's a Goku mod already? Yeah, I've seen it. What the fuck is it not working? There's a Trump mod for Wukong too. Why does it not start when I wanted? Oh, there it is. No wallpaper psychotic. I've had periods where I watch people being critical of you only to realize they were lying. Yeah. Didn't you update your driver since last night? I did not. I am fucking stupid. Okay, we're playing the not woke game. Wukong. China's very own God of War. As you guys know, I'm the #1 China simp. This is allowing me to learn more about our next overlords and their culture and their myths so that I can be a better China simp. Wait, what? How the fuck did this game literally reset my goddamn settings, bro? It didn't even reset my input type, but it did reset my controller type, which is weird as fuck. What else did it reset? I kind of want to try ray tracing. Or nah, fuck that. I'm too scared. Okay, motion blur still off. That's good. Wait, how do I turn... How do I turn into a fucking... How do I turn into a thing again? How do I turn into a bug again? That was a one-time thing? That sucks that I can't do Monka or bug Monka again. Wait until people discover Chinese fantasy novels. It's an item in your inventory.
Got your treasures.
Whoa, what the fuck? Yo, chill. Wait, oh fuck, I thought I almost died there. Dude, the combat is fluid as hell, dude. I really like it. Are you playing on PlayStation? No, I'm playing on my computer. Whoa, what the fuck? One hit is all it took, huh? God damn. God damn. Aynı çıkaracağım mı? Bro, that thing cooked my ass, dude.
Drop your weapon and they might snap it.
Wait, fuck. Jump, jump, jump. I'm gonna get hit. Oh god. Okay. Like there is a bit of a sameness to the environment, I will admit. Like I wouldn't say it's necessarily repetitive, but it is hard to like keep track of like what the hell's going on. I gotta pee real bad. Hold on. I'll be back in a second. W, give me posture. You know. Go hang out. Go hang out with mom. What's wrong with my posture, by the way? I don't know why you guys said my gaming posture is like weird. Level up? I can't yet. Is this guy gonna fuck me up, chat? I don't even have a gourd. Tiger subduing pellets? I can't level up unless I get to a place, right? Oh, I can. Staff stances. Wow, there's a lot here, man. Foundation, stamina. Wow. I think I need more health. Wow. Wow. It looks like a cool skill tree. Fuck. This guy looks devastatingly powerful.
I see. Why don't you lay down your weapon and join me in His mercy? What say you?
Dude, you look cool as fuck. Please don't fight me. Come on, dude. Why don't we just like... Oh, shit. on fire. Oh, I have to. Let's just smoke one, fam. Don't spend points on health and stamina. Wait, why not? He cooked me. Cook Monka. Aren't you uncomfortable with your hands on the desk? Wait, you stop being parasocial. Don't spend points. Don't just spend points on health and stamina. There are systems later that make it easy to upgrade health. Oh, okay. What can you buy? Oh, medicine and shit. You guys believed? That's crazy. I didn't even have fucking potion. I was just testing it out. Go over the abilities earlier. You get more focus gauges. You can charge them for big, giant slash attacks. Sell the gold. Should I reset it then? Should I reset my fucking... Should I reset my Sparkies? Take one and give it to like this maybe? Try the gaming. Thank you for the gaming the last 2 days. It was missed. No despair, Hasi, but I stopped believing after losing 2.8 million during Elden Ring. Okay, chill out, dude. Calm down. You don't got to bring that up, you know? Read about the potions. They help a lot in fights. I suspect you can do the same thing that you do in From Software games where you just like run directly to the... Like you can do a boss run, right? Bro, he's fucking spamming my ass. I got an arrow on my butt. L2 to counter that? No, you mean... Is it this? This is how you counter it? Maybe? Oh. Can't tell if that was the game or Hasan. Where the hell is the guy? Which way was it? Oh, here it is. Here he is. He's gonna fuck me up, dude. Remember when the chatter taught him how to parry? Lock in chat. I'm fucking locked in. Are you locked in? That's the real question. I'm locked in. Are you guys locked in? Asses and butts and seats. Drink the potion for fire immunity. I don't think I have that. Tiger subduing pellets. Moderately increases damage. Damage reduction. Yeah, I don't have it. Stone spirit, generate weapon material, armor material, coconut wine. He still got my ass. What the hell? Okay, this guy's beating my ass, dude. What is that? I see something green over here. Is that health? What does that do? God, he's so good. Okay, he's not like no! Fucking do that again! Wait, I thought I dodged it! Oh, God. Oh. Okay. Locking in is not going to be enough. Am I under leveled here? Is that what's going on? Attack more and be more aggressive. Am I under leveled, or is he just like, or am I just bad? I'm serious. I mean, it's like one of the first bosses, so I might just be like under leveled. Gotta stick close and learn the timing. I'm learning, you see? I'm learning, you see? Wait, this is it, yeah. Remember when you said this God of War difficulty? No, I said I like this game more because it has like the combat mechanics resemble From Software Soulsborne games, which I like. Oh my God, my stamina, I don't have enough. Okay, there it is. Okay, I got it. Fuck, that hits hard, brother. I think I'm doing it well. No, I so spoke too soon. I'm not doing it well. I double dodged it, but it didn't work. Oh! Not bad, not bad, not bad. Oh, I fucking dodged my shit. One more. Yeah, bitch. 1,
Vocal
2. Woo! 3 tries, baby. That's all it takes. Who's out here doubting me? Oh my God, I got a new weapon? No way. Red tides. As the feral flurry intensifies with each fierce thrust, the flames do rise. Transform into a wolf guai and inflict scorched bane on the enemy with each attack. Weapons and valuables cherished by Yao guais often carry lingering obsessions with the deceased owners. Collecting them grants the ability to briefly take on forms in combat. Each transformation has its own strengths, making them worth experimenting with. Will was stuck on that boss all night. Wait, really? Yeah. It is because I am better. No, it was a different boss. No, I realize it's more of a punish game, maybe, or maybe that boss specifically was more of a punish boss. There's another boss though that I did not fight, or I fought once and died to with the big head. Big head baby boss. Which I suspect is... Should I ring the bell yet, or should I go fight the big head guy? I don't know how the...
You just had to make some noise, did you? Now everyone knows you're here. When a chime so grand echoes in the forest, Yao guais will surely be alarmed.
What does that mean? Wait, why did you guys tell me to fucking... Why did you guys tell me to ring the bell, chat? Y'all are the worst, dude. Look what you done made me do, bro. You done made me tell the big-headed baby that I'm right here. Big head will disappear if you wait too long? Wait, why? Why would he disappear? That don't make no sense. Big head guy was one of the hardest bosses. Yeah, I mean, he two-tapped me, so I believe it. Where the hell was the freaking beginning checkpoint? Oh, it's over here. Did you do the fox boss? Doo-doo Dav cried to this game? Why? Because it put China on the map? Like, why? She was like proud. She was proud of her nation? Or was it because of furry representation? Damn, this looks like a great game. It's fucking fire. I don't know what it is, but something about it is like really dope. I think it's just a good game. I don't really, you guys know me. I don't really care about like the culture war stuff at all, right? But wait, what is happening? Oh no, did it start going left again? My keyboard. It's just like, how unwoke is it from one to Trump? What is the controversy around this game? It's the Chinese. I should probably put more into stamina, right? Apparently the devs are misogynistic too. The devs are like sexist or something? I don't fucking know. I don't give a shit. Make a good game, lol. I can't begin to tell you. Try out the new spell. No, I'm not. I'm gonna wait for the boss. How much soft power did this game give China, you think? I don't know, dude. I mean, I think it definitely got a bunch of gamers to be like, it got a bunch of gamers who are very prone to like radicalization, who I suspect have a more tolerant approach to China. Maybe like it's got to have at least a couple gamers like more invested in China or see China in a different light. It had to have. No predatory microtransactions. That's the real reason why it's being attacked. Forget about culture wars. That's just the excuse. I think I'm going the wrong way. Oh, I'm going back to that fucking place I went to. Oh, there's the baby. Dude, I don't know how I'm gonna beat him. What's the technique here? Ciao, what's the technique? Immobilize him, a new skill. Level up. Me, bro. Dude, that thing fucks me up every time. He's got range on his ass, dude. Wait, how big is that attack range? Do you just run away? When he triple tabs, you just run away? Don't use fire skill while immobilized? Use your immobilize spell when you use an attack that's hard to dodge. Pillars to stagger him. Immobilize, fire, new skill, run away, wait for cooldowns. You do light combo to stagger and freeze. Hold down the heavy attack to increase your focus. You say immobilize, I say unionize. Okay, dude. Focus attacks do a lot of damage, especially when immobilized. I don't have any advice, but I'm cheering for you. Aim for his ass and do most of your attacks on his ass like you did to my dad last night. After you have a full focus bar in the transformation, you should dodge and then heavy attack for a big hit. Start with your new spell, then use immobilize whenever it refreshes. Fast attack twice, heavy attack, then dodge. Dodge 3 times away from the crater attack and be wary of his jump kick. Yeah, that jump kick was crazy when that baby took flight, dude. What the fuck? If he hits the pillar, he staggers himself. My tip is fight the boss. That's a good tip. Ask yourself this, what would Goku do? Goku would just fuck his ass up, I think. Goku would just beat his ass. Lol. Come on, baby. You stupid fucking baby. Wait, what? Oh! What the fuck? What was that? And I got another dumbass here that followed me into battle. Guy, dude. What are you doing? Yeah, hit him. Thank you. I can't tell if he's like clapping to make the earth shake or what. That's a big string. I already fucked up all the pillars, right? What? I dodged it, and he still hit me with his ass. That's so far. I thought I was able to focus up there. I cooked it. You know what? It's time. What? Hit him, bro. Hit him. right? We're getting better, I think. Right, chat? You didn't use the special attack of transformation? Wait, what is the special attack of transformation? That was a good run, I think. What is happening? Why is this happening? My keyboard is cooked. Your special attack recharges. Use it first thing in a fight so you can try to use it a second time. It's time for gamer juice. Killer will help you a lot. Turn on RTX, please. You don't have to restart. You're wrong. I do. I think what I gotta hit him with is the top of the hour ad break. Just kidding. I gotta hit you with that. But of course, if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5 or for free, or $6 or for free. Dude, this game is fucking sick, dude. It's a sick ass game. Sick in the mind. Okay? A sick in the mind game. Fire mode when right bar enemy fills. Do dodge heavy for massive damage. I'm kind of confused with everything that people are saying. In fire mode, when right bar energy fills, do dodge heavy for massive attack. Jaeger Larson, thank you for the 10 tier 1 gift the subs. Fuck! Do I have to get a new keyboard now, chat? I spilled soda on it. But I don't know how to fucking... Are you sure it's not the thumbstick? No, dude, it's not. But I don't understand it. Like, it's not stuck. Fuck. Hammer and sickle escape keeper. He's still doing it. This is so fucking annoying. This is some real gamer shit though, at least. Like, this is the most real gamer problems I've ever had. Bro, I swear to God. Unplug it and plug it back in. Bro, you think that fucking works? Are you crazy? Do you know the amount of times I fucking unplugged it on accident already? Unplug it, rinse it with water, and let it dry. No, dude, it like. Oh, that tasted so bad. Oh. Why did I do that? I tried to suck it out. Number 15 most influential on the Rolling Stones list, everybody. Wait, it worked. Wait, it worked. It worked. Where are my fucking haters now? Dude, sometimes you gotta give it a suck. Sometimes you gotta give it a good suck, chat. I don't know if I like the it fucking tasted disgusting. But honestly, it works, so who cares? Is the pillar one that good? Everyone keeps saying do the pillar spark, whatever. Oh, fuck. Wait, how do I do the pillar stance? So what does this do? On too quickly from the fact that sucking on your keyboard solve the tech issues. I think it's because there's like diet soda in the fucking thing. Pillar stance helps your focus and heavy attack. I don't fully understand the focus gauge yet. Wait, I'm gonna try that again. Dude, it looks so sick. I don't know why people put Goku in as a substitute. Like, I love Goku. I love Dragon Ball Z. But honestly, your stam is draining while you're on the pole. Change your focus by holding your heavy attack. Wait, what the fuck? He's friendly. He's friendly, chat. Come on. Come at me, baby. Come on, hit that pillar. You know you want to, big baby. Big old baby. Come on, big old baby. Oh, holy shit, that fucked me up. Come on, one more. Wait, what is happening? One more. Come on. Come at me, bitch. Oh, fuck. Oh, I'm out of stamina. Not bad though, chat. We're doing all right. We're not doing all right. I thought it was strictly politics. No, it's strictly dickly out here, dude. I spoke too soon about the not bad, but you can skip this guy. I mean, I've gotten significantly better, down to a quarter, right? I think that's pretty good. You have to fight him at least 2 more times, contractual obligation. Don't worry. Don't use heavy unless your bar is full, then do dodge and heavy. I don't know what the heavy is. Wait, you're wasting fire stance. Don't use heavy unless your bar is full. It's kind of like a tree sentinel from what I've seen. You didn't suck your keyboard for nothing, Hasi. I agree. Wait, am I misusing my pole stance? That's the heavy attack, right? Or do you mean when I'm fire? Yes, don't sit on the pole for too long. Oh, I'm sitting on the pole for too long. I don't fully understand where the focus meter is. I'm not going to lie to you, and I'm too embarrassed to admit that. Well, I guess I'm not embarrassed enough to admit that because I just did. It's the bar where the stances are. Oh, up top, bottom right corner. So the blue one. Or bottom right corner. There's no bar on the bottom right corner. Where's the bar? I don't see it. White? Next to the silhouette? Where's the bar? Oh. Oh. It's on the left side of the fucking... That's a bar? Hold R2 and watch it fill? Okay, got it. It's not filling anything up. I'm holding triangle. Wait, what the fuck? Oh, it just filled up. It's R2. Okay. Fills up with light attacks too. Got it. Why doesn't he attack me if I just don't attack him? Oh, never mind. I was wrong. It does attack me. Philip Morris! Oh shit! No! Oh fuck! I'm dead. Oh, Hatom Thumb? What the fuck does that mean? I'm trying to be a baby killer so bad, dude. I want to fucking kill babies. You know I'm a libtard Democrat, okay? I'm a demon rat. And I'm trying to kill the babies because it's the summer of brat. Shit got me rhyming, dude. Dodge then heavy to pop transformation. Wait, what do you mean dodge then heavy? It hits something different? Do you know the drama with the studio that made this game? Yes. And I like it. I like it. I like that this game is made by a guy who's like, I hate women. What don't chatters understand? I enjoy this. Pillar stance L? Why is that bad? Pillar is shiz, 0 mobilities. Dude, chat is experiencing one of the classic chat moments, which is, and this is the last one on the bet, obviously, where half of the chat was like, dude, you gotta do pillar stance. And I start doing pillar stance, and immediately they're like, dude, pillar stance is a fucking L, dumbass. All stances are helpful. Gamba ruining the streamer chat bond. Honestly, I think it's just the same bond that has always existed, which is inherently antagonistic. Dodge back. Oh fuck, I dodged bad again. Wait, what? I dodged it! Are there no fucking iframes? What is that? That sucks. That is ass, because I thought I got that one in the bag. Bad game. Game's broken. You did right, by the way, dodging heavy attack after the meter filled. Yeah, I saw that. That's why it spun, right? If you want to cheat, how to cheese wandering white in Black Myth Wukong? What is this? In a single
Here's
hit?
how. Reach level 6, which you'll achieve by defeating every enemy in the first locations. Spend 3 points on stamina and 3 points on staff stances to unlock the second focus point. Reset the area, defeat the 2 wolves and the one on the bridge, and wait behind a tree until the boss turns around. Run to him without sprinting and perform 3 light combos in a row. Each combo will break his stance and the third combo will stagger him. Stand still until your stamina replenishes, then repeat 3 light combos. Wait until your stamina replenishes to 1/3, then perform a heavy attack, which will stagger him again. This time wait until your stamina replenishes to 3/4 and perform 2 light combos. Replenish another 1/3 of stamina and use a heavy attack. When the boss is about to recover from that, use the immobilize spell and start attacking him right away. 3 light combos will be enough to finish him off without taking a single hit. Well done!
Bro, what the fuck? This is not a cheese at all. This is so funny that he said this is a cheese. This is not a fucking cheese, dude. Yeah. What? He just said play the game. It's not a cheese, it's a full fucking guide. His cheese is literally play the game. Get to level 6, which I'm already at. What a cheese, dude. Is your favorite strat getting stun locked? You can respec if you want. His cheese is to use his OP combo that staggers him instantly. What am I doing wrong that mine doesn't stagger? Like, what if... Is it because I have a staff stance? You said get 2 stamina, right? That's it. How do you respec again? You gotta... You're giving this game a shot. It's fun too. Get mad at the... Wait, no. The game is fun. He's holding when the bar isn't full. I think, what did he say? Get 2 stamina. Right? This is it, right? You need 3 in staff? Wait, this doesn't... Bro just clicking anything? Wait, I'm confused. Wrong menu, press R1. Oh, smash stance. This is it, right? Is this it? 3rd column? No, bro, he didn't say fucking do the pillar stance. Watch the 10-second video again? No. Pillar helps though? Dude, shut the fuck up. Dude, that wasn't what the fucking thing was, okay? That's not what... I'm trying to do the fucking stagger thing.
Without taking a single hit. Here's how. Reach level 6, which you'll achieve by defeating every enemy in the first locations. Spend 3 points on stamina and 3
points on stamina
points
and 3
on staff stances to unlock the second focus point.
Oh. He says like spend it on stamina and whatever just to unlock the second focus point, which I don't have. That's it. Now I have 2 focus points. I don't want this one. You need smash for heavy? Performing light attack R1 upon seeing through the enemy initiates a light attack. Thrust is OP? Bro, it said 20. I don't have that yet. You just need thrust? That's 20 points, chat. Shut up. Chatter, you are fucking ridiculous, okay? Remove pillar, you only need thrust. If I can't remove, then I lose my stamina point. Like I lose this. Like I need to unlock this somehow. Two in smash, but I don't care about sprinting while charging. Then the heal one is fire. And then what? Moving forward, each level significantly increases the engaged distance of a light attack starter. Grants more focus when the second move hits. Put 3 on stamina. Y'all crazy. You mean rampant vigor? That's what you're talking about? Or do you mean dodge? I need to perform combos. I need to perform the combos, dude. Combos. That guy's funny. Perform the combos? I need to do more combos. Okay, I'm probably gonna say that a lot now. I'm not gonna lie. Combos. Please fix your posture. Your back's gonna lock up like that. Shut up, dude. What are you, my mom? Put a third point in ramp and vigor. Okay, dude, here. Wait, where are these guys? Oh, I killed them. I didn't do anything that the guy said that I should do. Wait, fuck! this fucking... I didn't do the cheese at all. Because you didn't get the stamina? Yes, I did. Just standing around while he's staggered. Brilliant. What do you want me to do, dumbass? I don't have enough stamina. He did. Vigor, not stamina. Did I miss it? Did I misinterpret what he said? Damn, I got another spark, dude. Fucking YOLO. I'm just gonna keep leveling up here. Hide behind the tree first? Which tree?
Oh, quiet, fool. You don't want to run into that big head.
Oh my god, I'm getting fucking owned by a mob, dude. God damn it. He just bombas me. I thought I was doing combos and turns out he was the one doing the combos. Your L2 should always be on cooldown or else is wasted damage. Isn't this boss glitched? I don't think so. Come on. Hit the thing. Hit the thing. I thought I dodged it. God damn it. I fucked that up again. Oh shit. Oh, what? He didn't do nothing. No stagger on that one. Oh, dude, these were some nice combos, dude. Combos. Those were some very good combos. Pop a tiger pellet and this is the run. Not very MLG of you. I also have another fucking point again. Self-advance. Stop saying, letting the naysayers win, Hasi. I'm not. I've been doing combos, dude. What the fuck? That was the run, dude. I was doing the combos. I was doing the combos. Combos all the way. Try using your tiny head to defeat his big head. I'm doing it. I'm using all the power of my tiny head for his big ass head. 3 light hits plus 1 heavy. I skipped this boss. I felt bad hitting him. I never. Wait, what do you mean 3 light hits plus 1 big heavy? Like, wait, hold on. Like this? 1, 2, 3. No, you can't. I can't do that. It doesn't. Ah, I fucked it up. Hold on, I'm gonna do it again. You mean 3 light combos and then 1 big heavy? That baby read more books than Ty Lopez. That's why his head's so big, bro. Oh, fuck. That's the easiest fucking gimme. How did I eat that? Ignore that chatter. You don't unlock 3 light heavy until later. He did the boss man move. He came in so hot, bro. He knew I had the bombas in me. He knew I had the bombas, dude. He knew I was ready with the bombas. He did not like the way I spanked his ass last time. He was like, nah. Use your damn L2 skills, my dude. Bro, calm down. I'm gonna get to it. He was afraid of the combos, for sure. At this point, I would be like level 20 by the time I get to this fucking boss, like straight up. I remember the fire form, don't worry. Didn't do shit to him. No. Bro, ever since I started doing the combos, he's been cooking me way further, dude. Ever since I started doing the combos, you should fire from the start. Is it me or is the baby coming up with new combos each fight? I think the baby is advancing. The baby is learning. The baby is not a Republican. The baby has object permanence, I think. I've been watching an hour of ass whooping. Okay, bro, what do you want? I got another spark. The game is begging for me to get better. Like, the game is literally like, please, please, dude. Like, you have to fucking get better at this point. By the way, remember when I said I don't need to sprint while charging? I was wrong about that. I do think I need to sprint while charging. Wait, what the fuck was that combo? For me to hit him with the fucking bombas, dude. One hit. I got robbed there. I got it though. Dude, this game is awesome. Holy shit. I can't believe how fun this fucking game is. It's not even greed, chat. It's not even greed. I swear Hasan doesn't recognize attack patterns. No, he has... You can't beat this DEI game. Come on. You got to beat the baby for a full Chinese citizenship. Oh my God, I have to do it now. What? Oh shit. What, Mom? I can't talk right now. Oh, double fuck. Ah! It's over. It's over! The tree sentinel is dead! Let's go! Cannot absorb spirits without guidance? Wait, what? What does that mean? I am a Souls gamer. I didn't even use the guide, by the way. Everyone can suck me. I didn't do the combos. I didn't do the bombas. I didn't do the combos. You beat up on a baby, you feel good? So good, dude. I just aborted that Chinese baby, dude. I just aborted the shit out of that Chinese baby in the only way that I know how to. The American way, you know what I mean? Only woke culture here. Go in the cave. Where's the cave?
Some flesh for our pal on patrol.
Where is the cave? Post Purgante. Rest first? Nah, dude. No rest for the wicked, dog. I'm going in. YOLO. I'm sure there's another spirit ash summon campsite soon, I suspect. That's the one thing I don't understand. How like there's no like rest sites after a boss. Like how is there not a fucking fire on a boss? You have 15% health? Who cares? There's gotta be a rest site somewhere. Those are mini bosses, dog. Yeah, regardless of the size of the boss, I'm shocked that there isn't like a. I've noticed that there isn't a healer right after a boss. Where is he? Where's the guy? Dude, there's no health? Like after killing these guys, you don't get any health at all? 15% is plenty of health.
Shh, keep quiet. You don't want to set off that beast. In the backyard is Blackwing Guai's ally, calls itself Ling Schutzer. Considering your strength, I suggest you get away while you can, little monkey.
Your gamer posture right now is cracking me up. Why, bro? You know I take this shit seriously. Craft armor. No way. Oh. Just headgear. Ooh, chest gear. Chinese drip is unmatched. I know. This game is so sick, dude. I love it. I'm dripped out the fucking wazoo now too. What the hell? What does that do? Is will, right? Wait, why is my shit sparking up? Why is my shit sparking up, chat? Because I'm sprinting in the new gear? Let's go. Okay, I'll take it. Did you not read what you're on?
There's no turning back.
Is this the boss, chat? Is this the boss, man? Did you take the baby soul? No, I couldn't. It wouldn't let me. Why? I don't know how to get the baby soul. How do you say this name? that? Oh shit! I fucked this up so bad. I fucked this up so bad. I wasted it. Don't run away, man. What the hell are you doing? Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. Oh, what the fuck? Oh! What was that? One tap! He's whiffing? First try! First try! Witness me! Witness me!
You might as well take a good look around. A great pill the Blackwing Guy had gifted the wolf. Finding it would be a deserving reward for that fight.
The China baby was harder? Yeah, dude. That was the first unavoidable boss in the game. They didn't make it too hard. Is that copium or is that correct, chat? I mean, it was a pretty easy boss, but like the mini boss was harder before the baby boss was way harder. Bigot is the hardest boss in the first 2 chapters, and I fucking cleared him. Inflicts considerable more damage to bonus enemies at critical health. Moderately increases sprint speed. When sprinting each second, moderately increases attack. This effect can stack up to 10 times. It will cease upon stopping. I think it's better to keep the... What is a curio? Fighting the baby might have improved your skill, IRL skill. Yeah. I can't be the only one who thinks it's crazy that I don't get fucking health after killing a boss, right? I think I cleared this area. He wanted me to look around, but I think I looked around enough and I couldn't find it. Unless he just meant like go inside the building and find whatever you need to find. What you do, you just don't have it. There's a bean in a jar? A bean? I'll lick the bean. Celestial Jade Lotus Pill. A miraculous pill concocted by the god of longevity that massively increases maximum health. Bro, come on. What game do you take a fucking health longevity pill and it doesn't automatically fill your health bar? This is crazy. There's a couple interesting things like that normally would like just defy video game world logic. Western Gamer From Software is not a Western game, chat. I'm operating on FromSoft logic. This is a Chinese game, so shit's different. Bro, what you don't have are half of the abilities and missed character interactions should unlock abilities. Wait, what? Really? What character interactions have I missed? Dude, I cleared the entire map. What are you talking about? He's trolling you, Unk, shaking my head. Always looking for handouts. Trying to get the fucking more focus points. Each talent level moderately reduces the stamina cost for charged heavy attacks. Is that good? Upgrade your spells? Nah. Check your stance section. Something should let you combo. Which one lets you combo? Light and heavy. I wanna combos. Performing a light attack R1 upon seeing through the enemy initiates a light attack combo from the third move. Resolute counterflow is essential. Which one is that? Is that on the foundation? Do you not have pride in America? Not after playing this fucking game. Let me tell you, chatter. The only thing I have pride in is the top of the hour ad break, which I'm running for the last time today because I think we've done enough. I'm going to end it here and go hang out with my family. My mom is complaining that I'm not hanging out with them. Are an ass or boobs, man? Both. But more importantly, I'm a faceman. I'm a faceman. I will donate $100 if you play Subnautica again. What am I gonna do with $100, bro? Huh? Donate to a charity. Donating to a millionaire Lamau. Anyway, only 8 hours. First of all, it's fucking 9 hours. I did 9 hours today. All right. Wonderful day. Wonderful experience. Really enjoy the game. Even though a lot of people are constantly fucking chirping at me to play video games and then they leave as soon as I do start playing, but it's all good because I did like this game. This game is sick. Good game sesh. We'll keep it going. Yappers love saying, Hasan, play a video game, and then leaving. It's their favorite fucking thing to do. Anyway, love you guys. I will see you tomorrow. To all the fucking haters and the doubters who doubted my skill in gaming, number one, fuck you. Number two, to all the doubters who doubted I was gonna game, double fuck you. Okay? Anyway, see you tomorrow. Peace.
Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord at your prop, great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, on at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reading a live stream, fair comments, Austin show chat advice. And all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is